Chapter 34 Malignancy. Region 6 Base Fuyu. Suzumi listened to the report absently, his mind occupied with other details. That was a benefit to a report given by Hanabi since unlike most ninja, even the experienced ones, she gave very concise and brief reports, something that he had admitted to her that he viewed it as a virtue. She had grown especially skilled at giving them as well, improving a little more with each report given. She'd make a fine chunin, he knew that without a doubt. Nodding as she wrapped up the report, he debated about promoting her now or waiting until they reached Region 5. They were in the midst of a preparation for a massive fallback. Not for the first time, Suzumi swore at the situation. Nobody could have expected this sudden upset. Noting Hanabi coming to the end of her report, he took a steadying breath, a leaden feeling settling in his stomach. Kumo scouting parties were getting closer. They would have to leave immediately. As she finally fell silent, staring at him expectantly, he shook his head tiredly. I guess it's confirmed then. What's confirmed? Hanabi asked, her tone curious. That Team Naruto and Team Lee were lost. Suzumi said, reaching over to shuffle through the few papers left on his desk. He tuned out the glare Hanabi fixed on him. He had fully expected her to react like that. Finding the paper he sought, he pulled it forward and scribbled his signature in several spots. In light of the situation, I can't delay this any further. Delay what? This, Suzumi said, standing as he shrugged out of his flak vest. Handing it over to a startled Hanabi, he cleared his throat. The Hokage gives a much more impressive speech, but this is the best I can manage right now. You have shown excellent judgment and leadership, forming your three ninja into a cohesive unit. Congratulations on being promoted to the rank of Chunin, Uzumaki Hanabi. Thank you. Hanabi managed, before slipping into the oversized vest. Now then, Suzumi said, fighting a grin, get your team together, we're leaving in 30 minutes. Yes sir. Hanabi said, head inclining a fraction of an inch before pivoting smartly on her heel and striding out of the office. Gathering the rest of his papers, Suzumi debated about the odds of this war. Neither Team Naruto or Team Lee were the sort of ninja you could take out without major effort, which was probably why Kumo was taking a slow approach. Still, those two teams were gone, and with them the major offensive force for the region. A knock at the door disturbed his thoughts, and Suzumi looked up, calling for them to enter. The grim-faced samurai that entered struck him as oddly too young, despite being older than Hanabi, but he shook it off. Yes? Major Okazaki sent me to inform you that we've started the withdrawal early, the samurai said. We received an encoded message from the forward military base. Region 10 fell last night, as well as most of Region 7. We've lost contact with Regions 8 and 9. Impossible, Suzumi said, stunned, his mind racing through the implications. Just how badly were they outnumbered? Is he sure it's a legitimate message? Yes sir. The samurai said. Okazaki-sama was equally surprised, but there is no doubt about its origin. I see, Suzumi said, his mind flashing to the encroaching teams of enemy ninja. We have no choice but to leave now. Yes. Suzumi nodded absently, dismissing the samurai, and then looked around the office absently. He had all of his papers and details, but it was an old habit. They were going to be overrun soon. Those teams Hanabi had spotted, they weren't just scouts, they were a preliminary invasion force. No doubt the forces following in their wake were more than enough to stomp this base out. Satisfied that nothing would place them in jeopardy, he rolled up the papers he was holding and slipped them into one of his pockets. His personal effects were already packed and ready to go, and all he would have to do was pick them up. But first he was going to plant a little surprise for the Kumo ninja that would be coming here. Producing blast notes and flash notes, he went about booby-trapping the room. To top the trap off, he left a folder on his desk, in just the right way that it would appear to be forgotten in his haste. Satisfied, he slipped out of the room and weaved through the rushing samurai, aware of the intangible countdown they were under. Nami no Kuni, Region 15, Kumo Military Commander Center, Karuamoto. Karuamoto was a moderately sized city with a flat plain to the east, mountains to the north and east, and a river, currently frozen, that snaked south to west. As capitals went, it was not the most awe-inspiring, but its location allowed for a centralized government while offering better security than any other village in the interlinked islands of Nami no Kuni. Oddly enough, it was also considered the first failure of the invasion. While Kumo had captured the capital quickly and without bloodshed, they had failed to secure all of the regents, leaving them to deal with Konoha, who despite being outnumbered, were tenacious in holding their ground. Azai Chokei, commander for the Kumo ninja in Nami no Kuni, knew this to be something they weren't prepared to deal with. For every island they took from Konoha, they were wasting men and resources that were actually supposed to be spent against their actual target. When the new Raikage had announced this operation, Chokei had insisted on being put in command, because he had expected something like this, but had been rebuffed. Now Chokei was in command and was dealing with the fallout of the botched invasion, while the Raikage ranted about expectations. This whole invasion, along with the alliance with Odo, was for the express purpose to move their forces into place for an attack on Kiri. As rash as the current Raikage was, even he had been more than aware for the need of a sound strategy. Mizu no Kuni was an island nation, and their biggest advantage was their isolation from the other nations. Any navy that sailed against Mizu no Kuni would be sunk before it became a serious threat. Even island hopping was a poor tactic. Yet it was these very strengths that Kumo was plotting to turn against them. Their isolation meant they had no allies. The Kumo-Odo alliance was to stop the outside chance of Konoha joining with Kiri, and while any single fleet would be sunk, Kumo was trying to position to attack with 3 fleets, from 3 different directions. That was why controlling Nami was so important. They were supposed to be the advanced fleet. The secondary fleet was supposed to follow in their wake from the Kaminari satellite country Ikazuchi no Kuni, and the main fleet from Kaminari would arrive after them. Sighing heavily, Chokei nodded at a passing team of ninja, and then entered the main office. It was a hive of activity, and pushing his way through the crowd came the short, thick-set man married to his sister now. Lieutenant Janucci, I see things are busy as ever. New information, Janucci said, shrugging. The Konoha forces in Region 6 are falling back. That's unexpected, Chokei admitted, as they turned down a hallway heading for his office. Do we have an idea why they've decided to retreat for once instead of standing their ground? Only a theory, Janucci said. The Battle of Lake Tenjin has to be the cause. Prior to that they were hampering our advance into that region, and even now we're still short on the manpower needed to take that region from what few forces remain. I see, Chokei said, nodding in agreement before sighing. Of course this means that they're going to deeply entrench themselves in Region 5. No doubt. So, have we been able to confirm their status? Unfortunately, no. Janucci said, shaking his head. We've confirmed at least 3 dead. But other reports are sketchy at best, and worse, they all seem to have disappeared. A search of the lake turned up nothing. It's only a matter of time before they turn back up, Chokei said as they entered his office. What's our status in the other regions? We've secured Regions 7 through 10. The Konoha forces are either dead or are prisoners, so we now control 60% of the regions. Kumo has promised to send our reserves, though the Raikage is less than pleased. Of course he is, Chokei muttered, shaking his head. The man was the most powerful ninja in the village, brother to the strongest of Jinchuriki, but he had somewhat unrealistic expectations on how quickly certain things should be done. Crossing to his desk, Chokei sat down, heavily eyeing the various reports awaiting him. Is there anything else? Yes. Toki Hisanobu has requested a moment of your time. Ah, Chokei said, glancing up at his brother-in-law, lifting a folder. Give me a moment to go over these reports and then send him in. Yes, sir. Oh, and Janucci, Chokei called as the man turned away, don't forget your anniversary is next week. Huh. Thanks for reminding me. Now Chan would have come here just to kick my ass if I forgot, the man said with a grin before exiting, closing the door behind him. Chuckling as well, Chokei turned his attention to the reports on his desk: troop movements, medical updates on ninja, several background reports on the men taking over their newly captured regions, and a notice that the Jinchuriki were delayed in arriving due to a surprise attack by an unknown party. Chokei paid particular interest to that, though the details were sparse, it was still interesting. He'd been hearing rumors about a group going after Jinchuriki, but until this rumors were all they had been. Chokei wondered why they would be going after such powerful weapons, outside of the obvious, and more importantly he wondered when they would try again. Shaking his head, he resigned himself to fact that Niyujito had been delayed. Azai-sama. Toki-san. Chokei returned, not looking up, while hiding his irritation at discourteous lack of knocking. Making it a point to finish the report, he looked up just as the commander of Region 14 sat down across from him. I assume you have a reason for this visit? I merely stopped by to see what your scouts have reported. Toki said in his rough, peasant voice, I know that we'll have to move soon to assault the remaining Konoha forces in Region 6, and oh, that. Chokei said, his tone so offhand that it brought the other man up short. Seeing this, he smiled, leaning back in his chair, explaining. At the incredulous look Toki had, Chokei shrugged before adding, so whenever you wish to assume command of that region is fine with me. I can shift a few extra spare forces to your command until our reserves arrive. Are you sure? Yes. Chokei nodded. Before sitting forward, the only thing you need to be aware of is that we have an A-rank level threat, one borderline S-rank level threat and a solid S-rank level threat missing in that region. All our efforts in locating them have been fruitless, so be prepared. Of course. Toki said, his tone dripping with disdain, though I strongly urge you to reconsider these threat ratings. As I've said all along, neither Uzumaki nor Rock were of S-rank level. Really? Chokei asked, arching an eyebrow, almost chuckling. Uzumaki-sama's confirmed kill stands at 299 samurai with 15 Kumo ninja, many killed in very macabre ways and missing forehead protectors, 7 of them Umbu and none below Chunin. Rock-sama's confirmed numbers stand at 301 samurai with 12 ninja, 4 Umbu and none below Chunin as well. The numbers are impressive, but hardly awe-inspiring. Toki said, shaking his head. I wouldn't classify either as a suicidal risk. I see. Chokei said, mentally wondering at what the man would classify as a suicidal risk. The numbers were somewhat low, Chokei knew that, but he also took into account that they were gained during battles. That meant both young men had been facing more than one opponent, many jonin, on a regular basis in each conflict. Compared to other ninja in the same circumstance, they were far ahead of the others. Yamanaka and Nisei were tied for the third space behind the others, and the rest had been barely worth mentioning. Is there anything else? Toki asked, his tone thick with an undercurrent of disdain. Nothing. Chokei said after a moment, shaking his head. You and the forces can assume control of Region 6 at any time. Excellent. Toki said, a malicious smirk on his face, long bony fingers tapping together. Suna, Kazakage's office. The Kazakage knew the nature of silence. It was hard to live this long and not learn the different types. The most common of these was comfortable silence, oppressive silence, and uneasy silence. Sitting behind his desk, staring at the freshly returned Umbu team, he knew this to be the uneasy kind of silence, which told him all he needed to know really. Leaning back as his chair creaked, sound ominous in the silence that engulfed his office. Well? As per orders, we took up an observational location of the capital Akurunofu. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Akurunofu ran and operated like any other occupied city. Admittedly, it is odd to see Tsuchi no Kuni forces occupying a city, even odder with Iwa forces, considering they tend to kill or enslave their enemies. Captain, I'm more interested in what happened to the city. The Kazakage interrupted, eyes narrowing. He was pleased to see that having taken sole authority, his soldiers were more cowed toward him. Yes sir, sorry. The captain said, shifting his weight. Our observations failed to spot any weapon or person approaching the city. 1 minute the city was perfectly fine and the next there was a pillar of light. After that we received shockwaves, ground tremors, and a mushroom cloud. It was frightening, I have never seen such a thing. Impressive. Did you search the ruins? There were no ruins. The Umbu captain said, shaking his head. The crater. Whatever the attack was, it boiled the oasis water that surrounded Akarunofu away and removed any trace of the man-made island. The surrounding sand was blasted to glass and the air was thick with simmering heat, almost made it impossible to take a full breath. I see. The Kazekage said, disquieted beyond words. An incomplete weapon that could produce such devastation, it was nearly inconceivable and made him wonder how they could achieve such power without being discovered. There were no ninjutsu he knew of that came even close to producing such desolation. He couldn't remember if any of the previous Kazekage had mentioned anything similar either. Is there anything else, sir? The Umbu captain asked, pulling the Kazekage's attention back to him. No, not unless you have anything else to report to me. The Kazekage offered, dismissing them. Alone, he sat forward, lacing his fingers together to stare ahead at the wall map. There was no other way to look at this other than the fact that he had been maneuvered into having no other recourse than to accept the alliance with Akatsuki. Iwa would become crazed after this, and they would swarm into the country with overwhelming force. Without this weapon, and an alliance with Akatsuki, Suna would be lost in a matter of days. Damn it. I trust you're satisfied with the demonstration. The Kazekage glanced at the emotionless female Akatsuki agent standing in the corner of his office, not even bothering to wonder how she had managed to get in unnoticed. Closing his eyes, he let out a near-silent breath. What do you want? The research that your so-called puppet brigade performed during the Second Shinobi War. You want the Kisho Tensei research? The Kazekage said softly, frowning in thought. Opening his eyes, he turned his attention to her once more. Very well, I will have it prepared for you. We also require your elder Chiyo. Fine. The Kazekage bit out, angrily. Anything else? Nothing. The woman said, beginning to dissolve into paper. Once we receive our payment, you may pick another target. Somewhere near the Hai-no-Kuni and Oto border. Are you sure about this? Suigetsu asked, shifting the body slung over his body into a better position. Karen didn't seem to hear him, but he was used to that by now. She was focused on her goal of getting revenge on her brother. Which it was strange, since Naruto seemed like a pretty okay guy to him, but then Suigetsu wasn't going to try to dissuade her from the goal, as he was only involved for the chance to get Zabuza's sword. Still, he didn't want to have Oto headhunters after them. Huffing, he came to an abrupt stop before slinging the unconscious and badly withered woman to the ground. Karen continued walking, oblivious to his actions, but he mentally shrugged and retrieved one of his water bottles, chugging it down. A few minutes later, he became aware of a deadly intent washing over him, and lowering his water bottle found Karen standing across from him, glowering. What are you doing? Karen snapped. I'm waiting for you. Suigetsu shot back with a snort, putting his water bottle up. Look, are you really sure we should be doing this? I mean, even if Oto is in chaos, that doesn't mean that Orochimaru isn't still around. Since when did you become so loyal? Karen asked waspishly, arms crossing. I'm not. I could care less about that bastard. But I'm not anxious to deal with headhunters, especially when crossing semi-hostile territory, to go look for your brother, who is apparently a big enough threat that he not only scared the piss out of Orochimaru's pet snake, but nobody in Oto wants to face him. First, he's a half-brother. Karen said, scowling at him before pushing her glasses up her nose. Secondly, compared to the chaos filling Oto right now, our departure won't even register. Yesh, and I thought you had it bad for that snake Orochimaru. Suigetsu muttered, staring at the young woman with disbelief. Orochimaru-sama is dead. Karen said, her tone distant. At his disbelieving look, she expanded, I'm one of the best censor specialists in the elemental nations. Once I heard that the village was attacked, I stretched my abilities to the limits, and Orochimaru is gone. But isn't there like a limit on the range on that sort of crap? Suigetsu asked, shocked and slightly giddy at the mere concept. With Orochimaru gone, he was free to do as he damn well pleased from now on. Normally. But there are special circumstances. If you're skilled enough and are familiar enough with a person's chakra, you can usually locate them over otherwise impossible distances. Karen explained, shrugging, her face darkening. Orochimaru-sama is dead. Well, then, Suigetsu said, gesturing at the unconscious Uchiha on the ground. Why the hell are we still dragging her ass around? We could just leave her here and go right for your brother. I may have no loyalty to that village, but Orochimaru not only saved me but gave me a life as well as a purpose. Karen said, her tone tight. He assigned me this mission, and even if I have no intent to ever return to that village now that he's gone, I will complete this mission. Okay, Suigetsu said, throwing his hands up in annoyance. So how the hell are you going to manage that? Can you tell me that? Because I'm honestly getting tired of just wandering around in the damn countryside. Gah, must you be so annoying? Karen shot back before sniffing disdainfully. Besides, we're not just wandering around. We're on the way to a man that will safeguard the body until Odo sends someone to retrieve it. You trust this wacko? Shino is a mercenary doctor that has in the past shared several forbidden tensei techniques with Orochimaru-sama. Karen answered, he is also in severe debt to Orochimaru-sama, so he'll be more than happy to do this. Fine. Suigetsu muttered and scooped his burden up from the ground, slinging the Uchiha over his shoulder once more. Let's get this shit over with so I can find Zabuza-senpai's sword. Karen snorted, but remained silent, taking the lead once more, which Suigetsu decided was not an entirely bad thing as it gave him something to watch. Thanks to the view and her hot pants, he could easily forget about how much of a total bitch she could be. Not that he was about to let her know what he was thinking or staring at, he had enough experience with her to know that she'd make his life hell if she knew. Are you staring at my ass? Karen asked, not breaking stride. As if I'd stare at that. Suigetsu shot back, startled at her use of ass, but not feeling the least bit embarrassed about staring at it. Still, no way was he going to admit to it. Good. Karen said simply, but Suigetsu thought her hips took on a little more of a sway. Oh crap, she was teasing him. Ugh, my head. Naruto groaned, eyes opening to stare at the murky blackness that obscured the ceiling. Sitting up with a grunt, he used a hand to support his weight. Taking in his surroundings, Naruto was unsurprised to realize he was sitting in a puddle of water, in an underground maintenance tunnel, with leaky, rusty pipes. Great, just what he wanted to wake up to. Taking a deep breath, Naruto got to his feet and stretched. He could remember flashes of a battle, but no details, not that it surprised him, since he rarely remembered exact details that put him in this damn tunnel. Deciding that standing around wouldn't accomplish anything, he started down the seemingly endless hallway, listening to dripping water and his own breathing. Sometimes he wondered why this damn place appeared this way. Was it supposed to symbolize his mental state or maybe his soul? Ero-Sennin had never really been able to offer a good reason. The best he could was that it was merely some sort of representation so he could safely interact with the Kyuubi without mental strain. Naruto felt this explained things well enough, especially when he entered the ill-lit cavernous room that housed the towering gates that kept the most dangerous creature in the world at bay. Okay, you overgrown bunny, Naruto said, coming to a stop a few feet away from the bars, staring at the dozing demon. What do you want? I was having a perfectly good nap, you rodent, the deep, inhuman voice of the Kyuubi shot back. Shifting its head, the massive fox demon stared at him. I would eat you if I thought I wouldn't get parasites. Yak, 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 Naruto said with a shrug. So why am I here? Bah, how should I know? The Kyuubi retorted, yawning. I mean, you did use some of my chakra. Why would I do that? Obviously you were in over your head, the Kyuubi said with a barking laugh. You should be grateful for my benevolence in loaning such a weak rodent as you my strength. Whatever, you flea-bitten rabbit. Naruto shot back, rolling his eyes. As conversations with the Kyuubi went, this counted as friendly, which was a rare experience. I tell you a last time, yellow rat, do not call me that. The Kyuubi growled, baring its massive fangs. Rabbit. Naruto said with a vindictive smirk. The Kyuubi suddenly exploded to its feet, boiling chakra flooding from between the bars of the prison, causing the gate to groan ominously, forcing Naruto to retreat with inhuman speed. I have strode the land, and cleaved stone from stone. Oceans have fled and mountains crumbled at my mere presence. I have made the moon bleed and scattered the ashes of nations to the 9 corners of the world. When I am free, the seas will boil, the living will envy the dead, and I promise that your suffering will be so horrific that those few who survive my wrath shall whisper of it in terrified whimpers for all eternity. Naruto winced, backed all the way to the entrance of the chamber. One of these days, he would have to stop poking the damn fox with a proverbial stick. The chakra-receding Naruto stepped back into the room, ignoring the ankle-deep water, preparing for a barb of his own. Naruto rolled to the side, adopting a low crouch in one fluid motion, eyes darting around. It took him a minute to reorient and discover that he was inside a stomach, with a surprised samurai staring at him. His mind was beginning to fill in the blanks. Naruto relaxed his posture so he was half kneeling, his right arm throbbing. Lifting his arm, he gave it a brief scan. It looked normal, but it seemed like there was something off. Flexing his hand, he frowned. It didn't feel like anything was wrong. Giving it a quick shake, he turned his attention toward the samurai. The older man looked anxious, but he was simply watching Naruto, as if he had expected a reaction like this. I feel like crap, Naruto finally said, which earned him a grim smile from the samurai. So, how are things? Better than what it could have been, the samurai said, shifting his swords to crouch. We were being slaughtered, so being trapped in, whatever this is a better alternative. We lost most of the troops, due to a combination of fatal wounds and a shortage of medical attention, but we're holding steady at 25 now. Ino, Naruto shouted, bolting to his feet to look around frantically. He could remember a trail of blood as she skidded across the ice. Panic and dread had just started to set in when he heard his name shouted in return and spun around, just in time for Ino to pull him into a hug. Naruto actually had to struggle for breath, but what did that matter since Ino was the one hugging him? He hugged back tightly, burying his face into the crook of her neck, savoring her scent, before they separated, each looking a tad embarrassed. Spotting a bandage on her thigh, he looked at her intently. Ino? Ino, as if sensing what he meant, touched the bandage, explaining the situation. I didn't want to waste what chakra I had on something like this. Not that it did much good, I saved as many as I could, but I'm not a fully trained medic. Maybe, Naruto said, relief flooding through him, washing away his dread, but you did more than enough. I guess so, Ino said, sounding less than convinced. Naruto studied her for a moment, before realizing how much pressure she had to have been under while he was out. If this was one of those crappy books he or Ero Sanin wrote, he would be obligated to hug her and whisper comforting words. Naruto instead chose to employ a different tactic, one that had been his lifelong companion. Humor. If you want, I could kiss that thigh better, Naruto, Ino said tiredly, glancing at him oddly. Yes? Naruto asked, disappointed that his, admittedly weak, joke had went over like a lead balloon. As much as I appreciate that offer, Ino continued, flashing him a wicked grin. If your mouth is going to be that far south, then it better be somewhere else. It took a full 3 seconds before what Ino meant clicked, and Naruto felt his eyes widening. He actually sputtered. That was the first time Ino had ever made such an overt suggestion. It left him unsure of if he should take her seriously or not, though her chuckling gave him a clue. Not to interrupt, the samurai said, clearing his throat, but we do have some important things to deal with at the moment. Right, Naruto said quickly, pleased to see Ino flushing as she remembered they weren't alone. Turning to face the samurai, Naruto began stretching his arms out. I take it, you mean getting out of here and back to the base? Yes, Uzumaki-sama, the samurai said, hesitating before arching an eyebrow. Speaking of here, where are we exactly? It looks like a stomach. Oh, it is, Naruto said, waving a hand absently as he did a few quick squats. Every toad summoner has a stomach they can hop in or hide out in. We're inside a frog? Ino asked, startled. Toad, Naruto corrected absently, glancing at her as a thought occurred to him. Nisei isn't here, is he? After I did what I could for the wounded, I looked around, but he's not here, Ino confirmed grimly. I'm not surprised, Naruto said quietly, shaking any thoughts about Nisei off. Naruto had no reason to worry about the other boy. Nisei was more than capable of handling things. Gathering chakra to his hand, Naruto let out a breath, "Tell everyone to hold hands." Ino and the samurai stared at him blankly but then quickly began spreading the word, leaving Naruto to touch the side of the stomach wall. It undulated oddly beneath his hand, but Naruto blocked out the unique and somewhat disgusting sensation, instead focusing on communicating with Gamajun. The toad was not happy, not by any stretch of the imagination, but he did as requested, starting toward the surface, and Naruto quickly moved to the exit point, grabbing the first hand that was free. "Whatever you do, don't let go of each other," Naruto shouted, bracing himself for the coming task. The floor and walls began to undulate, closing in, compressing them. Naruto felt the crush and push peripherally. All that mattered was the rapidly approaching opening. The trip through the esophagus seemed to last forever before Naruto grimaced, passing a hand through the mouth, grasping the snowy ground. Muscles contracting, Naruto hauled his body through the opening, grimacing as he finished crawling out, then turning pulled with his other hand, extracting a gasping and wild-eyed samurai. Grunting, Naruto exchanged hands, pulling the third one out, repeating the process several more times. Ino came out looking less wild-eyed and more disgusted. Several minutes later, Naruto pulled the last samurai free of the tiny toad, who promptly flipped Naruto off before disappearing beneath the water. Prickly bastards, Naruto thought, collapsing to a sitting position in the snow. Sensing motion from behind him, he craned his head back to stare at Ino, who was glowering down at him, hands on her hips. He couldn't stop his chortle, which only made Ino glower even harder, which made Naruto laugh outright. "Yeah, laugh it up later," Ino said, kicking snow at him. "We need to get our asses in gear." Right, Naruto said, getting to his feet, looking over the samurai who were picking themselves up. Satisfied with that, Naruto turned his attention to the surrounding area. The snow on the ground was fresh and the trees ringing the clearing were twisted and charred. "How long were we in Gamajun?" Naruto asked, glancing at Ino, who shrugged. Naruto mentally grumbled about that. There was no telling how the situation had changed. Better to assume that they were behind the enemy lines. Their best option would be the prearranged rendezvous point. "Ino-chan?" "Don't know, lost track after the first 12 hours. Ino said, knowing wordlessly what he was going to ask. "We have several wounded. Plus, we need to go slow and search for Nisei." "Crap," Naruto muttered, glancing at Ino, who got the message and turned to pass the word on to the samurai. Turning back, Naruto studied the area. He scowled, trying to judge which direction they needed to go in. He could roughly guess the path they took to this point, but they needed the quickest path back to their safe point. "Ready?" Ino asked. "Best I can figure, we head that way," Naruto said, pointing off to the right. "I think it'll be the most direct path back. I'll make some Kage Bunshin to scout around." Ino made an indistinct noise and motioned with her hand, setting out as the samurai fell into line behind her. Naruto fell in at a slower pace, creating Kage Bunshin as he went. As he watched the last one rush off, the blonde rubbed his neck tiredly, feeling exhausted both physically and mentally, which was a first for him. His mind kept going around in circles. How long were they in the toad? How could he have made such a stupid lunge during that fight? Were Nisei and the others still alive? Was Akatsuki going to turn up soon? What about Hanabi? Was she still alive or had she been killed when Kumo swept through unhindered? Naruto felt like he was slowly going mad with such relentless thoughts. All he really wanted to do was crawl into a dry, warm bed and sleep for the next week. Not that it was going to happen, but that's what he wanted. Hell, even a patch of earth scraped free of snow sounded like heaven. Naruto felt certain that if he could just get a few hours of sleep, real sleep. Naruto shook his head sharply, forcing himself to stop thinking about sleep. Letting his mind wander was a huge liability. Ero Sanin had hammered that into his head repeatedly. Focus, he had to stay focused on what he was doing, otherwise very bad things happened. Of course this had mostly been in relation to his training toward harnessing the Kyuubi. It was frighteningly easy to lose your sense of self in the flood of a demon's power. There were few things quite as addicting or destructive. A snapping twig jerked him back to the present, away from the memories of his training trip. Looking around intently, he spotted Ino trudging heedlessly along with the samurai. Naruto considered discarding the noise as his mind playing tricks on him, when he heard the faint sound of metal on metal, and he came to a sudden abrupt halt. Straining, Naruto stretched his senses out, trying to catch more of the faint sounds. Maybe it was lingering after effects of the Kyuubi's chakra. There was no telling when it came to that damn fox's chakra. Naruto snapped his head to the right, eyes narrowing as he heard the metal on metal sound yet again. He wasn't just imagining it. "Naruto?" Ino asked suddenly from his side. "Did you hear something just now?" Naruto asked in return, his attention never wavering from the source of the noise. "No," Ino said, stepping into the edge of his vision. "What do you hear?" "Sounds like a battle," Naruto said after a moment, frustrated at not knowing for sure. "I'll go take a look." "You sure about that?" Ino asked, an anxious look flashing across her face as he glanced at her. "If you get captured." "I won't," Naruto said, grinning before adding, "but just in case." "What do yo meth?" Ino managed, as he pulled her against him, capturing her mouth in a kiss. Ino froze for a moment, startled, and then her mouth began working feverishly against his as her arms wrapped around his neck. Her hold pulled him even tighter against her, forcing their bodies to make as much contact as possible. This was by no means the first kiss they had shared, but the previous ones had all been kisses in the vein of desperate last-chance kisses. This kiss, it was more along the lines of a hungry, consuming, passionate kiss, starting soft and chaste before growing into white-hot flames. But what made Naruto truly enjoy this kiss more than anything was the fact that Ino was whimpering. There was just something about that whimper that Naruto found insanely sexy. Breaking the kiss, each breathing heavily, they stood there for a second longer before Naruto took several unsteady steps back and then, grinning stupidly, turned, taking off into the snow-covered forest. It was a testimony to his skills that when he took to the tree branches that he didn't break his neck as the kiss played through his mind, but he managed to eventually put it to the back of his mind. A moment later, he got a jolt of knowledge and shifted directions while picking up speed. From what his Kage Bunshin had gathered, before self-poofing, Lee seemed to be on his last leg, staring down a team of Kumo ninja. It wasn't until he reached the last area his Kage Bunshin had been in that Naruto realized that his own body seemed oddly taxed. Shaking it off, he focused instead on Lee, who exploded into the clearing with a Kumo ninja hot on his trail, vapors of steam wafting from his body. A brief exchange of punches and kicks made it abundantly clear that Lee had pushed his body too far and that the steam was left over from his use of the inner gates. Still, despite the weakened condition, Lee seemed to be holding his own, so Naruto turned his attention trying to spot the other 3 Kumo ninja. Spotting 2 emerging from either side of Lee in a pincer-type movement, Naruto acted. Selecting a pair of kunai, he fired both at the different targets, and a hand seal later, he transformed that single those 2 blades into a multiplying storm of death. Both Kumo ninja reacted with similar vigor, dodging as the kunai struck the ground, exploding. Naruto was already circling around to the nearest enemy as the first lightning bolt struck his previous location, splitting the tree in half. Hitting the ground, Naruto broke cover, charging toward the startled enemy. The Kumo nin reacted smoothly, plunging a kunai at Naruto's face without a single moment of hesitation. Naruto for his part shifted his weight, while managing to betray no hint of motion, avoided the strike and slip inside the man's guard. The Kumo ninja had a moment to register his sudden disappearing reappearing act before Naruto had shoved an angled kunai through the soft side of the chin, severing the windpipe and spinal cord in one motion. Grabbing the arm of the now limp body, as blood cascaded from the blow, he spun, using it as a shield as several shuriken and kunai whistled toward him. 2 quick steps forward and a shove through the body in the path of the attacker, which proved pointless as a dragon made of lightning tore through the body without even slowing down. Countering with a wall of wind, Naruto escaped the immediate area, disappearing back into the forest, pausing long enough to check up on Lee, before racing off yet again. His efforts at luring the enemy away were redoubled as a nearby tree exploded into splinters from a lightning bolt, many of which found their way into Naruto's exposed flesh, not that he paid them any particular attention. Skidding to a halt, as another tree exploded from lightning, Naruto shifted directions, intent on playing a dangerous game of tag. Still, he had to keep this up until the enemy made a mistake, which he doubted would happen anytime soon. Emotion darted across his peripheral vision, and he turned that way before jumping as a wolf made of lightning lunged for his throat. Grabbing an overheard branch, Naruto changed directions abruptly as a tree toppled from being sheared in half. Rebounding off two other trees gaining height, he spotted his attacker and formed the hand seals before unleashing a futon atsugai. As the blast of wind went off crushing that area, his hand snapped out, sending a kunai attached to a wire to that snagged a branch, and that swing him clear of the blast zone. Landing a little more heavily than he had expected, Naruto had a moment to catch his breath before a kunai soared at him from above. Swearing, he threw his body into motion, clearing the circle of death, which promptly crackled with lightning, and he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He'd taken care of 2 ninja, but he'd forgotten about the third. Skidding to a halt, he changed direction when the newest Kumo ninja attacked from out of nowhere, striking out with a hand humming with electricity. Naruto escaped the first blow, and then the second, but he was a half-minute too slow on the third and took a glancing blow to the arm which went numb. Panting, he kicked up a cascade of snow, temporarily blinding his enemy while putting even more distance between them while buying time for one of his leftover Kage Bunshin to arrive. The Kumo ninja recovered quicker than expected and pressed his attack, an arrogant smirk on his face. Each strike was coming closer and closer, leaving his skin tingling, and Naruto began to wonder if this bastard could read him like that ass from the prison camp. If this was another Jinkurai, if he remembered the name Nisei had told him right, then he was in trouble with only one arm. Dodging an overhand strike, Naruto realized that perhaps he was overestimating this guy. He seemed less skilled in reading him than others. Ducking beneath a powerful kick, Naruto shot to the side, wondering how much longer the damn fox would take. It wasn't like this was a lung or something, his arm should have been healed by now. A second later his arm was filled with a painful tingling sensation, like millions of knives were stabbing through his arm, followed by the searing heat he had grown familiar with. About damn time, Naruto thought darkly, kicking even more snow into the man's field of vision, feeling slightly light-headed. "Hold still, you bastard!" The Kumo ninja shouted, face red in anger as he wiped the snow from his face and sprang forward. A second later he came to an abrupt halt, arms being pulled painfully backward as a Kage Bunshin grabbed him in a half-Nelson, its legs hooking around his hips. The opening would only last for a few seconds, but Naruto didn't need much time even with his still recovering arm. The churka swirled to life in his hand, the air whistling as the Rasengan swirled the air around it. 2 quick steps brought him into striking distance, and bringing his arm forward slammed the swirling mass of chakra into the stationary Kumo ninja. There was a brief moment of non-motion before the Kumo ninja was blown off his feet and sent spinning backward before crashing through several trees. Naruto, panting, studied the path of destruction left behind, then turned as the sound of a snapping twig caught his attention. Thankfully it was just Lee who came stumbling into the area, looking worse than ever. Lee paused, using a tree to support himself, grinning in that disturbingly bright way that he had apparently mastered. "Yash, my flames of youth still burn brightly." "Great," Naruto said, blinking even exhausted. "You're just freaky." Chapter 35, Volume 5, Faces of Evil, The Days of Remorse. Location unknown, Orochimaru's safe house. Anko stared at the flames dancing in the brazier, as if in a trance, watching as the flames as they danced and chased away the chill in the small safe house. It was the first time in the last month since Orochimaru had given her team the orders for this suicidal mission that she'd been alone and able to relax. To make matters worse, Anko had been dealing with a perpetual headache and the near-constant terror of her speaking up. The surprisingly loud crack hiss as a piece of charcoal broke apart jerked Anko out of her trance, and she absently added a spare piece of charcoal to the fire and thanked the kami for small favors. She would have hated spending the last few nights without a fire. They were just entering the coldest month of the year, and the small safe house had nothing usable in the way of blankets or food, And if the safe house wasn't so small, the brazier wouldn't have been worth a damn either. Sighing, Anko let her mind turn to the mission briefly before frowning as she realized how much time had passed. Giran and Ishidate should have been back by now. Could Konoha have changed their patrol routes already? No, they wouldn't be changing the pattern until next month, which meant that those two had messed up and were now busy trying to correct it. Shaking her head, Anko turned her attention to the changing shadows on the wall behind the brazier, thinking about the daunting task ahead of her. Of course, when Orochimaru had issued his orders, he'd done so as if what he was asking would be no more difficult than crossing a street. But the truth was, he had given her a nigh impossible task to assassinate the Hokage in the heart of Konoha. She had to kill Kakashi. Not so easy, is it? Shut up. Anko hissed, and if possible her headache grew worse. She didn't need this, but her other self wouldn't leave her alone. Telling yourself to shut up doesn't quite work. A pause. Besides, I'm just making conversation. We're about to kill our boyfriend, or would he be an ex now? He was nothing. Anko snarled under her breath, fists clenching so tight that her knuckles cracked. She didn't have time to argue, there was a job to do. She'd gotten them through the Kaikekai undetected, and she would be the one to kill the Hokage. But silently Anko grumbled that it should have been enough that she'd gotten them through the Kaikekai, which had been taxing enough. But sadly, while Giran and Gozu might have the raw power to challenge the man, and Ishidate could always get lucky, none of them had the experience needed. Nothing, huh? Came the sarcastic reply. Funny, you seem to be having a lot of trouble planning this out for someone that's nothing. Bitch. Yes, we are. Anko exploded to her feet, a string of curses on her lips, but choked them back as she registered a creak from the veranda. Turning, she faced the open doorway, expecting Ishidate, Giran, or an Umbu. It turned out to be the second of the three. A minute or two later, Ishidate entered the small room, and as he moved to lean against a wall, Anko focused her attention on Giran, arching an eyebrow. Well? The area is prepared. Giran answered, frowning slightly. I planted my crystals around the tower, so whenever you're ready, we can move and ensure nobody will get in the way. Good. What about Gozu? He says his part is ready any time, Giran answered, half shrugging. He did caution that the others are getting nervous and those things restless. Well, it won't be much longer, Anko said, cracking her neck before turning to consider the smug Ishidate. So? You were right, Konoha is undermanned. Mostly Genin and Chunin, with a scattering of Jonin and Umbu. Ishidate explained, leaning against a nearby wall, arms crossed. This should be easy since the bulk of their forces have gone north. Don't get cocky. Anko said, fighting a frown. She should be happy to hear it. After all, her plan hinged on the barrier and the fact that Konoha would have geared up for a big final push in the battle against Otogakure in the north. But things rarely worked as planned, especially infiltrating a powerful ninja village and killing the leader. Just because Konoha is sending the bulk of its force north in preparation for the battle in Edioto doesn't mean it'll just roll on its back and spread its legs like your mother. At the moment, the Hokage is still here and Tenzo the Umbu commander, so don't take them lightly. Whatever. Ishidate growled, eyes narrowing. I still don't get why we're striking now, this is insane. We should wait. You said he'll be on the move soon. Yes, in another day or so the Hokage would start moving toward Edioto as well. He's missed the other major battles in Region 2, but he wouldn't miss this one. Anko said, rolling her eyes, which means he'd be on guard and ready for ambush. But at the moment, compared to later, his security is going to be lax, and since I know the route for Konoha patrols and the security procedure for when the Hokage is in village, it's the best choice. Doesn't make much sense to me. Ishidate sneered. It doesn't need to make sense to you. Anko said, giving him a flat stare that made him tense. All you have to do is follow my orders. Anko-sama, Giran said carefully, are there any further details for the plan? Not many details left. Akno explained, meeting the other woman's gaze blandly. Giran, make sure you're in place for when Gozu unleashes the distraction. We want maximum chaos to lure as many of the ninja in the tower out before you grow that dome. Right. I'll handle the ones that don't leave the tower. Anko continued, turning her gaze back to Ishidate. Which means the actual assassination is up to you. Don't worry about it. Ishidate said, grinning widely. Hokage or not, he won't be able to handle me. Right, Anko thought sarcastically, if it takes Kakashi more than 5 minutes to kill you, I'll defect back to Konoha. Let's go. Konoha, hidden bunker, barrier team. The Kaikekai was an often whispered about topic. It surrounded Konoha and served as an early warning system ensuring that the village would not be caught unaware. Not that it was infallible, but the methods in which you could bypass the barrier were limited. The first method was rather simple, involving a lone ninja passing through the barrier and then summoning their comrades, but the barrier interception team would be on the invading ninja before they could do much of anything. The second method was a little more complicated since it required that the ninja first channel their chakra to form a thin layer over their body, followed by manipulating the chakra layer to harmonize with the frequency of the barrier. This in turn would make them invisible to those monitoring the Kaikekai, allowing the ninja to come and go as they desired, but such a technique was known to only 3 ninja: the Hokage, Umbu commander, and the Jonin commander. However, for a genin fresh from the academy, being part of Konoha's barrier team protecting the village from unexpected threats was untold excitement compared to D-rank missions. Sadly, after years of doing the same thing without variation, any excitement the job had held was bled away. The near-maddening monotony of the task was made worse by the fact that you had to sit quietly in meditation to sync your chakra to the massive barrier's frequency. Meaning that unlike normal guard duty, you had no scenery other than the inside of your eyelids, and it was required that you kept your mind empty and formless for maximum sensitivity. Not that it was all bad. As a member of the barrier team, all of your bills and needs were covered by the village. Unfortunately, that meant you lived, ate and slept in the same place that you worked for the rest of your life, thus ensuring that you had no personal life. Indeed, as a member of the barrier team, the only social interaction you got was playing cards with the other barrier team members on a lunch break, or the occasional visiting official. The interception teams had it better, though not by much. Still, being a member of the Konoha barrier team was an important, if boring, responsibility. Or so the members of the Konoha barrier team told themselves. Western Gate, intruders in all sectors. Ground barrier breached, Central Market District. Sky barrier breached, Civilian Residential District. Northern Gate, intruders in all sectors. Southern Gate, intruders in all sectors. Eastern Gate, intruders in all sectors. Alert the Hokage. Konoha, near the East Gate. Yuzuki Uego grimaced as she raced along the street filled with panicking civilians, heading for her team's designated meeting spot. Yes, her team had been on standby, so it was perfectly acceptable for them to slip away for some dinner, but it was also stupid of her to go so far away from the chosen location. Growing frustrated with the lack of progress, and worried from the distant noise of combat and chaos, Yugao lunged from the street to a nearby awning, then with a side flip jumped across the street to the edge of a rooftop's chain-link fence, and then back flipped her way to the top of a water reserve tower on the building behind her. Landing in a crouch, the Umbu captain swept her gaze out across the distance. Explosions and blooming fires dotted the landscape in a vast swatch, but paid particular attention to the crystalline dome that had engulfed the Hokage tower. Were they trying to isolate the Hokage, or was it merely an attack that had missed its mark? A rough shake of her head dismissed such thoughts, and with a surge of her chakra she shot forward across the rooftops with a series of Shunshin no Jutsu. The closer she drew to the nearest battle, the more pronounced how badly the village had been caught off guard. The barrier extended 10 miles beyond the village walls. Approaching enemy should have been detected well before they could reach the village itself. For that matter, even if many of their shinobi were heading north for the Edioto battle, Konoha had continued to maintain patrols even further out. Registering movement on a street below, Yugao came to an abrupt halt to find a child crawling backwards away from the prone form of a teenager, her shirt riding up obscenely round her midriff, head bent backwards like a broken doll. Yugao soon realized he was actually backing away from the Oto ninja hovering over the body, one that was adopting a predatory position, and Yugao drew a kunai before leaping into the Oto nin's path, driving her bladed weapon into the man's chest. The Oto nin stumbled back from the impact, but didn't fall over nor seem bothered by the blade protruding from their chest. Yugao wondered briefly if they were wearing some kind of armor, when she caught sight of her opponent's eyes, eerie blue, almost white, lifeless eyes for AA, and a chill raced up her spine. The word Shirnin flashed through her mind even as she dodged, narrowly avoiding the punch aimed at her. This was definitely not good. Shirnin were little more than whispered rumors to most. They had quickly become the boogeyman of both the younger generation of ninja and civilians, whose imaginations were filled with countless stories about the Shirnin. They brutally attacked anything that moved. It was whispered that only the strongest of ninja could stop a single Shirnin, and it was a firmly held belief that if a Shirnin was close enough to be seen, then it was already too late. Those that had encountered Shirnin would love to have refuted such things, but sadly instead would admit that such things were completely accurate for most people. Yugao scowled as she dodged yet again, realized she hadn't moved far enough, and brought her arm up to block the incoming kick. The impact made her whole arm ache, as well as crack the forearm protector she was wearing. Yugao lunged to the side, pushed off the wall, launching back toward the rooftops, attempting to lure the creature away from the child and to buy her some time to figure out how to handle such a dangerous thing. The sound of rushing footsteps on the roof behind her alerted her that the Shirnin had taken the bait. When she noticed they were getting louder, she realized the Shirnin was closing fast. Speeding up, Yugao jumped as she reached the edge of the roof, almost seeming to glide as she sailed through the air. Landing, she ran 10 more steps before pivoting, hurling a series of exploding kunai at the Shirnin as it landed awkwardly behind her. The explosions bloomed into the sky, but impossibly, each and everyone had missed the chosen target. The Shirnin was barreling toward her so inhumanly fast that it almost didn't register, but Yugao reacted with a palm heel to Thing's nose, breaking it, followed by a spinning kick to its sternum, knocking it off its feet. The Thing was back on its feet in an instant and charging yet again, narrowly dodging the kunai and shuriken Yugao was hurling at it. Shouting wordlessly, Yugao brought her right arm around, slamming the metal of the forearm protector into its incoming fist, and then spinning behind the Shirnin drove an elbow into its back, forcing it to slam face first into the gravel of the roof. Jumping away from the sprawling creature, arms and leg aching, she swore, hitting that thing was like hitting a concrete slab, and it was matching the speed of a shunshin without using any chakra. Landing, she rued not having more deadly ninjutsu and hated the fact that she was going to have to use the only thing worthwhile she'd ever inherited from her father. Bringing her hands together, she began forming the hand seals to activate her bloodline, even as the now recovered Shirnin barreled down on her. Inhaling deeply, then gulping down twice more to increase the amount of air she was holding, Yugao centered herself and activated her Jin-tun. She had 4 minutes to finish this fight, which was an eternity more than she actually needed. A flash of intense heat followed by a void of air, less space surrounding her body followed, and then Yugao disappeared into motion, darting to the right, leaving behind a heat illusion. Pivoting, she looped around, zooming in at the faint blur that was her target. Drawing her sword, she slashed at its back but missed due to mistiming her distance, and was forced to shift directions, running in another wider loop, multiplying her speed. Now the Shirnin was little more than a blob of multicolor blurs, forcing her to aim for the center mass of the mess. Normally her blade wouldn't have been able to pierce the bones, but at the speed she was traveling, the metal slid into the Shirnin without effort, but she didn't stop her forward momentum, which carried them both over the side of the roof. Only they went in different directions. Yugao used the Shirnin as a launching pad, so that she soared high into the air, twisting as she did so that her blade sliced the now descending Shirnin in half. The motion and her leap into the air combined to bleed a good portion of her momentum off. Yugao was just thankful that she hadn't achieved her full speed. Reaching the peak of her jump, her world briefly returned to focus, the village spreading out beneath her, flares of far-flung ninjutsu and explosions dotting her view. A second later, gravity reasserted its hold on her and she plummeted toward the ground, causing Yugao to clench her teeth as she spread her limbs out of instinct to slow her descent, not remembering that she existed in a vacuum at the moment. Then suddenly the vacuum was gone and the wind slammed into her, like hundreds of tiny blades slicing into her exposed flesh, hair whipping wildly behind her. Yugao tilted forward and raised her hands over her head, the ground coming up at her extremely fast. It only took a few seconds for her to realize that this wasn't going to work. If the impact didn't kill her, it would definitely cripple her. But she did have an option. Stretching her arm out, she bit her lip as a cable hung with multicolored lanterns went taut as she grabbed it. Her shoulder seemed to pop out of socket from the sudden jarring, and the sudden change in momentum nearly broke her neck as she swung around and launched herself toward a nearby roof. Yugao hit the roof with her knees unlocked, dropping to the ground and rolling with the impact. It was bone-jarring and disorientating. Somersaulting up, she continued running to stave off the deadly results of suddenly stopping at her current speed. Reaching the edge of the roof, Yugao hurtled her body into the air, her body leveling into a dive, clearing 2 more buildings from sheer momentum as the whole world seems to spin on its axis. Hitting the next rooftop, she rolled back to her feet and continued running, gradually slowing down, until with one last jump she landed on the next rooftop and, rolling over a shoulder, came up on one knee, braced for an attack. When none came, Yugao took in her surroundings, struggling to control her breathing to keep from hyperventilating now that she was free of the vacuum necessary for the Jinton. Her body ached in 100 different places from the impacts she had taken. It felt like one of her ribs had broken, probably from the initial impact, and she could feel the blood trickling from the dozens of lacerations covering her shoulders, thanks to the pebbles that littered the rooftops. It all served as a painful reminder as to why she rarely used her bloodline, even if it was the only useful thing her father ever passed on. The risks simply outweighed the benefits the majority of the time. Reaching up to her dislocated shoulder, she gritted her teeth and forced it back into place. That done and her breathing back to normal, she resumed her movement to her team's meeting location while blocking out the splotches of blood and other signs of slaughter on the streets below. It took all her training to keep her emotions in check as she noticed a little girl's shoe and blood-stained leg peeking out from an alley. There would be time enough for anger and mourning later. Catching sight of one of her current teams, Fu, 3 houses to the left, she shifted directions. Glancing below, she saw a starving dog running away from the direction she was headed in, before looking pointedly away from a mother, clutching a bundle of blankets that lay unmoving in the street. Yuego tried to take some comfort that while some had been lost, others would be safe, since the people of Konoha knew procedure for invasions. The instant it had started, they began deserting the shops, bars, and restaurants. By now, many should be in the green zones, the safety buildings under genin guard. Not that genin would be able to do much against Shirnin, but it was better than nothing. Still, those chunin in charge of the green zones would have been given orders to make sure that should the first responders fail, that none of the civilians were to be subjected to the Shirnin. Yuego Forcible stopped thinking about that. Those orders would never be followed because they had both a Sannin in the village and the Hokage. Hatake Kakashi, her former Samapi within Umbu and then Umbu commander, Yugao had no doubt he'd be more than enough to turn the tide of this battle once he got involved, but there was the small matter of that massive pink crystal dome surrounding the Hokage tower. Loyalty fought against duty as she remembered that dome, but duty won out. No, Kakashi was Hokage, and there was no way he'd be stopped by something like that. Landing on the house across from Fu, she exchanged a silent nod with the other man. No sooner had she arrived than Toryun did, with missing pieces of armor and a hastily wrapped bloody bandage on his left forearm and right shoulder. It was at times like this Yugao wished she had learned some medical techniques. Her normal team had a field medic, but this was a temporary team, and since this was an emergency, all medic ninja were regulated to the hospital and the safe houses. What happened? Fu asked, tilting his head slightly. A group of Shirnin had cornered a group of genin, helping some civvies, trying to escape. Toryun answered dourly, it was a near thing, but I bought them enough time to get to the rooftops and away from the area. Are you up for this? Yugao asked, keeping her tone bland, angry at the possibility of dealing with a less than healthy team member. I'm still good for combat. Good. Yugao grunted, adjusting her mask slightly, before setting out, with the others in tow. Our orders are to find Shirnin, kill Shirnin, then rinse and repeat. Remember, these things are fast and strong, and they come in 2 stages. There's supposed to be a third stage, but we've yet to see one. Anyway, there is only one way to deal with these Shirnin. Kill them. Fu said grouchily. Head's the best target. The ribcage and sternum are mutated to the point that kunai snap when you try piercing through them. Yugao said, noticing other Umbu teams darting across the rooftops in the distance. Subtly and stealth cast away for speed, obviously they didn't know about the real danger to dealing with the Shirnin. A side objective, the Shirnin are mindless creatures, for the most part, so keep an eye out for any Oto ninja. Take them out and the fights get a hell of a lot easier. Both men grunted their understanding, reminding Yugao that she was not the only experienced Umbu member present. Group of genin at 10 o'clock, Fu said, his tone barely a gravelly whisper. They have civilians with them, mostly women and children. Toryun added his tone grave. The Shirnin are closing fast from behind. Here we go. Yugao murmured as they shifted to the left and continued northwest of their previous location. Fu, keep an eye out for the enemy ninja. Toryun, you're behind me. Anything that gets by you, take them out. We don't let anything get past us. The destination came into view a block ahead of them, and Fu separated, falling back slightly, as a group of civilians herded by 3 genin hurtle around the corner. One of them tripped and fell, missed by the rear guard genin. By the time the man got back to his feet, the horde of Shirnin had rounded the corner. Drawing her sword, she began molding chakra into her blade along with boosting her speed with chakra, aware that she was already too late for the man. The lead Shirnin tackled the man from behind, snarling as the weight of the impact carried them both to the ground. The Shirnin was brutal, grabbing a fist full of hair and smashing the man's head repeatedly against the street. The other Shirnin continued past the brutal assault, and the rear genin, who she saw now as wearing glasses, was beginning to lag behind, unnoticed by the orange-haired kunoichi on the left or the teal-haired kunoichi in the lead. With a powerful leap, Yugao launched into the air, her sword sweeping overhead. There was a breathless second of weightlessness as she reached the peak of her jump, and then she was dropping toward the street below. As the wind rushed past her face, hair streaming behind her, a faint smile tugged at her lips at the old thrill racing through her body. Yugao hit the ground behind the fleeting genin and civilians with her knees unlocked, dropping to the ground and rolling with the impact. The instant after she finished her roll, she plunged the blade of her sword into the pavement, releasing one of Hiate's dance as though Dori notes were Rakusuki. The ground exploded upward and out from the technique, sending chunks of stone and debris slamming into the Shirnin, momentarily disrupting their charge. Pulling her blade free of the ground, she regained her feet just as the first Shirnin recovered and charged. She ducked beneath the wild swing of the creature's fist, spinning so that her blade sliced through its neck, decapitating it. The body toppled in a bloody heap behind her as she completed her spin and recentered her stance, sword held before her as the other Shirnin finally began to surge forward. Konoha, Office of the Hokage. Kakashi knew something was wrong almost instantly, thanks to the various seals that protected his office. Some were countermeasures against unwanted surveillance, others for quick encoded messages, and some acted as security alarms. So when the low hum of a barrier team message filled his office followed by the hiss of a security seal, Kakashi moved quickly to prepare for an incoming attack and was thus unsurprised when he looked out at his office window to see the explosions filling his village's streets, nor when 50 feet from his tower a crystalline structure sprung from the ground, no doubt creating a dome around the building. He could have escaped before the dome went up, but then again, this was an assassination attempt. If he escaped, then whoever the assassin was would simply follow him, and Kakashi's forces would no doubt be having a hard enough time defending against the enemy distraction. They didn't need the extra burden of trying to protect their Hokage. So instead he watched the barrier go up, mused about the timing of it, pleased that Tenzu had already left the tower to check on the village patrols. Admittedly, he did consider the possibility that Tenzu had planned the attack, but shook his head disregarding that consideration. Turning away from the window, he moved to the center of the room and stared at the doorway expectantly. The would-be assassin would have to try and bust through the door and take him in one swift attempt. Few ninja could match a Kage in prolonged battle. Maybe they would try and cover their entry with a genjutsu, or some kind of gas, but Kakashi doubted they would attempt such a dubious method of entry. He was proven right in his theory when the door slammed in, though he was surprised when instead of charging into the room, his attacker strolled in as if he had nothing to fear from being in the same room as the Hokage. Kakashi eyed the man curiously, or more correctly he eyed the black and blue armor that the man was wearing. It was made of some strange dark metal, with a large yin-yang symbol in the chest. There was some trick to it, that much was obvious. Then there was the quasi-gauntlet sporting an orange glowing gem the man was wearing on his right hand, which had to be the Izanami no Kugake that had been stolen from Iwa 15 years ago. "What's the matter?" the man asked gloatingly. "Afraid?" "Curious, actually," Kakashi corrected absently, debating on the need to use his Sharingan. Obviously this was a ninja from Oto, and if he was here the man had to have some skill, plus he couldn't discount the armor and gauntlet. Still, if he had been the one to steal the Izanami no Kugake from Iwa, then the bingo book should have been ripe with his image and name, which made Kakashi believe that it had been Orochimaru to steal the gauntlet and was merely allowing this man to use it. "Well, you can be curious in hell," the man shouted, eye twitching as he lunged forward. Kakashi leaned back casually, easily avoiding the blow and the follow-up spinning side kick, which flowed into a downward back fist. Well, the good news was he wouldn't need his Sharingan, nor would he have to waste a kunai, but it was a little disappointing. As the man recovered from his wild momentum, Kakashi casually reached out to grab the man's elbow just above the gauntlet while swiftly bringing his other up to dislocate the shoulder. The assassin cried out pain, but it was cut short as Kakashi forced the gauntlet up, back into the man's own throat. The orange gem glowed brightly, as thin trails of purple chakra trailed along the back of the gauntlet. Flesh turned gray and then slowly to stone. The whole process took only a few seconds before the assassin was now a statue. Kakashi released his grip on the elbow and stepped back to idly study the man's face. It was a mixture of pain and surprise. Shaking his head, the Hokage decided his time would be better spent checking on the progress of taking out the crystals surrounding the building. At least until he heard the sound of clapping from the open doorway. "I'm impressed," a hauntingly familiar voice said, sending a cold chill through Kakashi. He turned slowly, refusing to believe what his ears were telling him, what his nose was smelt. Anko was dead, they had buried her, and Tsunade had done the autopsy personally, so there was no way that he would find Mitarashi Anko standing there. Completing his turn, however, proved such hope. False Anko was leaning against the door frame. The cocked hip revealed bared thigh and short mesh shorts through the slits on either side of the full body, low-cut, off-white tunic and a mesh undershirt exposing her midriff. "I mean, I knew it wouldn't take you long to take him out. But this was faster than I would have imagined," Anko continued, sounding amused as she entered the room, and the Oto forehead protector glinted in the low light, drawing his attention far more than her revealing clothes ever could. "And you used his own weapon against him. That was a masterstroke. This had to be a genjutsu." "What's the matter, Kakashi, nothing to say to me?" Anko asked, giving him a curiously amused look. "You're dead," Kakashi managed, desperately trying to dispel the genjutsu and utterly failing. Every sense he had was screaming that this was indeed Anko, his Anko, but it was such an impossibility that he couldn't fathom how it could be her. "Ebisu said something like that too," Anko said, staring at him evenly, "and in a way you're right. The Anko you knew is dead, she was nothing but a too confining skin that I needed to shed." "Like a snake," Kakashi said flatly. "Well, I am a viper," Anko joked with a grin, but it had none of the warmth or playfulness of the Anko he knew. "I could tell you the story of the viper and the farmer, but we both know how that story goes, don't we? Shinobi Rule 29: Shinobi must be strong enough to destroy their own hearts when it is required, and kill the enemy without hesitation." Hatake Kakashi had lived by that rule for the majority of his life, and knew that it was by far the hardest rule to adhere to as one grew older. It was perhaps the most important rule for a shinobi to learn, if not master, and yet it seemed almost impossible. How could he simply kill Anko, the woman he loved, even if she had turned traitor and faked her own death so that she could rejoin her older master? Registering Anko's deliberate step toward him, Kakashi's attention shifted entirely toward her and despite his better instincts was struck by her femininity. It had been months since he had seen her, heard the way she breathed, saw the way her eyes soaked in this situation with a casualness that hid her true purpose. It was almost intoxicating to him, but he was Hokage and he wasn't going to be killed because he got wrapped up in seeing a woman he thought dead back among the living. If you take another step, Kakashi intoned firmly, even as his heart refused to harden to the thought of what he would have to do. We won't be able to change what will happen. You're assuming things can change. Anko answered softly, stopping. We both know the way this is going to end. The only way it can end for us. There are a lot of ways this can end. Kakashi countered, trying to ignore his emotions. He hadn't felt such inner turmoil since that night when he had confronted Rin, when he had been forced to make the choice between his teammate and the village. Don't delude yourself, Anko said, shaking her head. Either you die or I die. There is no happy ending for us. That was never in our future. It was, once. Kakashi said, finding the fragile calmness that he needed for the situation. Enough talk. Anko suddenly snapped, her demeanor changing, and she sprang forward with all her speed and grace. Kakashi hesitated and it nearly cost him his life, as she drew her hands in and then unleashed twin punches, which sent twin Senijutsu at him. He dodged the snake on the right, leaping into the air, throwing a kunai in his wake to pin the snake's head to the floor. Unfortunately, the snake on the left was far too close to dodge by conventional means, and a hasty kawarimi with a nearby chair was all that saved him from the venomous serpent. Landing, he pivoted, throwing several shuriken at her, but Anko was already darting to the right with a kunai in her hand. The spinning blades were deflected easily enough, but the distraction worked as Kakashi was already breathing out the chakra-enhanced flames of a Katon Gakkaku no Jutsu. The massive ball of red-hot flame scorched the ground and wall of her previous location, leaving behind charred smoking wood. Anko, however, had already dodged to the side and she was now bearing down on him, hurling kunai as she came. Kakashi weaved his way forward and then moved to the side, circling around toward her back, as the metal weapons exploded from their attached notes. Coming to a halt, Kakashi lunged for Anko's exposed backhand, crackling with lightning, but he was a half-step too slow, allowing her to easily dodge the chidori. Not that it would have done much against her if it had hit, Kakashi thought sourly, allowing the lightning chakra to fade from his hand. He hadn't intended to kill her, he couldn't bring himself to fight her with an intent to kill her. His emotions simply wouldn't let him fight her with all of his strength and ruthlessness. She was too precious to him for such things, and such sentimental attachment was going to get him killed. Turning to face Anko, he breathed out in futile preparation, but paused, seeing her press a hand against the side of her head, shoulders trembling. Anko? At his voice, her attention snapped to him and her face twisted into a feral snarl before she attacked him once more ferociously than he had experienced before. It was of such level that for a moment it was all he could do to defend against her assault. At least until an opening presented itself and he sidestepped a punch that could have broken his neck and drove a round kick into her stomach, doubling her over as he drove the air out of her. Twisting, he drove a overhand left into her cheek, stunning her, and then with a sharp spin he slammed his right forearm into her upper chest, sending her somersaulting across the room. Anko hit the wall hard and slid to the ground in a senseless heap, leaving Kakashi the time to wonder what was going on. Something was definitely wrong with her. Could it be that Orochimaru was using some kind of mental control ninjutsu on her? He dismissed that. It was a luxury to think that Anko was being mind-controlled. She was far too independent and bloodthirsty for any kind of jutsu that could control her. Whatever was wrong with her was something different. But the possibility was still there, and he cursed the fact that he was now going to hesitate even more, and damn it, why wasn't he killing her now, while he had that chance, instead of standing here thinking about all of this? But it was too late for a quick end. Anko was back on her feet, panting heavily, and glaring at him with a surprising amount of open hatred. More alarming, however, were the red flames creeping along the left-hand side of her body, covering her neck, face, arm and leg. As the flames came to a stop, they faded from an intense red to black, leaving in their wake a tainted chakra that even he could feel boiling within her, and an altered left eye. Reaching up, Kakashi eased his forehead protector up, revealing his Sharingan, aware that the situation had changed. Konoha, District 9, near the theater. Returning to consciousness was filled with pain-searing pain lancing through her back and neck, ears violently ringing, eyes hardly seeing, and a relentlessly pounding headache. Squinting against the pain consuming her body, Hinata tried to collect herself, struggling to remember what had happened. But she couldn't, her brain refused to remember, and Hinata gave on it after a minute, instead settling on getting up. That was when she finally registered the weight pressing down on her chest, and she tried to lift her head and focus, but her vision reeled, the colors wrong and fading. Relaxing, she waited for her vision to return to normal and instead used her hands to explore the object resting atop her, even as every muscle in her body protested the slightest movement. Her exploring hands found coarse fur, slick, with a thick tacky liquid. She probed gently, her heart growing sick, and she lifted her head again to look at the dead animal sprawled on her body, but could only see white and blue fur. Kuramaru, Hinata thought aghast, and with that name memory started to filter back in. Learning of the invasion as she was heading home, trying to help panicking civilians while struggling to head back to the military police headquarters. Of eventually running into a group of Shurnin battling in Izuka Tsume, Kuramaru, Aburame Shibi, and a few other unfamiliar ninja. How she had been pulled into the conflict against her will, desperately fighting, but discovering none of her techniques worked against the creatures. She needed to get up, laying here in such a position was an invitation to trouble, and so she eased the heavy body off her, trying to ignore the pain lancing through her body. Hinata rolled to her side and using her hands lurched to her feet, where she swayed for a moment before collapsing in a boneless heap, coughing and retching blood, head seeming to explode with blinding pain. Taking deep, slow breaths using a technique unique to Amatsuyanagi, her style of juken, to ease the pain and allow her to recover enough to move. Feeling renewed, if temporary, strength, Hinata slowly drew her limbs in once more and struggled her way back to her feet. Her pain-filled world spun, leaving her with nausea, but it passed soon enough and Hinata turned to other matters. Cautiously she covered her ears, pressing while half opening her mouth to yawn, attempting to clear her ears. There was an increase of pain in her neck, but it helped enough that she had something of her hearing restored. Lowering her hands, she turned her shaky attention to her immediate surroundings, noting the ruined street and shops with a single glance. Distantly she could hear explosions filling the air, and while they did sound as if they were coming from a muffled tunnel, at least she could hear them. Then the stench of death washed over her and Hinata retched, but resisted the urge to throw up. Still, it reminded her of her current predicament and she began scanning the street intently. Inhumanly mangled bodies littered the crater-filled street, but here and there she could spot headless bodies. Obviously they had managed to take out a few of the Shurnin, but it made her wonder what happened to the people she knew. Most notably she wondered about Tsume and why Kuramaru had ended up on top of her, and unconsciously her eyes drifted down to the body, and was shocked as if by an electric spark as more memories returned. Someone had shouted for retreat, the Shurnin swelling and beginning to overrun them. Tsume trying to save a child and ending up getting pulled apart like a zipper by two larger Shurnin. Hinata lost control over her stomach at the memory, but she had enough presence of mind to turn away from the body of Kuramaru. A few minutes later, left with the dry heaves and an acidic taste in her mouth, Hinata resolved to stop thinking about what had happened. Shaking, Hinata tried to pull her mind to the present, but it was hard to focus, afraid that she would have to relive more horrors of the fight. Gathering her resolve, at least as best she could, Hinata moved away from her exposed position, deciding that her earlier plan was still valid. If she could get to the military police headquarters, she would be in better shape, but after a few shaky steps she tripped and nearly slammed face first into the wall of a nearby building. Thankfully Hinata caught herself before impact, and leaning against the solid surface took several more deep slow breaths to reinvigorate her body even more, knowing that she was going to pay for this later. But Naruto-kun is not here, Hinata panted softly, taking strength from the resolve it took to say those words, so in his stead, I will protect this village. That said, and her body feeling better, she pushed away from the wall and started walking once more, making her way through the alley and emerging onto another battle-scarred street. Only the battle was still raging, or at least the last flames of a battle. A solitary Umbu was fighting a towering man, both surrounded by the prone bodies of other Umbu. Hinata watched the two briefly, before her attention flickered to the faint glittering just beyond the furthest row of houses, and wondered what it had been. Her attention was returned to the battle, the Umbu and the brutish Oto ninja. At the sound of an explosion, an explosive note had just went off. But the target had been the street and not the large man, and Hinata wondered briefly until she saw the Umbu forming a familiar hand seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Hinata thought absently as the Umbu and his clones launched themselves forward from slightly different directions, using the lingering smoke from the earlier explosion as cover. Unfortunately, a half-minute later, the small mob of Umbu were annihilated without warning by the large man, though how he managed it Hinata couldn't tell. As the last of the Kage Bunshin disappeared into a cloud of acidic smoke, the Umbu was caught around the throat by one hand as the second pulled back, delivering a punch to his stomach. Hinata watched intently, surprised and horrified at the amount of power the enemy had just delivered with that one blow. It hadn't looked like a particularly powerful punch, but it had actually caused the Umbu torso armor to break apart. The Umbu had to have internal injuries after such a blow, and the Oto ninja was pulling back to deliver another blow. Hinata shot forward, afraid that she would be too late to stop the killing blow, her hand fishing in her pouch for Senbon. Arm slashing forward as she took hasty aim, Hinata unleashed a barrage of needles flying. The majority missed the target, but 3 Senbon did find the enemy. The first hit the elbow of the punching hand, the second had hit the arm holding the Umbu by the neck just off the mark on the palm side of the forearm, but the last struck the wrist near the thumb right where she had been aiming. Even if the others had failed to do the job she intended, the last made up for it as the hand of the Oto ninja reflexive snapped open, releasing the Umbu. Hinata arrived an instant later as the Oto ninja was rapidly shaking his hand to try and regain feeling, allowing her to do 2 things at once. As she spun into a crouching position, she shoved the bewildered Umbu out of the way and then coming around thrust her left palm forward using the Hakusho. The Oto ninja was caught unprepared for the blast of chakra that slammed into his sternum, sending him flying across the street and through a building. Panting, her back flaring in pain, Hinata adopted her taijutsu stance in preparation for the coming battle, wishing that the other 2 needles had hit their marks. The elbow would have made the man faint and the one in the forearm would have paralyzed his arm. Shaking her head, she swore to practice more often with the Senbon, observing with her bloodline as the enemy slowly stood and stared in her general direction with a frown. A groan from behind drew her attention for a split second, alerting her to the fact that the Umbu was getting up as well. "Umbu-san, I would suggest seeking medical aid." Don't worry about it." The Umbu grunted, hand resting on their abdomen glowing faintly green. "You'll need my help against this guy. He's wicked fast, maybe it's the bloodline gene ton or something like that." "No," Hinata said after a moment, not taking her gaze off the man who was still simply standing there on the other side of the building. "I observed his fight against you, and while he is extremely fast in movement he slows before striking and then re-accelerates." "So he's using the Shunshin no Jutsu?" the Umbu said, sounding stunned. "But to move that fast, even with that technique, it's unheard of." "Perhaps, but as a Hyuga, I am the perfect opponent for him." "If you think so," the Umbu said, moving back from here, "I won't leave, but I'll let you handle the fight." Hinata started to respond before the man came hurtling back through the hole he had made earlier, reaching her faster than expected. Rearing back for a punch, his arm and fist expanded, the enemy brought it down with tremendous force. Unfortunately for him, Hinata dodged to the outside of his punch, and as it struck the ground, creating a small impact crater, she slammed a chakra-laced knife hand into his bicep, damaging both muscle and chakra coils, followed by her other hand striking a tentetsu in his forearm with her fingers, sealing the chakra flowing to his fist. Crying out in surprised pain, the man retreated quickly, looking almost comical with such a massive arm making his now normal hand look even smaller than normal. Galvanized into action, Hinata darted forward, but the man jumped back and away, mouth opening before shooting a glob of mud at her. Hinata gave a tight smile. If she had been using the modern version of Juken she'd have to stop and use Kaiten, but Hinata wasn't using the modern style. She was using Amatsuyanaji, the original style of Juken, and it had another long-range technique besides the Hakusho asterisk, which was the only long-range technique the modern version of Juken had retained, chakra gathering into her palm for the chakra hari no jutsu. She took aim and brought her hand forward, sending a thin needle of chakra to intercept the mud projectile. No sooner was it gone than the man was sending a barrage of mud bullets at her, enough that it nearly guaranteed she'd be hit. Skidding to a halt, not daring to try and counter this while moving forward, Hinata took a deep breath and began hurling her own storm of chakra needles to counter the attack. As the confrontation drew out longer, her already labored breathing grew worse, and she had to fight the urge to blink away the stinging sweat reaching her eyes. Hinata refused to lose, determined to win this fight even if it pushed her to the brink of chakra exhaustion. Still, as the clash between the two ninjutsu went on, her arms grew more fatigued with each minute, then abruptly the globs of mud came to an end and she was left momentarily off guard. Just as she recovered from the sudden change, Hinata was caught by surprise as the large Oto ninja appeared from nowhere, slamming a round kick at her head. Hinata snapped a block up hard, striking just below the center of his inner thigh and then pivoting, hitting him just below the ribs with the heel of her hand. The Oto ninja tumbled off his feet and rolled away. Before struggling to stand, Hinata grinned grimly in satisfaction. Unlike other Hyuga, Hinata had learned nerve points due to her study of Amatsuyanagi. It might not take away his ability to use chakra, but by hitting the nerve in his leg she had hamstrung his mobility and the strike to his rib nerve constricted his breathing. It gave Hinata time to catch her breath and ease the stitch in her side. With a sharp inhale, Hinata shot forward with all of her speed, hands pulling back to chamber on either side as chakra began to build around them for the Juho Sashiken. Reaching her target, just as the chakra coalesced around each hand, creating twin lion-shaped shrouds, Hinata cried out as she drove her left hand forward only to strike empty space. Hinata stumbled, thrusting her right hand out to strike the ground, using the impact to throw her body to the side as an oversized fist of mud slammed into the ground from overhead. Flipping around in the air, Hinata landed painfully, panting as she stared at her now mud-encased enemy. Obviously he had more than just that derivative of the partial multi-size technique asterisk. Somehow he could travel through mud and use it to not only surround his body but as both offense and defense. Struggling to stand on already weak legs, Hinata brought her hands up, concentrating chakra in her palms, her Byakugan following the pulses of chakra that were encasing him. A second later his assault began, numerous shots of mud and fists were launched toward her. Hinata grimaced, and then began sweeping her arms up, left, right, down, across, up, down, right, left, expelling her chakra as she did so. Thicker, stronger, more flexible, until her chakra became a constant stream of arc-shaped blades, spreading out before enclosing her completely. His attacks had no chance of penetrating the Shugo Hakurokujion Sho. It was the parent technique to the Kaiten, and the ultimate defensive technique of Amatsuyanagi. Panting, as her arms dropped allowing the Shugo Hakurokujion Sho faded from existence, Hinata had little time to actually register that her opponent was on the move. Actually, she didn't realize he was attacking her until she caught a glimpse of something that had to be his fist hurtling at her. Pivoting quickly, she twisted her body out of the way and leapt back, trying to put room between her and the enemy. Despite her best efforts, the blow grazed her arm, leaving it numb. The sheer force of his punch left Hinata with no delusions that if she had taken it directly, the results would have been fatal. Her Byakugan strained as she tried to follow his movements so that she could predict his next attack, but it was proving impossible. Admittedly, he wasn't the fastest person she had ever seen, that would be Rock Lee, but he was fast asterisk and he seemed to be changing courses far too abruptly for it to be feasible. Struggling to figure out the next direction he would attack from, Hinata tried to adopt a relaxed posture, knowing that for the moment it would be her instincts combined with her bloodline that would get her through this. Registering a blur of motion from the left, Hinata dodged and the ground cratered where she had been standing. But the man was already on the move again, to building speed, until he charged from the right this time. Hinata registered a fist flying toward her face and twisted aside, only for a foot to slam into her stomach, which drove the air out of her while blinding her with pain as she flew back. The veins around her eyes disappeared as she hit the ground, sliding a few feet further from the impact, before coming to a stop in a heap, gasping for air. It was thanks only to the last-minute trick of reinforcing her body with chakra that she had survived the blow. But it didn't matter, the pain and blood in her mouth meant nothing, because in the split second when he had shifted from punching to kicking, Hinata had seen the secret behind his newly discovered speed. Coughing up blood and spitting it away, Hinata ignored the fresh pain flooding her body and instead focused on getting back up. Her arms trembled, her head swam, her entire body was screaming in protest at her efforts. But she couldn't stop, not now. She had promised to protect the village in Naruto's stead, and she would not go back on her promise. With a cry of bloody determination, she surged upright and nearly collapsed again. But she was upright again, and concentrating chakra around her eyes, Hinata reactivated her bloodline, taking in her surroundings. She had not realized before now that his hulking muscles were all due to the technique, and now that she did, Hinata knew that when he released his version of the Akimichi clan technique, they disappeared. The loss of mass, the reversion to his true form, was akin to when Lee dropped his ankle weights. That was the secret to his speed. Now all she had to do was figure out how he was changing directions so abruptly, but to do that she would have to survive the next few minutes. Registering his approach from overhead, Hinata jumped to the side, paying careful attention to how he shifted directions. No sooner had she landed than she was forced to jump backwards, to avoid another attack from the man. Skidding to a halt, her breath coming in short ragged gasps, she struggled to keep her Byakugan active and keep from smirking at the realization that she might have discovered the final key she needed. Dodging another attack, one that had came from directly overhead, leaving a crater formed from a mud blast, Hinata knew she had it. That was his trick to changing direction so rapidly, his mud shots, and what was more, she had already figured out how to predict his angle of attack. The Byakugan was truly a magnificent jujutsu. It granted a near 360-degree field of sight, it could see through solid objects and lay bare chakra to the user, but most importantly it far outstripped the fabled Sharingan in the ability of insight, allowing the truly skilled user to predict with otherworldly accuracy. It no longer mattered if she couldn't follow his movements, because by using the angle at which the mud hit an object revealed his path of movement there, the angle of the mud meant he was going vertical at 45 degrees to the left. Another, and this time he was going 15 degrees horizontal to the right. Now all she had to do was wait and pray that her reaction time was enough that she could counter his attack, because she couldn't afford to let this drag on any further. He was darting around her, as if building momentum from his circling path, and then abruptly he came hurtling toward her at 25 degrees above and to the right of her shoulder. She caught the glimpse of his fist as he came into range and pivoting struck his arm with all of her strength, knocking it off path. Hinata immediately followed up with the ultimate Amatsuyanagi offensive technique, the Sunkai no Sanrin. Her fingers struck 3 times in 3 different locations with precise precision, once to the heart, immediately followed by the base of the neck and then the crown of the head. The man was dead after her first strike, but he didn't collapse like a stringless puppet until after the 3rd strike, and Hinata dropped to her knees, tears streaming down her cheeks, hands trembling. Because for the first time since she was 4, and her father struck down her kidnapper, Hinata watched a soul die. Umi no Kuni, Jiro Island, 30 miles north of the black sand beach. That's a long way down. Kakuzu didn't even blink at his current partner's comment, too busy eyeing the long drop in question. Also, if he acknowledged the other man, then his nerves would get frayed even more than they were already. Edging closer to the edge of the waterfall, he got a better look at the isolated basin, the Sanbai Jinchuriki, called home. As scenery went, the location wasn't bad, and it definitely offered privacy. As a site for a battle though, Kakuzu wasn't so sure it worked for him. They had discussed it several times, nearly coming to blows several times, but it still left a foul taste in his mouth. Kakuzu glanced at Kisame, then back down, knowing that while it made sense for him to go in first so that Kisame could get an idea of the Jinchuriki style, he wasn't so thrilled about the entry method they'd agreed on. It was one thing to attack the brat straight on, and another entirely to descend rapidly from overhead into the lair of a Jinchuriki. Thankfully the Jinchuriki remained oblivious to their presence, most likely due to an arrogant confidence in his abilities. Grumbling once more, he debated the merits of this plan, before with a final glance at Kisame, Kakuzu reluctantly discarded his cloak. Let's get this over with. Kakuzu muttered a moment later, gathering fire chakra from his mask before leaping over the edge of the waterfall. Arms pressing tight against his sides, Kakuzu plummeted toward the basin of water below. Wind rushing past his face, he twisted his body into a slight corkscrew before forming a string of hand seals and flipped his body right side up. Reaching the last seal, as the Jinchuriki finally noticed him, Kakuzu exhaled, sharply unleashing 3 large, successive fireballs. The burning spheres slammed into the ground, creating a thick steam as they evaporated water. Passing through the obscuring and superheated steam, Kakuzu landed on an outcropping of rock and, shifting his weight, sprang forward. No sooner had he done so than a whip of water sliced into the outcropping he'd just used. Foot touching a tree, he rebounded with a flip to the ground, just as another water whip hurtled toward his face. Skin turning to steel, he batted it and the follow-up whip away scornfully, then lunged directly at the source of the twin water whips. The Jinchuriki flinched back in surprise at the charge, and Kakuzu launched a hand as the stitches holding his forearm in place came undone. Catching the brat by the throat, Kakuzu jerked his extended limb back, delivering a punishing blow with his other hand. He watched the Jinchuriki flip end over end, and felt no surprise when the Mizu Bunshin he'd punched burst into water. Ducking almost out of instinct, he allowed 2 whips of water to pass overhead while he formed seals, drawing on his earth chakra. Hands touching ground, he created a large wall made of rock before retreating. Skidding to a stop, Kakuzu leveled his arm, fingers pulled tight together, wondering what in the hell that bastard Kisame was doing. A blast of water shattered the earth wall, but Kakuzu didn't even blink as his forearm blasted forward yet again. A second later, his now clenched fist connected with the stomach of the surprised Jinchuriki. As he doubled over from lack of air, Kakuzu exploded forward at high speed, catching the Jinchuriki with an uppercut to the chin followed by a thrusting front kick. He watched almost dispassionately as the figure he had punched revealed itself as a Mizu Bunshin, then swore, dodging as a massive dragon of water crashed into the space he had previously occupied. Sliding to a stop, he found the Jinchuriki near the basin of the waterfall, forming the string of hand seals needed for another Suiton Tsuryuden. This Suiton Tsuryuden no Jutsu was countered with a hasty Keton Gakakyu no Jutsu, as were the ones that followed in rapid succession. Kakuzu had experienced plenty of ninja capable of rapid ninjutsu use, but this was by far the most impressive display. As he shattered the last one, Kakuzu darted left, then sliding to a stop, pulled on the earth chakra, sending several rock spires exploding up at the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki moved at the last second, which amusingly brought him directly into the path of a newly arrived Kisame. Yagura registered the hulking form as well as the massive sword a split second before attempting to catch the massive sword swinging toward him. As a Jinchuriki, the boy was stronger than the average ninja, but Kisame was simply in another league. The sound of breaking bones was audible as the Jinchuriki caught the wrapped blade a second before he went airborne. Kakuzu couldn't help the grimace of sympathy as he watched the airborne Jinchuriki slam into the rock wall of the waterfall. Of course that sympathy disappeared once Kakuzu saw the boy topple into the waiting pool of water at the base of the waterfall. Fuck. Kakuzu swore, rounding on a grinning Kisame as the Sanbai host hit the water. You idiot. What? You sent him into the damn water. Kakuzu shouted at the impassive-looking ninja. He's a former Mizukage and the Sanbai Jinchuriki. Oh, I know, Kisame said, resting the massive blade on his shoulder, but we could use a challenge. Kakuzu thought about incinerating the man immediately, but he decided instead to focus on capturing the Jinchuriki. Hunching his body, his muscles bulged and shifted as the stitches that held his limbs together strained, before 4 black masses of thread escaped his back. The odd winged shape of the eagle mask launched itself into the air, the demonic large cat shape of the tiger mask began stalking its prey, the misshapen human figure of the bull mask crouched in preparation, and the hulking body of the ox mask stomped its foot, gearing up for a charge. Straightening up, Kakuzu watched as the surface undulated before rising up in a familiar shape, a largish creature with a gray outline for its body, and a vague hint of an ill-defined face. Kakuzu began to motion the bull and ox forward to deal with it, when Kisame rushed forward without hesitation to engage the monstrosity. The large creature lashed out, ill-defined hands smashing into the surface of the water as Kisame dodged each blow. It was interesting to watch as the creature grew more agitated at not being able to hit its target, but more interesting was when Kisame decided to slice an arm off instead of dodge and the creature held in pain. That clued Kakuzu into something somewhat key. This creature was anything but a mindless construct of chakra, it was something alive. Still, watching as Kisame went to town against it, Kakuzu knew he needed to attack. This was probably just a delaying tactic while the Jinchuriki accessed a tailed state. But on the other hand, the more he knew about the enemy's techniques, the better he could formulate an idea on how to counter them. As the minutes stretched onward, Kakuzu began to notice something odd about the creature. When Kisame had started the fight, the thing had been extremely powerful and fast, but now it was slower. Each missed hit created smaller and smaller waves, as if it were dying, and Kakuzu felt like an idiot for not realizing why sooner. Samahata absorbed chakra, which in turn made Kisame even more insanely powerful, which explained his fearsome reputation. Kakuzu had first-hand knowledge of that sword, having encountered it in the hands of a previous wielder, but somehow it always seemed to slip his mind. Shaking his reflection about the sword off, he noted as the creature released a death scream before exploding into a shower of water. Damn it. Kakuzu muttered a minute later, looking around. The damn Jinchuriki hadn't been entering a tailed state, it had been escaping. Turning to glare at his partner, perhaps even to lash out in frustration, he found the man staring down at the pool of water, as if searching its depths. A second later the water seemed to swell upward, before blasting high into the sky. Kakuzu stared after the blast of water for a second, obviously an attack, then looked back in time to find a chakra-encased Jinchuriki charging him. Drawing earth chakra from his earth mask, as the ox and bull fled, Kakuzu brought his hands forward, grabbing the charging Jinchuriki by the shoulders. The force of the impact forced Kakuzu back, almost buckling his arms. Still the attack was stopped, leaving Kakuzu to struggle against the bastard while a chakra tail began to form. Grunting, Kakuzu pushed away from the chakra-encased Jinchuriki, planting a kick to its chin as the ox and bull masks reappeared, unleashing their attacks in unison. Landing heavily, Kakuzu winced at the jarring pain that shot up his leg, though the searing pain in his hands was more important. Grabbing a chakra shell like that was not the smartest thing to do, but he hadn't had much choice. Looking up from his hands, Kakuzu mentally recalled the tiger and eagle mask, unleashing their techniques on the Jinchuriki as well. A second later the four hearts, and nearby trees, were tossed away by an ear-piercing roar revealing Yagura. The chakra shell before had been somewhat clear, but now it was solid, forming miniature sanbai, which was roughly the size of a single-story house, with two tails trailing behind it. The mini sanbai charged, with surprising speed despite the bulky look, each step shaking the ground. In mid-charge however, the mini sanbai was driven into the ground by an impact from overhead. Said impact was caused by a very angry Hoshigaki Kisame, who had one foot standing on its neck and another on its back. Snarling, Kisame lifted Samahata, sans bandages and in a reverse grip, high overhead before driving it down between his feet. The mini sanbai held at the impact, its arms flexed and scrabbled at the ground as its two tails thrashed wildly. Thankfully the mini sanbai couldn't summon enough movement to free itself or even shift position. Samahata on the other hand seemed to be growing larger, the spikes vibrating as they grew larger and a faint glow was beginning to surround the living weapon. Kakuzu turned his attention from the now trapped creature and toward gathering his hearts. Ox and tiger returned first, eagle came next, followed by a limping bull. Kakuzu knew he needed to put the wounded heart out of its misery, but he couldn't spare the time right now. Instead, he took it back into his body and began releasing a few of his stitches in preparation for the looming capture. Cracks were beginning to spider web across the shell of the mini sanbai, faintly grayish chakra glowing from between them. The creature uttered a deafening roar as the shell finally shattered, the gray chakra on the inside spiraling up into Samahata before flickering away into nothing. Kakuzu struck then, his tendrils piercing through the feet and hands of the sprawled Jinchuriki, before winding around each limb to hold them in place. Kisame, hefting a Samahata that seemed to be dancing, causally slapped a Matabatsu Ofuda in place. The Jinchuriki went rigid a second before thrashing pointlessly against the tendrils until it finally went still. Oddly enough, instead of passing out as the other Jinchuriki had, this one remained awake until Kisame took care of that with a boot to the jaw. Jinchuriki subdued, Kakuzu released the tendrils and then glared at his partner. This could have gone a lot worse and nearly had. The only saving grace was that Kisame had been wielding Samahata. Moving forward, Kakuzu scooped the prone form up, slinging him over his shoulder, happy that at least this whole thing was over with. I hope the next Jinchuriki actually has some training in how to use its Biju, Kisame said, trailing after him. Outside the Hokage Tower. It's funny the things that will go through your mind while fighting, not that she was supposed to be fighting in the first place. Which was what prompted the stray thoughts of her childhood in Yugakure, formerly Yugakure no Sato, to the forefront. The village had decided to abandon their past along with all reminders of it, so where a few years prior she might have been a celebrated child, Girin was now something to be shunned. Her parents had said to ignore them, but Girin had never been able to, so she fought until they finally left the hostile village. Not that it had done much good, because Orochimaru eventually came along and wiped out the town, including her parents. They had settled in single-handedly. As much as Girin envied his power, a part of her also thought that it served her parents right for refusing to use their abilities anymore. But yes, she was remembering all of that because she wasn't supposed to be fighting. Girin was supposed to do was lay low, maintain her Shoton Susho Maikyu no Jutsu, and when signaled, provided the extraction. That was why they had brought the Shurnin along as distraction, why Enko insisted on bringing along one of the awakened Shurnin, but apparently she had failed to take into account that these Konoha bastards wouldn't just focus on their visible enemies. Or maybe Enko had thought of it and decided she didn't care. The woman was a seriously twisted individual. Her absent-minded reflections were cast aside, however, when she registered something hurtling toward her. Her eyes widened as she realized that this Tenzo had just transformed one of his arms into a tree and was sending it at her. Worse, it was branching out. Backpedaling, Girin flung her hand back, creating a giant crystal shuriken, and taking aim, hurled it at the center of the rapidly approaching branch. Back hitting the wall, Girin planted her foot at the base and then launched into the air, pulling her right arm back as she descended, crystal beginning to form and lengthen around it. A second later it finished taking shape and she drove her spear made of crystal at the Umbu commander, only for numerous wooden pillars to sprout from either side of the ground and create a dome barrier. The impact of her crystal spear against the wooden barrier jarred her arm, creating tiny cracks through the crystal's surface. Snarling in frustration, she used her Shoten Kesho Yari as a pivot point to throw her momentum forward, sending her hurtling toward a rooftop while allowing the technique to break apart and rain crystal shards in her wake. It wouldn't do much damage, but it would at least buy her some time. Rebounding off the side of the building, with a slight spin so she could face her opponent, Girin landed in a crouch and brought her hands together in a seal. Her chakra spiked and a circle of light formed around the man's feet, revealing that her discarded crystal shards were in place and ready. A moment later, with a flash of light, her Shoton Susho Ro no Jutsu exploded into being, completely encasing the man within its confines. Standing slowly, she offered the trapped man a faint smirk of satisfaction, only to register a minute later that there were 4 wooden walls rapidly sprouting up around her. Suddenly she understood that he wasn't trying to kill her, but rather capture her, which was a very bad idea on all fronts as far as Girin was concerned. Hands coming together, she formed several rapid hand seals before unleashing a wave of chakra. An instant later, several massive hexagonal pillars of crystal exploded up from the ground and out, shattering the wooden prison and tearing through nearby buildings, while lifting Girin high into the air with a central pillar. Panting heavily from the chakra required for the technique, and unable to spot her enemy, she observed her surroundings. The awakened Shurnin, codenamed Princess Kasumi by Enko, was easy to find due to her proximity and her white mask marked with a red snake. Thankfully she seemed no worse for the wear, and while it was hard to tell, Princess Kasumi might have been on her 4th team of Umbu, possibly her 5th. Her focus shifted back to her own battle when she registered her crystal pillar trembling, which should have been impossible. A moment later, her pillar shuddered and then began to lurch to the side, as did all of the others, forcing her to abandon her perch. Hands coming up, she molded chakra while allowing one of her pillars to shatter as she activated her Shoton Hasho Koryu using the pre-crystallized material to create a dragon of crystal to catch her in mid-fall. Secure on the large crystal dragon and now mobile in the air, Giran looked at the ground to see what exactly had happened, only to find a large yawning chasm where the street had been. On both sides of the upturned chasm there was collapsing structures, and Giran grimaced as she realized that the man had decided to risk major collateral damage just to try and capture her. If the man was willing to go this far, she dreaded what he would attempt next. Thankfully she was saved from finding out as she registered the faint vibration of the crystal ring on her forefinger, signaling that Anko was ready for extraction. Giran allowed a tight smile to form as she formed the dragon hand seal, causing her Shoton Susho Maikyu no Jutsu surrounding the Hokage tower to explode outward in a massive cascade of crystal shards. While those nearby were busy searching for cover, Giran directed her crystal dragon toward where she knew Anko would be waiting for her. As an extra bonus, Anko seemed to have decided to help out by flooding the area with a Kirigakure no Jutsu, covering the street and immediate buildings in an impenetrable thick fog. There was a muffled thump as a body landed on the dragon behind Giran, before Anko hissed a command. Move. This won't cover us once we get further out. Giran said while prompting her dragon to spiral upward before sending it racing toward the nearest wall. I know. Anko muttered, her gaze focusing on the village beneath her. A second later two massive snakes exploded from the ground a bit further out, demolishing buildings as they thrashed around. That'll work. Giran muttered softly, urging the dragon to move faster. It's a shame, Anko said, her gaze not wavering an iota from the chaos filling the village. I like the dango here. Anko-sama, Giran said slowly, uneasy with how detached the other woman seemed. Did you, is the Hokage, I did exactly what I was supposed to. Anko answered flatly. What do you mean? Giran just shut up, Anko snarled, head snapping around so she could glare at her and get us to the rendezvous location. Giran nodded sharply and turned away, disturbed both by the insanity blazing in the other woman's eyes and the tears. Chapter 36 Am I Evil? December 29th, somewhere in Kumo-controlled Region 6. Jumping from tree trunk to tree trunk praying that he could make it far enough away, Mitsuharu glanced back to check for a pursuer. Finding nothing trailing him, the Tokubetsu Jonin turned his attention forward once more, hands almost trembling. The ambush had not been his idea. As a matter of fact, Mitsuharu had wanted to just lead the samurai alone. They were wounded and besides, they were no threat. But his squad leader, Rinji, insisted that they needed to be taken out because they were obviously the ones trying to convince Kumo that Uzumaki was still alive. Once they were gone, the whole hoax would be revealed as nothing more than a weak attempt at psychological warfare. Never mind that the 4 dead Kumo ninja were all jonin and capable of handling wounded samurai, or the fact that each dead ninja had been found minus forehead protectors in progressively more ominous and grotesque states. Hell, never mind the fact that rumor had it that there were even more bodies, but that the regional commander was suppressing the information. Say what you would about Rinji, but the man could sway the thoughts of others. Even Mitsuharu had been swayed. Samurai were no big deal, and if the rest wanted to do this, then so be it. So they had set the ambush, scouted the enemy location, and then, as the samurai settled in for the night, sprung the trap. The samurai had not been expecting the sudden hail of shuriken, kunai, or lightning ninjutsu. As ambushes went, it went off perfectly, as if they had been preparing for days instead of hours. Mitsuharu had even felt a rush of relief as he unleashed his weapons into the unsuspecting enemy, at least until the ninja showed up. Renji was the first to die, a sphere of chakra slamming into his sternum with enough force to send the ninja flying. Aiko had actually managed to engage her enemy in a taijutsu exchange, while a crackling sword of lightning suddenly protruded through the chest of Ahakiko from behind. Mitsuharu had run for all he was worth. That was why he was leaping from tree trunk to tree trunk. This way he couldn't possibly leave a trail in the snow or branches. Breathing a little easier, secure in the knowledge that he had managed to give any pursuers the slip, he relaxed. Then in mid-leap toward the next trunk, several somethings zipped past his head to hit the ground and an explosion knocked him backwards. Hitting his head against the hard-packed snow, he became dazed even as his body flipped with the momentum. By the time he managed to recover and scramble to his feet, he registered a presence closing in fast from behind. Twisting around, he fired off several kunai, which went wide and high due to his impaired senses, which left him open to the punch that slammed into his chest, followed by a kick to the chin that lifted him off the ground. A second later, both of his arms were yanked back before blades pierced his wrists, pinning them to either side of the tree trunk. Mitsuharu cried out in pain, mind rebelling, and his breathing now labored. His training kicked in a minute later, and forcing his way through the pain, planted his feet on the base of the tree and using chakra supported his body weight there. His breathing eased up, but the pain in his wrists from the new angle nearly overwhelmed him. A second later a new pain shot through him and he screamed as a pair of kunai tore through his feet, pinning them to the tree as well. Panting, struggling to force his way through the pain as all ninja were trained to, he looked around trying to find his attacker. Mitsuharu stopped breathing the second he finally did catch sight of the enemy, blonde hair, blue eyes, whisker marks, wearing a tattered black and orange jacket. "Hello," Naruto said cheerily, waving before he shook the sleeve of his jacket back to show his wrist. "Interesting fact, did you know that there's a gap between these two bones in the forearm at the wrist? You can actually be hung from them." "I know, strange huh?" Mitsuharu fought valiantly to stay silent as well as continue to block the pain, not willing to give this bastard any satisfaction. Naruto, however, was staring at him thoughtfully, grinning in a way that made Mitsuharu extremely uneasy. Whatever hope he'd held that perhaps this Naruto was reasonable was lost with that smile. "Of course, if you're not careful you can nick the arteries in the wrist. Bleeding out isn't fun." Here Naruto paused, his tone growing thoughtful, "which I suppose is kind of funny. Okay, not a haha funny, but funny since done up like this, you don't have a pleasant death ahead." Monster," Mitsuharu managed before he cried out as the blades in his wrist were twisted. Forcing the pain out of his mind, he focused and realized there were Kage Bunshin on either side of him. "Hey, I'm just making conversation," Naruto countered, sounding put out, before he grinned again. "You know, I think I like you. So tell you what, let's make a deal. You tell me honest answers to a few questions I have and I won't leave you out here to die from frostbite, blood loss, or being eaten by wolves." "Heh, mercy killing?" Mitsuharu managed, biting through his inner cheek to stifle the screams as the blades were twisted again. "Actually, I'll let you deliver a message for me." Mitsuharu took several deep breaths, instinctually swallowing the blood and flesh in his mouth, considering the possibility of defying this bastard. It would be the right thing to do, at least from a Kumo ninja standpoint. On the other hand, he didn't want to die, and especially not like some sort of overgrown butterfly. "Well, I'm sorta in a hurry here," Naruto said, his tone impatient. "I won't tell you anything. You don't even know what I want to ask." Naruto countered, moving closer as he continued in a friendly fashion. "How about just 3 questions? Nothing about your forces here in Nami, or anything like that, just 3 harmless questions. Could you do that for me?" "3 questions?" Mitsuharu echoed, debating the situation. With those sort of stipulations, it would be less cowardly, and besides he could always lie. It wasn't like this bastard would know. "Yup," Naruto said, grinning before holding a finger up, "but you have to answer them honestly." "Okay. Great. Okay, first question, how far is it from here to Region 5? 2 days. Mitsuharu answered with a half-lie, closing his eyes to reinforce his block on the pain in his body. It was growing worse by the minute and even his breathing was getting labored from the position he was forced to hold and the fluid filling his mouth. "You sure?" Naruto asked, followed by the blades in Mitsuharu's wrist twisting. "Gah. Yes, damn it, I'm sure." Mitsuharu shouted, blood flying from his mouth, his body protesting. "Okay, second question, which of the 4 divine thunders killed Mitarashi Anko?" Naruto asked, not bothered in the least with the blood now decorating his face and jacket. Sorry, can't tell you. Why, you said no case questions about Mitsuharu managed, before being cut off as a hand slammed into his throat while pushing his head back painfully against the tree before it began to squeeze, further constricting his airway. I'm tired of asking this question. Naruto hissed, his face contorted in fury as his whisker marks darkened ominously. My sister is dead, killed by one of the 4 divine thunders, and if you think trying to defy me is going to keep me from finding out which one you are wrong. I'm not. Mitsuharu started until the hand tightened around his throat and Naruto's tone became a harsh whisper. If you don't tell me, I'm going to keep finding and killing Kumo ninja. I won't stop until the streets and mountains of Kumo run red with blood. I will kill every living thing in Kumo until I find out what I want to know. Mitsuharu struggled to breathe, forgetting about his pain even as his bodily functions gave out, because he was staring into the eyes of something that terrified him beyond words. No matter how long he lived, he would never be able to forget those eyes that shifted from blue to black and then a glowing red, nor would he forget the vast killing intent overwhelming his every sense or the way that hand flexed around his throat, but mostly it would be the rage boiling within that gaze. It was not vengeance or righteous fury. What was in that gaze was something deep, dark, and incomprehensible. The closest Mitsuharu could ever come to describing it was a bottomless, all-consuming, bloody rage, the sort of rage that once unleashed would consume everything it touched. Katsura, Mitsuharu choked out, his terror outweighing any sense of loyalty. Katsura Ikazuchi. Who? Naruto growled, the hand around his throat relaxing. Katsura Ikazuchi. Mitsuharu wheezed, praying and crying. He's the one you want. Thanks. Naruto said, suddenly releasing him. Coughing, wheezing, and crying, Mitsuharu hung there. It was more than just the lack of oxygen, or the pain in his body. It felt as if something unspeakably dark had crawled into his soul and burrowed a home. Third question, why? 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 I don't know. Mitsuharu whispered, blood staining the snow beneath him and refusing to look up at the monster. He did note that Naruto almost sounded like he was laughing, as if his earlier actions had never happened. 2 cracks from either side of Mitsuharu told him the pair of Kage Bunshin had just been released. Good answer. Naruto said, nodding. Now the message: I want Katsura Ikazuchi. Until I get him, I will slaughter every Kumo ninja I can. Alright. Mitsuharu managed, lifting his head to check on if the monster was still there before screaming instinctually as a pair of kunai scraped either side of his neck before they hit the tree. Eyes wide, he stared into those red eyes. I wouldn't fall asleep. Naruto paused, his tone growing ominous. I might come back. After this day, Mitsuharu would never sleep longer than an hour and would be terrified of the dark. His career as a ninja was over. He would spend the rest of his life living on a modest pension, a virtual prisoner in his own home. Still, Mitsuharu was the luckiest man alive. He had just stared into an abyss of unearthly rage, and lived. Nami no Kuni, Konoha Forward Command Center. Shikamaru was not stupid. This was as much due to the fact of his genetics as it was that he simply couldn't afford it. Even from a young age, he had been required to be smarter than most everyone else, if only so that he could enjoy being lazy. Shinobi accepted a lazy genius easier than a lazy idiot, and since Shikamaru was naturally lazy, being a genius was a serious requirement. All of that being said, even geniuses were prone to making mistakes and feeling like idiots afterward. For Shikamaru, it had been with To. He had been uneasy around her when she first arrived, but he had still made her his lieutenant. To had proven effective in organizing and managing the day-to-day affairs of the command center, and Shikamaru had gradually dismissed his earlier unease. Only now he knew that if anything, he should have become even more uneasy with her and how invaluable she was proving to be. Hindsight made it easier to see the tiny details, but that was no excuse. He shouldn't have needed the tape recorder Shizaru, one of Asuma's summoned animals, had given him, to figure out that To was not a person to be trusted. But he had, and now, while he knew she was directly responsible for the assassination of his mentor Asuma, he could not move against her without completely destabilizing what structure he had in the Konoha forces. At least, not yet. That was another thing about being a genius and doing something idiotic. Once they decided to fix their mistake, they were extremely thorough. Shikamaru had realized that at the moment Toh was too deeply entrenched in the current structure, and so he was taking steps to change that. The fact that it would actually help the Konoha effort in Nami no Kuni was almost a happy afterthought. Letting out a sigh, Shikamaru glanced at the only other person currently present in the private office, the Kiri Commander Ao. The taller, middle-aged man stared back at him with his visible eye impassively, leaving Shikamaru no other choice but to close his eyes and rest his head against the wall. It wasn't that he was intimidated by the Kiri ninja, but rather that neither had anything to talk about. Still, he did owe the man and his forces some gratitude. Ao had been happy to help Shikamaru when he started looking into the situation, because they had realized almost immediately the duplicitous nature of Toh. So they had made it a point to observe everything they could about her and those she interacted with, making it that much easier for Shikamaru to start correcting his earlier mistake. A moment later the door to the office opened, allowing Toh and her two biggest supporters to enter. Right on time for the short-notice strategic planning session Shikamaru had announced yesterday, and none of them could be suspicious. Toh was his lieutenant, Kagura head of Ambu, and her personal bodyguard, while Tsukima was the chief of the intelligence analysts. They were each at the top of the command structure. Now that we're all here, Shikamaru said, moving to the large table in the center of the office, gaze drifting over the map of Nami no Kuni. Let's get started. Someday we'll fix those people's skills. Toh said jokingly, joining him. All of this, Shikamaru said, gesturing at the wider area of Nami, while ignoring her remark like usual, belongs to Kumo. While this Shikamaru pointed to 3 islands belongs to us. The others made faint noises of acknowledgement, but remained quiet, allowing him to continue. We know why this happened. Shikamaru said shortly, looking up at them blandly. We're undermanned and most of our forces aren't used to fighting in actual war. Kagura said dismissively, crossing her arms. Partially. Shikamaru responded equally blandly, refusing to rise to her bait. But it's also because we've organized ourselves in such a troublesome fashion, failing to take into account that we have not one front line but 2, with wildly differing circumstances. Wildly different is stretching things a bit. Toh said, her lips twitching into a faint frown. Perhaps, but you do agree with my other point, correct? Shikamaru asked, biting back his annoyance, and when she nodded, he continued, good. Now another problem is that not only do we face 2 front lines, instead of 1, we're also trying to run the war from a centralized command that's so far removed from the actual battles that any strategy we create isn't viable against the rapidly changing conditions. How exactly did you arrive at that conclusion? Kagura asked, sounding amused, as if he was proving his stupidity. Look at Region 6 as an example. We lost it as much because they were undermanned as the fact that the region commander had to constantly wait for our approval of any movement he made. He had so little autonomy that he couldn't adapt anything to the changing situation he faced. Konoha is even further removed from the front lines than us, but they don't have a problem with this structure. Tsukima objected, frowning. Perhaps not, Toh said, studying the map thoughtfully, but they do have long-established reliable methods of communication and more personnel. Exactly, Shikamaru said while scratching his cheek. So I've decided that we need to change our structure. How so? Kagura asked, and despite her lack of outward interest, Shikamaru knew that she was studying him. It's a 2-part process. Shikamaru answered, wondering if she instinctively suspected what he was trying to do. The first step, and the easiest, is that we move our centralized command closer to the front lines. Preferable to Region 3 or 4, as they are directly center of the territory we control. That's not a bad idea. Toh admitted, reaching out to gesture at the border, however, that will leave Region 1 unwatched and Kumo could invade from Region 18 to the north. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered before explaining. While we'll be moving the central command forward, we'll obviously leave a field command behind to ensure the security of the territory that we do control. So the second part? Tsukima asked nervously, hand twitching as he tapped his thigh. The second part will be harder, Shikamaru explained, shrugging. We'll be granting the region commanders more autonomy. So, in effect it will result in the creation of semi-independent command posts that will be able to carry on two separate wars simultaneously. So instead of one centralized command structure, we have three? To asked, clearly surprised and intrigued. Technically, four. Don't forget about the field command we'll be leaving behind. Shikamaru corrected blandly, shoving hands in his pockets while looking at the group. When this happens, we'll effectively be dividing our responsibilities into two portions. The centralized command will handle the grand strategy, the overall management of our resources, and the larger goals. The two field commands will handle the military strategy, the planning and control of our forces, and the best way to achieve the ultimate objective of the grand strategy issued to each individual front line. What did the Kiri commander have to say about all of this? Tsukima asked, eyes darting nervously to the large, blue-haired man standing just separate from the rest of the group. I think it's worth trying. Ao answered, while keeping his arms crossed. To be honest, this high-level strategy isn't my thing. The previous Mizukage didn't train ninja for such considerations. But it seems like a solid plan, so if it'll help keep Kiri safe, then I'm all for it. It's going to be chaotic shifting things around like this. To murmured, before sighing, but I guess we can try. Good. Shikamaru said, looking at her as for it being chaotic, I think it'd be best if we sent representatives to explain the changes and help out. Representatives? As in plural? Kagura asked bluntly, eyeing him closely. First off, I don't think this is a worthwhile idea. We only have one front line now, remember. The border between Region 5 and Region 6. Ma, how bothersome, Shikamaru huffed, staring at her impassively. Tsukima. Ahu, yes, right. Tsukima said, jerking slightly in surprise before turning to Kagura. The thing is, Kagura-san, our forces are working toward creating a beachhead within Region 6. Taking advantage of the chaos in the region this will create, we've already sent orders that a secondary force will leave from Region 2 and attempt to create a beachhead in Region 7 or 8. Oh. Kagura murmured, scowling at Shikamaru. So who did you have in mind? To asked after a protracted moment, her gaze finally turning to him and away from the map. The list is rather short. We need those used to dealing with complicated situations and have extensive leadership qualities. Shikamaru said, fighting the urge to yawn. But I thought maybe you could go with the group in Region 2 and oversee that operation, while Kagura goes to Region 6. What about me? Tsukima asked. I think you'd do best here, helping me out. With To-san away, I'll need another second in command. Shikamaru said, glancing at the other man before glancing at the other two. Kagura was grinding her teeth, but he was worried with the calculating look To had. Do either of you have an objection to this? No, it's a sound idea and your choices make sense. To said before Kagura could open her mouth. So what are the grand strategies for our regions? We'll start with Region 5, the largest of the battle lines. Ao said, for the first time taking an active role in the discussion. We know that the enemy headquarters is roughly located here, indicating the island designated as Region 15. When they managed to capture Region 6, they created a buffer between us and their headquarters. So the overall strategy is obvious. They have to retake that region and then aim for the Kumo leadership in Region 15. But what about Region 17, to the north of Region 6? Won't Kumo forces simply flood in from there? Tsukima said, sounding anxious. That's an issue that'll have to be left to Region 6 command. Shikamaru said. Kagura, I believe the Kiri commander is Tsurugi, and the Konoha commander is Genma. Very well. The Umbu leader said flatly, staring at To hard. As for the forces from Region 2, once they establish the beachhead, they'll have a long road ahead of them. Ao said, his tone growing more menacing. Their ultimate goal will be Region 14, which is where the commanders of the intended Kumo invasion of Kiri are located. You expect them to fight through Regions 7 through 12 with just the forces we have? To said, sounding incredulous. Remember, that's just the grand strategy. Shikamaru interrupted, shrugging, besides we'll be sending more reinforcements as we can. Plus, we know there are more Kiri forces on the way, so we just have to keep the pressure on until then. As To nodded in reluctant acceptance, Shikamaru breathed a little easier. Now that he had effectively broken her core supporters apart, he only had to wait until the new structure was established and then he could remove Kagura and To. The gale tore at her, sending its bite deep within her even as the shouts of others were lost amidst the storm. Holding to the rail tightly, she cast her gaze out across to the other ships. They were pitching horrible on the sea, and then turning back she moved forward to grasp a flailing line when the ship heeled, forcing her to reinforce the chakra holding her to the deck. Swearing, she glanced around at the other hurrying people, then noted that the sails were trimmed. Struggling forward, she fumbled with the rope and tied it off. Reef! Someone shouted, the gale winds at both carrying and muffling the scream. Abruptly the galley swerved and she pitched forward painfully against the railing, driving the air out of her. Another sharp pitch and the gunwale was under water, sending her over the side. His aim woke suddenly, a sharp shiver racing through her body, and for a moment she believed herself to be dreaming, because she was ashore and alive. That seemed impossible. His aim knew for a fact that she should have died after being washed overboard. She had been disorientated and unable to concentrate. A storm at sea should have taken care of her immediately. Sitting up slowly, his aim took in the small room, noting that it was both very clean and very average. Tossing the thick quilt to the side, his aim noted the scarlet tray with a few bowls from a half-eaten meal. His aim grabbed the bowl, wolfing down the vegetables while ignoring the sour taste. She also finished the remains of a porridge using her fingers and washed it all down with the last remains of a cup of sake. Satisfied, she looked around the room, yet again trying to get a feel for the place. Through some miracle, the storm must have washed her ashore and someone found her. Noting that she was dressed in dry and well-mended clothes, she supposed the meal had belonged to whoever had taken care of her, and considering the room, it must have been a woman. Men very rarely kept things so clean and tidy or did such excellent jobs at mending clothes. Something else to support her theory that her benefactor was female was the fact that she had woken up dressed. If it had been a man, the odds were good that she would have woken up naked, not that his aim particularly cared about that prospect. Kiri ninja, even ones that had defected from other villages, were very desensitized to nudity and sex. It interfered too much with survival, and Kiri ninja were survivors. Where other ninja might do things only in a last-ditch effort to survive, Kiri ninja did such things instinctively. So if her mysterious benefactor, male or female, wanted sex in return for saving her life, his aim wouldn't object. Not that she would enjoy it, but it would greatly increase the odds of them saving her life again. Then again, the odds were also good that her benefactor might have someone they needed removed, or maybe they were genuinely helpful and would want nothing in return. With a mental shrug, she decided it didn't matter. After defecting from aim and joining Kiri, his aim was open to anything. At the sound of the door opening, she turned to meet her savior, only to stare in surprise. Chojuro, a newly instated member, Kiri's 7 swordsman, was the last person she expected to see given recent events. The younger boy paused before he smiled, revealing his sharpened teeth, and ran a hand through his short, cyan-colored hair. Other than having shorter hair, Chojuro looked no different than the last time his aim had seen him: striped shirt, oddly decing vest bearing his Kiri forehead protector, camo pants, and his black-rimmed glasses attached to those headphones. His aim-san, I'm glad you're awake. Chojuro, his aim returned, puzzling over the situation. Did your ship save me? Well, not exactly. Chojuro, the boy said, grinning nervously as he began rubbing his neck. Well, I got swept overboard too. Several of us did, about 10 all totaled. 10? His aim asked, moving to sit down on her bed, which seemed to cue Chojuro to take his seat on a nearby chair. So, what happened? Well, I saw you go overboard, not that I knew it was you at the time, and when I went overboard I made it a point to get to you. The odds were better if there were 2 of us when we made it shore. Chojuro paused, grinning again. I was surprised when the others turned up. I bet. Things went a little bad after that. They seemed of the opinion that we should stay dead and form our own village. Oh. His aim said, knowing that it wasn't uncommon, but they had picked the wrong person to approach about that option. I take it they were dealt with? Swiftly. Chojuro confirmed, his ruthlessness clear. There was a reason why he had been chosen as a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Well, that and the simple fact that he was the firmest supporter of the current Mizukage. Afterwards, I built a fire and dried our clothes, got food and so on. Then while you were unconscious, I scouted around, trying to get a lay of the situation. How long was I out? About a week. Chojuro said we ended up in Region 8, which was Kumo-occupied territory. I moved us north traveling by night, keeping to the hills and lesser paths using Mizu Bunshin to carry you, trying to locate any Konoha forces. Did we find any? No. Last firm information had Region 6 as solid Konoha territory, but well, when I got to Region 6 I learned otherwise. Apparently rather than fight a lost battle Konoha retreated to Region 5 and dug in. So, where are we? His aim asked, feeling more than a little annoyed with the current situation. Right now? In some town at an inn, it's not much, but it's safe. We're still in Region 6, why? Well, see, I picked up some information that says there's a group of Konoha ninja trapped in the region. They're heading for Region 5, so I've been trying to track them. His aim said, smiling, that would make things a bit easier. Yes, I believe we're close behind them. Naruto grimaced as the final clone dispersed, giving him the distinct pleasure of their experience. Digging 25 graves was a lot of work and he had just felt every second of it. Breathing out sharply, his breath misting, he looked around the small clearing tiredly knowing that he needed to say something. The last thing he needed was a bunch of restless spirits haunting him. Still his mind was drawing a blank, he'd buried others before and he couldn't really remember anything. The funeral for the Sandaime had been filled with speeches from important people, as had the one for Princess Kazuhana, while he'd tuned out most everything when they had buried Anko. Letting out another heavy breath, the chill in his body growing worse, he closed his eyes, deciding he would just have to improvise. Be filled with lasting joy. The stars are your parents, and the tides of the universe your home. Find respite in the way of peace. Naruto paused, tilting his head and then shrugged. Sorry, I'm not as good with words as Ero-sanin. I hope that works though. After another moment he turned and set out after Ino and Lee, who had went ahead to scout out the surrounding area more carefully. Half an hour later he found Ino leaning against the trunk of the tree, looking exhausted. They all were, and it had cost the samurai their lives. Over the last few weeks they had slept in 3-hour shifts, which had done little to keep them alert, and why the Kumo team had managed the ambush. Hey! Ino managed. As he reached her, Lee went on ahead. Naruto managed, and they both set off in silence, lost in their thoughts. About an hour later, they crested a hill and found Lee positioned just outside the tree line, staring at a town just ahead. It looked fairly busy, despite the fact that their land had been occupied by a hostile force, but Naruto figured people still had to make a living no matter what was going on. There is a Kumo team guarding the main road, Lee said after another minute, his tone unusually subdued. We could avoid it. The need to stop for rest isn't as pressing. We can't risk it. Ino said, shaking her head. I'm tired, your body needs real rest, and even Naruto needs a break. I'm fine. Naruto offered, then meeting her challenging gaze backed off, knowing they needed the rest. Ino and Lee most definitely. Chakra exhaustion was a serious risk for Ino, and Lee's body still hadn't recovered from the use of his gates weeks prior. I'll go talk to them. Nodding, Ino promptly sat down, propping her back against a tree, and a moment later, Lee followed her example. Naruto stood there for another minute and then set off, taking the long way around to reach the road and then follow it toward the town and the awaiting guards. With each step though, he was thinking about how he could handle this and not have to kill these guys. He wanted to sleep and eat real food, not kill more bastards. But he had told that Kumo ninja from earlier that he would kill every Kumo ninja he came across until he got the one responsible for Anko's death. As he drew closer, the Kumo ninja seemed to grow more tense. His eyes roamed the three Chunin before he made up his mind. It would only be fair to wait until the man delivered his message. "Hiya guys," Naruto called, hitching a smile in place, coming to a stop just a few feet from them. They each looked so serious, but he could almost smell their fear, which he found oddly invigorating. "Your commander around?" "She's here." A rather brash, but feminine voice said from behind as the tip of a sword pressed against his kidneys. "Ah." Naruto managed, glancing over his shoulder at the gold-eyed and red-headed woman behind him, and fought the urge to swear at her getting the drop on him. His senses had to be duller than he first thought. Oh well, he would just bluff his way onward. "I might know who you are," the woman said curtly, her tone icy. "Uzumaki Naruto, S-rank threat." "I've made S-rank?" Naruto asked, in genuine surprise. "Awesome. Last I heard I was supposed to be a rank." Commander Karui, the younger kunoichi, said, her tone cautious. "There are 2 more ninja waiting in the woods." "Huh, how'd you find them?" Naruto asked, looking at the girl, who flinched back as the other 2 moved in front of her. "I'm a sensor specialist." "Amino," one of the others shouted, causing the girl to flinch again. "Eh? What's a sensor specialist?" Naruto asked, partly because he couldn't remember and partly to keep the conversation going. "I sense chakra." "Amino," Kaori said, her tone harsh, and the girl promptly shut up, looking embarrassed. "Now then Uzumaki, hey, do I have a cool nickname?" Naruto suddenly asked, glancing over his shoulder again and seeing her blank look, grinned brightly. "You know, like Hitokiri or Reaper?" "No," Kaori said in a flat tone as the tip of her sword pressed even firmer against him. "Now then, tell me one reason why I shouldn't kill you." 'Cause it wouldn't be right?" Naruto offered after several long seconds, then seeing her look, grinned sheepishly. "Because if you do kill me, then one of your comrades dies?" "Talk," Karui hissed, the sword tip making his side flinch as it drew blood now. "Geez." Naruto sighed, hiding his discomfort. "See, me and my team are tired. We'd like to sleep in the town here and we'd like you guys to leave. So I thought we could make an exchange. I tell you where one of your Jonin is at, so you go save him and we get to sleep in peace." "We caught you," one of the other ninjas said, sounding cocky. "We can make you talk." "Seiken," Karui said with a tone rich with long sufferance. "Why exactly do you think we captured him?" "Eh?" Seiken managed. "He's an S-rank ninja, he let us catch him." Karui explained sourly. "Which is why I didn't kill him outright." "So, deal?" Naruto asked, really wishing he didn't have that damn sword digging into his back. "Fine." Kaori growled, and he swore her eyes seemed to glow in her anger. "Where's he at?" "No, you first." Naruto countered, almost childishly. This seemed to infuriate Kaori, who nodded curtly at her team, who gave him a wide berth as they went around him. A second later the sword eased away from his back and he turned, meeting her gaze. "What is it about women with swords that turns me on so much?" Kaori's eyes narrowed even more, making it clear she was tempted to try and kill him. Never mind." Naruto managed, nervous. "He's back the way I came, shouldn't be more than 3 hours away. He's pinned to a tree and bleeding pretty bad, but he was still alive." "Seiken, you guys go ahead," Karui said, not looking away from him, then once they were gone fixed him with a poisonous gaze. "Before this war is over, I'm going to kill you." "Yak yak," Naruto said nonchalantly, before she rounded on a heel and stormed off after her team. Relaxing, Naruto realized he was more tired than he had believed. Lee and Ino turned up a minute later, their faces drawn and eyes shadowed from lack of sleep, forcibly reminding him that while he was tired, they were on their last legs. Together, the small group entered the town, and Naruto absently noted that several of the people were looking at them in shock. No, not at them, but at their forehead protectors. There was no wave of hate or anger, just a kind of shocked surprise at seeing Konoha ninja behind enemy lines. It seemed to take an eternity to find an inn, convince the owner to let them have a room and then make their way up it. Eventually though, they were all inside and Naruto had 5 Kage Bunshin setting out for guard duty. After that he promptly shrugged out of his tattered jacket and collapsed face first on the bed, followed by a duller thump as Lee dropped to the floor and he turned his head to stare at the couch expecting to see Ino curling up there. Instead a new weight was added to the bed at his side, and he turned his head in surprise to find Ino lifting his arm as she inched closer to him. Noticing his attention, she grinned faintly, her eyes glinting in amusement answering his unasked question, "I'm cold and you're my boyfriend." Naruto made an indistinct noise at this proclamation, but grinned back pulling her closer and closed his eyes. Despite Lee snoring, which sounded oddly enough like Yash, and Ino digging an elbow painfully into his side, it was the best nap he'd ever had. Nami no Kuni, Region 6. Ino came out of her sleep, gradually pulled by the annoyingly painful pins and needle sensation in her arm. Half awake, she attempted to roll over and free her pinned arm, but found an unusual weight pressing against her back. Her mind churned toward consciousness as her body began reporting more interesting details: the pleasantly warm breath tickling the nape of her neck, the firmness of the chest pressing against her back, the comfortable weight of an arm casually tossed over her, and most importantly the stiffness that was in direct contact with her rear. Fully awake now, Ino realized the situation and grinned as she remembered being in a similar position as a genin. Understandably, back then she had reacted badly to the way Naruto had pressed up against her. This time though, Ino pressed back, teasing the slumbering male, which in turn elicited a firmer push against her. Ino considered the fact that this might not be the best time for it, but her body didn't seem to care. Naruto made another firm push and her hips pushed back, and her cheeks started to burn. A moment later, things paused when Naruto made an odd noise and his muscles tensed, which made Ino pout as she had been quite enjoying the situation. That was when the fingers on her stomach started to make soft circles. Ino couldn't help the startled gasp that escaped her, nor could she stop the tingling that spread through her as those fingers snaked along her stomach. Ino wanted to say something. This was a bit more than she had planned, but it felt so good, and when his hand actually managed to worm beneath the shorts she was wearing, Ino knew there was no going back if she didn't stop this now. His fingers found their goal a second later and Ino closed her eyes, struggling to keep her moan quiet. A feather-light kiss on her shoulder only made the tingling spread faster, and the way his fingers danced between her legs made Ino moan louder. It was incredible, she was having trouble taking full breaths. It was so close. Abruptly his fingers stopped, and Ino couldn't help the whimper of pain. That was when the angry noise of someone beating on their door registered, making it sound as if they were trying to tear it down. It stopped a moment later and Ino breathed out sharply, hopeful that Naruto would continue when the knocking returned even more forcefully. "Damn it," Naruto hissed, and started to get up, but Ino promptly clamped her legs down to trap his hand. "Don't you dare." "But the door." Naruto protested, albeit weakly. "Don't care," Ino breathed out sharply, pressing against him firmly. "Finish. Now." "Okay." Naruto breathed, his hips pressing forward as his fingers started to move. A second later they lunged apart and Ino grabbed the dormant Raijin Ken from the bedside table as when the door to the room burst open with a loud crack. This was followed by a runaway blur hurtling into the room, before it tripped over a chair and slammed face first into the floor, not nearly painfully enough in Ino's opinion. What the Ino started, before the figure dissolved into a puddle of water, revealing it to be a Mizu Bunshin. Sorry. An unfamiliar voice said, before a boy a year younger than them emerged from the doorway. Ino took him in with a glance. Short cyan-colored hair, black-rimmed glasses connected to what appeared to be headphones, a strapped shirt and camouflage pants. But what really drew her attention was the large, wrapped object on his back and the 2 sword hilts attached to it, along with the oddly designed black vest that displayed a Kiri forehead protector gleaming on his chest. Ino had been prepared for Kumo ninja, or possibly an Akatsuki agent, not for a Kiri ninja. More curious was the way the boy flushed as he registered her attention. Oi, who the hell are you? Naruto asked, sounding equally startled. I'm Chojuro, a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of Kiri. Chojuro said, looking even more flustered. Right. Ino said, slowly, clutching the hilt of Raijin Ken tighter. So why are you busting our door down? I have a good reason. He managed, glancing between them both, looking nervous. He was saved from trying to explain by the arrival of a new person, a woman with short brown hair a year or two older than Ino, dressed in a rather revealing top, low-slung pants and a Kiri forehead protector hanging casually from around her neck. Chojuro, I told you to not act rashly. Sorry, his aim-san. Chojuro offered, glancing back at the older woman, but you were taking too long with. Wait, where is he? Lee-kun thought it best to keep an eye on the street. His aim said, before nodding at Ino, politely, I'm his aim, Jonin of Kiri. You've already met Chojuro. What the hell is going on here? Naruto asked in a harsh tone rich with frustration. That's what I want to know. Ino offered just as roughly, her adrenaline fading and her anger resurfacing. If these two didn't have a good reason for interrupting her and Naruto, Ino was going to murder them. There's a 3-man team of Kumo ninja heading into town. His aim said. Eh? I just sent them off. Naruto responded, confused. Besides, why the hell are you two helping us? Kiri is even more isolationist than Konoha. Ino said, glowering at the two, imagining the various ways she could butcher them. Technically, you sent a team off yesterday. Chojuro said, grinning uncertainly, you've been asleep for a day and a half. We arrived a few hours ago and found Rock-san eating lunch. He and his aim-san were still talking while I came ahead to try and warn you too. As for why we're helping you, his aim said, meeting Ino's gaze firmly, we'll explain later. Right now, we have a team of Kumo ninja closing in and we need to try and get out of here. Too late. Naruto said, his face darkening. Seeing their various looks, he sighed, grabbing his jacket from the floor. One of my Kage Bunshin just got destroyed. They're already here. Great. Ino muttered, retrieving her split skirt and her other sword Yuzuha from the corner. Naruto stepped out of the now empty building as his eyes scanning the nearby rooftops, spotting the twin flashes of mirrors signaling the Kiri ninja were in position. He saw Ino exit a nearby building, a family hurrying away behind her, and when she gave him the all-clear signal he breathed easier in the knowledge that they had something of a buffer zone in place. This way they should at least be able to keep damage to the village at a minimum once the fighting broke out. Reaching up, he turned on his radio as Ino approached. Lee, how's it look? Yash, they're still holding position. Lee answered, from what I can tell, 2 of them seem agitated. Are you sure we can take the woman's word? Yeah, Naruto said, glancing at Ino as she reached his side. Yujito will keep her word about this meeting, and those 2 won't go against her. Understood. Lee said, before asking very carefully, are you sure that it would not be best for me or Ino to assist you in combating her? Trust me, Naruto said, reaching up to turn the radio off. Yujito is someone only I can handle. Roger. As the earpiece clicked off, he let out a near-silent breath, mentally bracing for what he was about to do. Naruto had known on some level that he might have to face Yujito as an enemy, different villages after all, but it was difficult to accept. He counted her as a precious person, and he knew she held him very dear. Perhaps he could convince her that they didn't need to fight, that would be for the best. He doubted it though, hence the preparations for the battle that was most likely to happen. When he felt a hand on his arm, he blinked out of his thoughts and glanced at Ino, who stared back at him with an unusually serious gaze. Ino? How close were you two? Ino asked firmly, and then at his silence, shifted her posture slightly. The way you say her name makes it obvious that there's something between you and Yujito. Oh. Naruto managed, feeling uneasy. How could he explain this situation? Especially considering the way Ino had reacted to him keeping the Kyuubi from her. He didn't want to try and deal with Ino's anger a second time, at least not with the rift from the previous argument just now mending. Seeing that Ino wasn't about to back off, he sighed. It's complicated. Well, she's in the same situation as me. She's the one you mentioned back during our first talk. The instant death touch. Yeah, Naruto said, nodding, and I was the first one she couldn't kill. So we bonded, and things happened. Ino finished in an even tone, so, she was the first. Naruto stared at her blankly for a moment and then realizing what she meant, nodded hesitantly, expecting her to fly off the handle on him. Instead she stood there, studying him intently, before letting out a silent breath. Worried he reached up to rub the back of his head, unsure of what she was going to do or say. I understand. Ino said at last, and just so we're both in the know, my first time was with a Taki ninja. Right. Naruto managed, while trying to assimilate the information, wisely keeping his anger toward the Taki ninja silent. Besides, while he might not have ever thought about it, he had never expected her to not have sex. So, we're good now, right? We're good. Ino agreed, putting a hand on his chest, but can you really kill her if this goes south? I mean, you have an emotional connection with her. If it means keeping you safe, then yes. Naruto answered without hesitation, then at her pleased if startled gaze, blinked. What? You're my girlfriend, aren't you? Yes. Ino said with a grin, but I thought she might be more important to you than that. Eh? Ino, nobody is that important. Great. Ino chirped, looking extraordinarily pleased with his comment, before she stepped back to straighten her hip pouch. Looking up, her face once more serious, she nodded curtly, now let's go see what your ex wants. Naruto nodded equally grim, leading the way, while wondering why Ino had reacted so happily to his earlier comment. It wasn't like it was a secret or anything. Shaking it off, he instead focused on the looming confrontation between him and, as Ino called her, his ex. Soon enough, they left the town and found Yujito alone in the middle of the street, halfway to the town. Several feet behind her stood the two other Kumo ninja. Ino touched his hand before stopping and Naruto went ahead alone, aware that this would probably be the toughest fight he'd faced so far since arriving in Nami no Kuni. Yujito was as beautiful as ever, and there was no doubt that she was ready for combat. Reaching the halfway point, he hesitated while gazing at her face, unsure of what to say. Yujito seemed to be sharing the same problem and Naruto became aware of a tension building around them, one that made him uneasy. So? Yujito said. So? Naruto echoed, trying to ease the tightness in his shoulders. That's her. Yujito said after another moment, to which Naruto could only nod. He had told her about Ino when they had met in Kumo, and she had seemed interested in seeing the other girl. Yujito scowled faintly, I don't see why she's so special. What? Naruto asked, startled and bewildered. Nothing. Yujito said, shaking her head slightly before sighing, so, what are we going to do? About the fight? Naruto asked, and when she gave a nod, he sighed, shrugging, don't suppose you could kill them for us? Seriously? Yujito asked, eyes widening. Worth a try. Naruto said, aware of how stupid that request had been. Then he noticed the look on Yujito's face, and he realized it might not have been such a stupid idea, but it also made him a little queasy. Naruto, Yujito said slowly, her voice a tight whisper, if you want me to kill them I will. Are you serious? Naruto asked, half hoping and half dreading the response. If she did this, then she would be turning her back on Kumo, something that he could never consider doing to his own village. But then again, he liked his village and a lot of people inside it. Yujito was quite the opposite. For you? Yes. Yujito said, her eyes hard and dark, we might have a new raikage and I might be treated a little better, but Kumo means nothing to me. I have no loyalty to that place or the people, so if you want me to defect I will. Do you want to defect? Naruto asked, picking up on the not-so-subtle clues she was giving him. If he wanted, she would do what he wanted her to do. All he had to do was give the word. What he wanted was to avoid any unneeded fights. Ino and Lee needed more time to rest, but he couldn't just tell Yujito to defect because of that. Say the word and it's done. Yujito said, her gaze softening as if asking silently for permission. Do it. Naruto said after several long, tense moments, and he felt his stomach churn even worse as her face lit up in glee. I'll go back, you just stand right there. They'll think I got you to agree to surrender, and once I'm close enough, Yujito paused, struggling to hide her emotions. I'll finish the job. Is there anything else? Money, bingo books, weapons. Naruto said, feeling uncomfortable but hiding it. He shouldn't feel bad about this, but somehow it just seemed so wrong to him, but he couldn't take it back now that he had started down this path. At her look of acknowledgement, he managed a faint smile, putting hands in his pockets. Good luck. Thanks. Yujito said, grinning back and then turning started back toward her two unsuspecting targets. Chapter 37, The Nishio Perimeter. Region 5, Nishio. Hanabi cast a worried gaze at the evening sky, partially relieved since it brought a brief end to the fighting for the day. Since her arrival a few weeks ago, there had been an increasingly large number of assaults, while they were more skirmishes, but it still bothered her. Because while Konoha still retained the city, Hanabi had the sinking feeling that a more serious attack was looming. That was why she had decided to survey the front lines and see what they would be facing, while the other captains were busy taking stock of their forces and the commander sent a report to Region 1. Sidestepping a crater in the street, Hanabi turned to the right and mounted the stairs to the makeshift wall that the samurai were hurriedly repairing. Weaving her way through the warriors, though some did move out of her way, peeking every so often over the ramparts. Nothing near the walls, or down the road, or among the sloping mountain corridor that led to the city. But they were out there, plotting on how best to bypass their defenses. Hanabi could feel it. You should be resting. Looking to her side, she found the grim-faced Region Commander Genma moving to stand beside her. Seeing he had her attention, he elaborated, You haven't gotten much rest in the last few weeks, especially after the loss of Tsurugaku-san. I'm not tired. Hanabi answered, shrugging as she turned her attention back to the darkness. Besides, now is not the time to rest. They held the initiative. If they had continued pushing, they could have taken this city and broken through the perimeter. They've been testing our strength. Genma said, selecting a senbon needle from his waist. Tomorrow will be the first real assault on our position. Hanabi didn't respond. What could she say to such blunt honesty? It was also frightening since they had nearly overwhelmed them through sheer numbers today. They had lost a whole team of ninja and 200 of samurai just to keep the enemy from sweeping them under. Hanabi felt a stab of anger at Naruto, wishing that he was here where he should be. Unlike the rest of her team, or the other Konoha ninja, she refused to simply write him off as dead. She knew her brother better than that, hell she knew his team better than that. Naruto was out there somewhere, doing who knew what with Ino, while she was here facing overwhelming odds. I suppose if you're not resting, we should head for the command building. The others will be there by now, and we've got to prepare for the coming assault. Yes. Hanabi said, following the older man silently as they left the wall, ignoring a sudden ache between her shoulder blades. It wasn't new, but usually it only turned up after she had practiced the first 2 steps of the Rasengan. It was probably just from an unconscious surge of chakra to that point, which seemed more common after having started the training with the Rasengan. Making a mental note to ask Naruto when he turned back up, she turned her mind toward her team. Kojiro and Teru seemed to be forging a new bond, though their increasing dependency on each other was leaving her uncomfortable. Hanabi was also becoming aware that you had no business being on the battlefield. He was too soft, and worse, he healed both enemy and ally, saying medics have no enemies. Feeling Genma touch her shoulder, Hanabi came out of her thoughts instantly, only to realize that they had reached the command center. The commander entered first, leaving Hanabi to take a steadying breath and follow in his wake. Meeting each stare from the 3 other captains, glacially, well aware of the disapproval they each had toward her. Uzumaki-san, it's nice to see you. Hamaki Mimura, the oldest man and most experienced, said. We missed you at the earlier team meeting. I was observing the enemy. Hanabi returned, taking her seat, glancing at the map spread across the table. Looking up, she nodded at Yajirobe politely, then turned her attention to Genma, ignoring the third Captain Tawa completely. She didn't trust him. He might pretend to be just another jonin, but she knew from his movements that he was Umbu, and Hanabi did not trust any Umbu she didn't know. So, do you think they'll wait until morning before attacking? Possibly, Genma answered, settling into his own seat. They'll have the same problems we have in this weather. Frozen ground, water freezing, so the smart play would be to wait until morning and the temperature rises a bit. But why wait? Mimura asked, scratching his graying goatee. Because they do not have the sufficient force at the moment. Tawa offered, for finger-tapping the map. They almost did it earlier today, but the sacrifice of Team Mirai managed to break their assault. Tomorrow, there should be fresh reinforcements, and we can't afford to sacrifice another team to hold them back. We don't have much of a choice, Genma said. Nishio is a direct route into Region 5. They're pressing Chita and Hakusai, but they've focused their efforts here because if we break they can quickly gain a foothold. Yes. But to sacrifice another team would further weaken our offensive and defensive capabilities. Tawa said, before gesturing politely at Hanabi. I'm sure Uzumaki-san agrees. Another sacrifice would most likely be futile. Hanabi offered, giving the man a shrewd look, aware of how unusual that was. Which is why I think it is best to figure out what they will throw at us, and how we can handle it. Yajirobe? Genma asked, shifting all attention the younger man who coughed before speaking. Our forces lost about 842 samurai, including the samurai commander and his lieutenant. As for ninja, we've lost 5. Leaving us with 1658 samurai, Mimura said, sighing heavily, and 15 ninja to deal with tomorrow's assault. Well, we might be able to hold out if my estimate is correct. Genma offered, sitting forward with fresh reinforcements. We can expect around 2,000 enemy samurai and 22 Kumo ninja. I'd say plan for more, Tawa cautioned, glancing at Hanabi. Wouldn't you, Uzumaki-san? Better to be prepared than to be caught with your pants around your ankles. Hanabi offered, quoting her brother with a trace of amusement, while wondering why Tawa was being so deferential toward her opinion. Well said. Tawa offered, chuckling in appreciation. I know the tactics we'll make use of, but I would like to add this: we should combine what we know of the tactics Uzumaki-san told us were used in Region 6. This way, we should be able to keep the perimeter intact. Oh? Of course, Hanabi said, pushing her puzzlement of Tawa's shift of personality aside. It doesn't matter if they outnumber us. It only matters if we outnumber them at the point of attack. We fight several smaller battles within the overall battle. We need to only modify our current defensive strategy to use the layout of the city to our advantage. It could work, Genma said, glancing at the other 2 captains. We'll meet back here in an hour. Uzumaki-san, Tawa-san, I expect you'll have a detailed outline for the new strategy and the tactics we'll need to use by then. Hanabi nodded, mentally wondering about Tawa and also if she was the only one to notice the biggest problem with this plan. This would only break the initial assault, the second wave possibly, but the third and final wave would drown them. They would ultimately lose the city, and the others their lives. Not her though, a dark voice whispered. She would escape death like always. Nami no Kuni, Toiwan Village, Kumo-controlled Region 6. Ino had grown up in Konoha, amid the constantly controlled turmoil that plagued every large city. That it was still considered a village didn't change the fact that Konoha was a large place filled with busy people stopping, bargaining, like so many multicolored butterflies. That was not counting the constant coming and going of the ninja. The odd hours those off duty kept made it almost impossible for any shop not to be open 24 hours. Compared to all of that, this village, Toiwan, was a rustic paradise. A mountain range loomed far in the distance over the thatched roofs of the village, and the small valley below were terraced fields along with roads that led west and north, all covered with a layer of snow. A crisp wind occasionally swept through the sky, but this did little dissuade the children tossing snowballs at each other, nor the happily languid activity of adults as they moved among the open shops lining the small streets. There was a sense of harmony so markedly absent from the cities here that Ino wanted nothing more than to stay. Turning a corner, Ino came upon an open market, with pretty maids and older servants, and instantly all activity stopped. Some of the villagers stared in wonder at seeing a Konoha ninja behind enemy lines, but there was also stifled hostility coming from a few in the crowd. Ino didn't show a reaction to either stare. She had become far too conscious of people watching her every move lately, and while many might be hostile, none were stupid enough to try assaulting her. After a minute of silence, the villagers resumed their business, and Ino strolled idly through the ground gazing at the various items on display. Not that she would buy anything, they had already stocked up on what food they could carry and replaced their tattered clothes and cloaks. They had stopped in this village for Yujito to reclaim her backup supplies. Soon enough they would be on the move once more, trying to reach the Konoha lines. Scowling, Ino let her mind flitter across the other woman, but stubbornly refused to consider the defecting Kumo Jonin as a romantic interest for Naruto. It didn't matter if Yujito was more lithe, attractive, or had things in common with him. Ino refused to accept it, because when she did look at those things, Ino seriously wondered why Naruto had picked her over Yujito, and Ino was not used to being outshone in the looks department. Reaching the far side of the market, Ino turned the corner again but remained aware of the eyes studying her from every window and doorway. Shaking her thoughts about Yujito off, Ino had to concede that if nothing else, at least this village had a hot mineral spring. She had enjoyed soaking in the warm water, as had his aim, the Kiri Kunoichi. Reflecting on the other woman idly, Ino mused on if they should trust the message the Kiri ninja had brought them that Kiri wanted to ally with Konoha to fight Kumo. It seemed a bit convenient, but it was possible, so they couldn't just dismiss the chance. Well, if Yujito didn't get them too lost, they should know the truth about the Konoha-Kiri alliance. Ino's thoughts were abruptly cast to the winds as a pair of hands pulled her into a nearby alley, slamming her shoulders and the back of her head painfully into the brick wall. Blinking away the stars, Ino lashed out blindly, but her hand was knocked aside before a low voice froze her in place. Yamanaka. Silence followed as Ino continued to try and clear her vision and focus on the owner of that voice. Ni Yujito stood just scant inches away from her, their bodies so close that Ino could feel the body heat radiating off the other woman. She opened her mouth to ask what was going on, when the former Kumo ninja pressed the palm of her hand against Ino's chest, pinning her against the wall with an unexpected strength. "Don't speak," Yujito hissed, her eyes dark and filled with a total sense of animalistic hatred. "I don't want to hear your voice." Ino stared back unblinkingly, wondering what was going on. That was when she registered the bared finger inches from the underside of her chin. Ino tensed at the threat. Naruto had told her about Yujito's touch. A single touch was lethal. Which raised the question as to why this woman had dragged her into the dirty alley, and why exactly Yujito was staring at her with such animalistic hatred. It would be so easy. So easy that it's not even funny. One touch, just a light stroke, the barest of contact, and you would be dead. Yujito whispered, her voice thick with longing desire. "Do it." Ino hissed back, glaring at her attacker. She grimaced as Yujito's hand pressed against her chest, leaving no doubt that Ino would have a bruise there later. "I want to. So much," it would be, Yujito said, finger twitching before shaking her head sharply, dismissing the thoughts, "but I won't. Because it wouldn't matter, even if I could explain it away. Even if I could end up with him, it wouldn't matter, because he wouldn't be with me. He'd be with you. He would always be with you. Naruto." Ino thought in surprise as Yujito leaned forward so that their faces were inches apart, her face twisted as her eyes shifted to a dark purple with elongated iris. I hate you more than I have ever hated anything in my entire life." Yujito hissed, never breaking eye contact, "but he loves you. So I'm going to let him have you. I'm going to let you two be happy." Ino didn't respond, there were no words to say to that. A long moment of silence stretched out between them, meeting each other's gaze, and then abruptly Yujito leaned back and took 2 steps away before leaping to a rooftop. Crouching, Yujito stared down at her, saying, "Never take him for granted." And then with that Yujito was gone, leaving Ino leaning against the brick wall in the alley. Yujito loved Naruto. Ino couldn't doubt that. You didn't go around acting like Yujito had to ninja of the village you were defecting to, nor did you defect for some guy you had a crush on. Yujito had drastically altered her life for Naruto, who was in turn in love with someone else. Ino sighed, stepping away from the wall, and straightened her clothes. There was no easy answer to this. Emerging from the alley and heading back toward where Naruto and the others were waiting, Ino decided to do nothing about the confrontation. She understood what the other woman was feeling. She had too much sympathy to be so cruel as to take away Naruto's friendship from Yujito along with his love. Region 5, Nishio. Samurai moved in organized and disciplined unison. It was part of their strength. A sheer wall of well-trained soldiers coming at you, united with a single-minded goal, your death. It was also their greatest weakness. If you could make even a few break rank, then it would spread like a cancer through the others, and the whole mass came undone. As the Kaminari no Kuni samurai closed to within 500 yards of the Hai no Kuni front lines, they began pulling swords and leveling spears. In contrast, not a single Hai no Kuni samurai flinched. Remaining perfectly stationary, the Kaminari samurai found out a minute later that they were actually an army of mannequins. As confusion whipped through the ranks, the Hai no Kuni archers let loose a storm of arrows. The Kaminari forces cried out in surprise and death. They might have rallied if some of the arrows hadn't begun to explode. Ninja explosive notes attached to samurai arrows were devastating, a lesson Konoha had learned ruefully after the Oto invasion. Mimura Hamaki scowled from his hidden perch, then satisfied that this was working turned his attention to his team. They were watching with more rapt attention than him, but then again he was 47 and had fought a war a little over a decade ago. Movement catching his attention, he grinned darkly as he saw the expected Kumo team slipping in from a different location. Tapping Hayes, his lieutenant, on the shoulder, he hurried off across the rooftops as the others followed a split second later. Following the Kumo team proved to be challenging, they kept pausing to check their surroundings. For all the good it would do them, Hamaki thought, realizing the path they were taking. Kuda, Hayes, go to the North Road. They seem to be heading to one of our false headquarters, so I want you to cut off their access to our secondary defensive positions. Yes, sir. Kuda said before he and Hayes broke away and looped around as ordered. Mimura-san, we don't have a road to our secondary defenses here. Kotetsu said once the boy was out of earshot. I know. Hamaki said, leaping across the chasm of the rooftops. It was a code phrase for Hayes. Kuda is 16 and I've had my fill of seeing such young men die. Hayes will knock him out, put him out of harm's way, and then meet up with us. Ah. Hamaki didn't explain even further that something was bothering him. These Kumo ninja weren't searching side streets, or paying close attention to their surroundings. They moved as if they already knew the exact layout of their defenses. Which, if that was the case, then they should know that they were heading directly for a false headquarters. Could they be using the trap against them? A spy could have slipped in during the night, but a single spy couldn't have given such an accurate layout. 2 or more would be feasible, but they would have been noticed if there were that many. Besides, they wouldn't have had time to apparently memorize the layout, so it had to be something else. A traitor? That was a possibility, and the possibilities were limited. Samurai captains and the Konoha teams knew many of the details, but the only ones that knew the exact details of their defense would be the Konoha commanders. He would even argue that Hanabi and Tawa, since they had put this defensive strategy together, knew more than all of them. Whoever the traitor was, he would figure it out when he saw the way they reacted at the false headquarters. Which, judging by how close they were to the false headquarters, he would be finding out soon. Slipping a kunai from his holster attaching an explosive note, the enemy would easily avoid the blast, but it would provide enough time to form the hand seals for a ninjutsu. The majority of the younger ninja merely rushed headlong into battle. They never thought ahead on how to accomplish their goals. A quick glance confirmed that his partner was also preparing for the looming battle. At least he had some common sense. Grim, Hamaki turned his attention back to the Kumo team preparing a second explosive kunai. I'll take the lead, provide backup. Right. Kotetsu said, putting his kunai up and instead dropped back, beginning to form hand seals. A second later the Kumo team entered the dead end, spotted the false headquarters, and came to an abrupt halt. Obviously they hadn't been expecting an unguarded tent in the middle of a dead end, and the moment of confusion was the opening Hamaki needed. Running full speed at the edge of the roof, he jumped while firing off his kunai into their midst. As expected, the explosion did no real damage outside of pelting them with debris, but it did cause them to scatter in confusion. Foot touching an awning, Hamaki pushed off sharply, unleashing a Katon Gakakyu no Jutsu, catching the nearest Kumo ninja in mid-landing. The now blazing ninja alerted the others, but Hamaki had already touched the ground and shifted directions. 6 hand seals later, and he was exhaling the white-hot flames of the Katon Karyu Enden at a second Kumo ninja. This one managed to dodge at the last second, and the flames caught the tent on fire. Swearing, Hamaki broke off that attack as his newest opponent formed a single-hand seal and twisting his hands formed a ball of lightning on his palms. Hamaki realized the danger belated as the enemy released the ball of lightning to fall to the ground. Jumping back, the Konoha Jonin flung a hand out, causing a kunai attached to a steel wire to fly high and embed itself in the mortar of a nearby building. Using this, he shifted his weight, altering his momentum to carry him to the building, where he used chakra to hold himself in place as the ball of lightning exploded, creating both a deafening boom while unleashing several large bolts of lightning that radiated outward as they tore along the ground. Thankfully, Kotetsu decided to get involved, and using the attack against the enemy, unleashed a torrent of water that flooded the street. The Kumo ninja might have survived if they'd had more warning, but they didn't have that warning and were thus electrocuted. Hamaki almost laughed at the irony from his perch on the side of the building, but he focused instead on breathing and ignoring his aching joints. At least he was, until a Kumo ninja suddenly appeared out of the blue, a kick connecting with his stomach. Breathing out sharply, Hamaki retreated up the wall as the Kumo ninja smoothly drew a kunai and threw it. Hamaki twisted his body to avoid the weapon and then charged. A clash of punches and kicks followed, slowly inching closer to the electrified water below. Slipping a kunai into his hand, Hamaki slashed at the enemy, who leaned away from the weapon while driving a knee toward Hamaki's stomach. The Konoha Jonin countered with his free hand, blocking the knee and pushing it away, leapt backward, releasing his kunai to delay his enemy. Foot touching the wall, he grimaced as a sharp pain shot up his leg from his ankle. He was getting too old for this. He spotted the shuriken almost too late, several bit deep into his shoulder and thigh as he dodged. Pivoting on the ball of his foot, he formed the seals for the Hausenka no Jutsu and unleashed several small fireballs at the enemy. The Kumo ninja weaved side to side, forming hand seals as he went, before dropping to a knee and planted his hands on the wall. Hamaki's eyes went wide as he guessed the attack, and managed to move as the first blast of lightning erupted from his previous location. The tremor that ran through the building was secondary to the fact that another bolt of lightning exploded outward in his wake. It wasn't until Hamaki was almost within striking distance that the Kumo ninja cancelled the attack, but it was too late. The wall was beginning to crumble. Hand flinging out, Hamaki felt his stringed kunai find purchase and shifted his weight from the fall. Swinging wide, feet coming inches from the still deadly water, he spotted his enemy using the crumbling wall to try and get to new ground. A second later, the man touched down on a rooftop, where he was promptly caught in a chain of explosions powerful enough to collapse the roof. Hamaki hit a wall a minute later, nearly losing his hold as the steel wire bit deep into his flesh. Twisting slightly, he managed to get his feet under him and, using chakra, began walking up the wall before flipping his way onto the roof. A second later, he heard the sound of 2 ninja landing behind him and looked around to find Kotetsu and a blood-splattered Haze. "I take it something happened?" One of the ninja tried to escape. Haze explained, shrugging, "I got the drop on him." "Well, at least now we know that they don't know all our plans," Kotetsu said, "which doesn't make me feel much better." "At least it's something," Hamaki said in response, mind churning with possibilities of who the traitor could be. "We should get back to work, we have a long day ahead of us." "Right. Yeah." Yuhi Kojiro huddled against a building, trying desperately to control the fear clawing at her. Her trembling only grew worse at the sharp cracks of lightning, the loud explosions and the screams of death. She wasn't supposed to be here, doing this, she wasn't strong enough for this. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on her only source of comfort. Simply thinking about terror calmed her frayed nerves. Like a balm against her fear, he provided her with the strength she needed to do her job. Opening her eyes, Kojiro braced herself for the approaching task, determined to keep her friends safe. A second later she caught the reflection of a Kumo team in a store window, and launched into action. Sprinting from her hiding spot, before they spotted her, she hurled a few harmless kunai, before taking off down an alley. The path was familiar to her, which made dodging the occasional hurled weapon or ninjutsu easier, but it made fighting back enough to keep them interested in pursuing her tricky. She almost lost her balance as she made a sharp turn, trailing flash notes and caltrops in her wake. Reaching out, she leveraged her body up and over a dumpster, pushed off a discarded box, and paused just long enough to see her pursuers. That half-second of checking allowed them to get closer than she intended, swearing she took off in a now desperate race to stay one step ahead of them. Her heart was pounding in her ears, drowning out all other sound as her eyes began darting around frantically. A second later she made a turn and found herself hurtling through a pitched battle between samurai groups. Kojiro ducked, weaved, and shoved her way through the fighting only to narrowly avoid a toppling wall as a blast of lightning hit it. Glancing back, she spotted the Kumo team hot on her heels, but they would lose interest soon. No doubt they had already started wondering about this chase, but it wouldn't take much longer. Through at the speed she was moving, it would be insanely easy to miss the mark, and she prayed to every deity listening that she wouldn't. Where was it? Had she missed it? No, there. Hurtling forward at full speed she jumped, rebounding off the corner of a building to change directions. Hitting the ground, she didn't miss a step as she raced down the garbage-strewn alley. Glancing over her shoulder, she spotted the team just entering the alley a second later, and she dropped to the ground while triggering the trap with a single-hand seal and flare of chakra. The Kumo ninja froze in place, as one of her most powerful genjutsu anchored to a supporting seal from Hanabi hit them. Teru and Hanabi emerged from hiding a second later, nailing them with several poisoned kunai. As the enemy dropped to the ground, Kojiro closed her eyes trying to ease her heavy breathing to a normal rate, cursing the fact that she was fastest on this team. "Are you all right?" you asked, ever the medic. Fine, Kojiro managed, gulping for breath, afraid her heart was going to burst. If it did, then her responsibility as bait would fall to someone else, and she couldn't let that happen. Feeling Teru touch her shoulder, she looked up at him grinning. "I'm fine." Blinking away the sweat from her eyes, she struggled upright, leaning against Teru a bit more than she might strictly need to. Not that he complained, he held her a little closer as well, and it felt so nice. She would be back out there soon enough, so she wanted to enjoy what little she had to enjoy. Scatter. Kojiro looked instinctively toward Hanabi before she was spun around and slammed into a wall, dazing her. Recovering, she turned around in time to see Teru collapsing to his knees, the handle of several kunai protruding from his back and neck. Her eyes went wide, and a horrible sickness welled up inside her watching as he toppled forward. Teru? Kojiro managed, horrified, her thoughts losing cohesion as she began to wail. As her mind broke, her muscles went slack and she slumped to the ground, unable to tear her gaze from the protruding weapons or the blood gurgling out of his wounds. Kojiro didn't even register the hands looping under her arms, or being forcibly hauled to her feet. She registered nothing, there was nothing. Kojiro simply followed on autopilot as Hanabi dragged her away. Tawa crouched among his hidden unit, studying the enemy intently, careful to keep his chakra to the bare minimum. He was actually impressed that their desperate plan was working. The samurai had broken into smaller units, which in turn left the Konoha ninja free to deal with the Kumo teams. Of course, Tawa had been an umbu far too long not to realize what he needed to do while the others were dealing with the advancing Kumo team. He had located the Kumo command group. If he killed the leaders, the rest became disorganized and hence easier to kill. It hadn't been easy, of course, but his team had found the command staff, 3 ninja, surrounded by several samurai. Studying them for another few minutes, he made a few hand signals to his team, all of whom nodded and signaled back that they were ready. Which meant all that was left was figuring out how exactly to take this group out. They needed to kill as many as they could in the first few moments of this attack, otherwise things could become difficult. They could retreat and come back better prepared. The enemy had yet to notice them, and this was almost a guaranteed suicide mission. Not that Tawa for one moment thought his men would approve of that plan. Their lives were his if he desired to spend them. Breathing in slowly, he exhaled silently, wishing that his wife Komichi had been there. She had always been the strategist. Shaking it off, he focused on devising the plan needed. Some would go with a head-on assault, and it was a decent enough idea. If you focused all of your firepower in one area, you could break through, and it worked more often than not. However, the odds weren't in their favor here. A single high-level lightning ninjutsu could take them out if they attacked from one direction. No, the best plan would be to spread his men out, encircling the group and then launch multiple, staggered attacks. That would launch the enemy into confused counterattacks. They wouldn't know which direction to respond to. Further consideration gave him a modification to use. After each attack, his men would move to new locations and attack again. The confusion would be perfect, and turning he began signaling the plan to his men. Once the plan was relayed, he waited for any signs that they didn't understand, and when none came he motioned for them to move into position. Shimon got into position first, taking the west point. Inaho took the east point next, and Beku was last, taking the position furthest away and directly opposite of Tawa. All that was left then was for Tawa to launch the first attack. Slipping a bladeless tanto hilt from his hip, he located his target, aware that his Kunami Usujiri had a limited kill range. He wanted to ensure that at least one of the command staff went out with it. Satisfied, he lifted his hand across his chest, and with a surge of chakra sprung to his feet, sweeping his weapon outward, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of red chakra. The enemy took cover almost immediately, even as the torso of several samurai and the closest ninja slid apart. Tawa, on the other hand, was already on the move as retaliatory attacks began, but soon he was lost as his team began firing off their own attacks. Skidding to a halt, Tawa zeroed in on his primary target, a Kumo-jonin that was shouting orders amid the chaos, and his tanto glowed with a crimson blade as he channeled the chakra from his special tattoo into the weapon and charged directly into the group. Tawa swept a samurai aside effortlessly, kicked, pivoted, and took out another, and then with a wordless scream lunged for the startled Kumo-jonin. Her breath came in short, sharp stabs, and her shortness of breath, it was only growing worse. Her body was screaming at her, protesting her every move and every breath. But Hanabi simply didn't have a choice. If she stopped, it wasn't just her life that would be forfeit, but the girl she was dragging behind her. Hanabi couldn't simply abandon Kojiro. The girl was her responsibility. Panting, she glanced around, slowing down while pointedly ignoring the stitch in her side, then shoving Kojiro up against a wall. She looked around hastily, trying to recall the city layout. Was the field mash unit down that alley and a street over, or was it two? Clenching her eyes shut, Hanabi tried to recall, but couldn't seem to grasp the details. She could remember the location of every defensive point they had created, but nothing else. It made her angry with herself and with Kojiro for putting her in this situation. Casting a glare at her comrade, the urge to slap Kojiro swelled up, but she resisted doing so, because it wouldn't be right. My brother is a bad influence. Hanabi mumbled, easing along the wall, toward the corner, dragging a catatonic Kojiro behind her. Reaching the corner, she stiffed her body, halting Kojiro, who stumbled from the impact. Peeking cautiously around the corner, she found it empty and started to ease around the corner until she registered movement. Darting back, she managed to get out of the way as a lightning ninjutsu struck the ground in front of her. Swearing softly, Hanabi retreated, dragging Kojiro behind her a split second before a Kumo ninja emerged from around the corner. Spotting her as she darted a side street, he called for the rest of his team and the chase was on. If it had been just her, she might have tried to make a stand or possibly even lose them. Instead, she only had the choice of running and trying to keep Kojiro safe. But for how long Hanabi didn't know. Her breath was becoming sharper and louder, making her more than aware that her body hadn't completely recovered from her earlier injuries. Reaching the end of the alley, she cringed, pulling Kojiro into a low crouch as stray arrows and thrown spears passed overhead. Of course she would stumble right into the midst of a battle, snarling. Hanabi scrambled forward, shoving Kojiro into a nearby alley, which turned out to be a dead end as kunai rained down in her wake. "Damn it!" Hanabi shouted, and spotting an overturned dumpster, she nearly wrenched her arm out of its socket, slinging Kojiro to safety behind it as a few kunai grazed her thigh and back. Recovering with a shaky spin, Hanabi fired off her own kunai, forcing the Kumo ninja to duck and dodge. Panting, Hanabi glanced from one to another, watching as the four slowly recovered and began to advance slowly down the alley toward her. Shifting her weight, hiding a wince from the pain of her wounded thigh, Hanabi adopted a defensive stance. Palming several flash notes, she made a false charge, before hurling the notes at the faces of her attackers. As they flinched back in surprise, Hanabi followed in their wake, hands forming seals before drawing the moisture from the slush and snow, creating a Mizu Bunshin. As the Kumo ninja recovered, they found two Hanabis bearing down on them. The Mizu Bunshin reached her target first, one who lashed out with a crackling hand. Admittedly, it didn't hurt the ninja. Jinkurai were notoriously resistant to lightning attacks, but the man's partner who had been attacking from behind wasn't so lucky. Hanabi reached her own target about the same time and deflected a punch aimed at her face, countering with a front kick to his chin. The effect was less than stellar, forcing Hanabi to dodge a round kick at her head before pivoting around a side kick to her stomach. Coming out of her spin, she drove the blade of a shuriken into the side of her opponent, aiming for the kidney. The blade was too short for lethal damage, but it forced the man back. Spinning a sidekick stopped the punch of her second opponent, then pushing off, Hanabi grimaced before smoothly ducking beneath a crescent kick. Heel hooking the back of her enemy's leg, she swept him off his feet and standing turn just in time for a punch to connect with her face, sending her crashing to the ground. Hanabi went with the momentum and regained her feet, coming around in time to find a Kumo ninja lunging toward her. She dodged back, managing to turn a devastating punch into a mere grazing blow, silently thankful for her harsh training. As the off-balance man tried to recover, her hand shot out, grabbing his wrist and yanked, sending him crashing face first into the ground. Stumbling back to stay clear, her breathing louder and shorter, horror stole through her as she realized how short of breath she was. Registering another attack, she stumbled back, forcing her hands to work through various seals, unleashing a blast of water to hit them in the face. The charge broken, she stumbled back, hitting a wall and slumped against it, her horror growing. "I think that's enough," one of the Kumo ninja, a heavily muscled man, said, stepping forward. As the other two pulled back at his hand motions, Hanabi took several deep and painful breaths. "I think the better part of valor would be to surrender." "Surrender?" Hanabi repeated weakly, staring up at him. "Okay, I accept your surrender." "Cheeky," the man said, his tone amused instead of angry. "I meant for you to surrender. In your condition, you need to be smart." Hanabi glared at the man, furious at her body and at Kojiro. If the other girl had just held it together, then she wouldn't have been forced to drag the other girl around like a pack mule. Damn Kojiro, to the deepest hell imaginable. Worst of all, Hanabi had to give surrender serious consideration because it wasn't just her life, but Kojiro's. If it was just her, Hanabi would have kept fighting without hesitation. She wasn't afraid of death anymore. But it wasn't just her, and Hanabi was far from being cold enough to simply sacrifice her comrade's life without a thought. Damn Kojiro. It's hard to surrender, I know. No ninja utters such words if they have another option, but you have none. Hanabi remained silent, her shortness of breath easing with each second, but the more it did, the more the choice weighed on her. Hanabi wasn't sure she could actually do it though, but she might not have much of a choice. What should she do? What would Naruto do? Command is a heavy burden. For one so young to bear such responsibility, it speaks highly of you. The Kumo captain said, stepping forward. You know, surrender is the only option. Hanabi hesitated, teetering on the brink, believing that Naruto would surrender if it would save her life. Hanabi believed it from the bottom of her heart. He would do anything if he thought it would save her life. That sobered her, because Hanabi quite simply didn't believe that surrender would save Kojiro's life. Well, I am Uzumaki Hanabi, Hanabi said slowly, chakra flowing down her arm gathering in her palm as she concentrated on her technique. She only had the first step down with any real skill, the second stage wasn't truly stable, and thus it would do no lasting damage to an enemy. Feeling the hand trembling and burning as the chakra swirled into a fluctuating sphere, she continued. Surrender is not an option. Don't force us to do this. The Kumo ninja said, eyeing her technique warily. Hanabi noticed that and felt a tight pride inside her chest, knowing the man had encountered it before and judging by his age she knew who had been wielding it. You may retreat or you may attack, Hanabi said, her tone thick with rough determination, but I will not surrender. You heard Uzumaki-san. Mimura said from overhead, and the Kumo ninja all hesitated, looking up sharply. Hanabi narrowed her eyes, hand trembling as she fought to maintain her incomplete Rasengan. The chakra drain was outrageous, even with her level of control. Still, if they decided to attack, she would at least attempt to take one of them out with it, most likely the leader considering the way he was eyeing her. A moment later, the man motioned for the others with a curt nod and the Kumo ninja retreated, retrieving their fallen partner as they went. Her chakra spun out as she lost her concentration and Hanabi nearly slid to the ground in sheer exhaustion. Her body's protest took on a new pitch, a loud and insistent scream. Registering Mimura and his team landing in the street, two moving to secure the alley as one went to Kojiro. Noticing Mimura turning to face her, Hanabi blocked out the pain and summoning every ounce of willpower, straightened up. Hanabi would be damned before she showed weakness to such a bastard. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hanabi said, meeting Mimura's gaze evenly. Kojiro-san isn't, however. I noticed. Mimura said, his gaze drifting in that direction. I take it the ambush failed? We managed to take out at least 2 ninja. I shouted the order to scatter, but they froze up. Hanabi paused, frowning. I grabbed Kojiro, got her out, but her mind has snapped. Mimura said heavily, it happens during war. Sometimes people, good people, simply snap under the pressure. Mimura-san, I've got her sedated. Hei said, cradling the girl in her arms, I'll take her to the MASH tent. Very well. Go on ahead. Mimura said, before turning his head as the man left. Kotetsu could have spread out and checked the area. The enemy might have pulled back, but we still need to secure the area. Yes. Both echoed, leaving Mimura and Hanabi alone. The enemy pulled back? Hanabi asked, forcing her voice to remain even. Yes, the defensive measures broke their initial attempt. Plus, we've gotten some unexpected reinforcements from headquarters and Kiri. Mimura answered tiredly, before looking at her again. Do you know where Hata-san is? I lost track of him while trying to get Kojiro out of the ambush. Hanabi answered sourly, despite the news of more ninja to help out. I suppose he was either captured or died. Another fact of war. Uzumaki-san, Mimura said, his tone bleak. Sometimes those we trust betray us. Explain. Hanabi said, voice sharpening now. Somebody provided the enemy with a layout of our defenses, but they lacked key details. That indicates that whoever told them was a ninja, but not a captain. So you suspect you. As well as Tobitake Tombo, Mimura explained, meeting her gaze firmly. According to Yajirobe, Tobitake has become very erratic and secretive, while Hata has offered aid to the enemy. I see. Hanabi muttered, weighing what he had told her, knowing that he had valid points. Not that she was about to simply condemn you, without finding out for sure. Still, unfathomable as it was for a comrade to betray their village, Konoha had plenty of past examples that showed it happened. A search for Hata-san will have to wait. Unfortunately, we need to fall back and prepare for the next assault. Of course. Hanabi said, taking a step, and her knee buckled before she caught herself. Cursing her body, she glanced at Mimura, who was studying her closely. I think you should see a medic. I'm fine. Hanabi said, forcing her body to remain strong. Besides, there are others who need them more. Naruto Shinobi Wars reprised stanza. The fourth great shinobi war has begun, and the shinobi nation's awash with chaos and bloodshed. To the west, the Kusa Empire has been shattered due to the greed and short-sightedness of its last leader. Those former countries held under its banner have fallen to the greedy, destructive rampages of those now consumed with delusions of grandeur. Meanwhile, the great desert village of Sunagakure is waging a desperate war against the monolithic war machine of Iwagakure, using any and every means to achieve victory over their would-be oppressor, including the ultimate weapon of the mysterious organization known as Akatsuki. At the heart of the shinobi nations, Konohagakure wages a war on multiple fronts against numerous aggressors. On their northwest border are mounting skirmishes against Iwa and the lesser villages that had once belonged to the Kusa Empire. To the northeast, they face the combined might of Odo with all of its allies. In the southeast, Konoha has entered a stalling action against Odo's most powerful ally, Kumo, whose forces have invaded the small nation of Nami no Kuni, in preparation for an invasion against blood-soaked Kiri. Amidst these growing conflicts, hidden and not so hidden, others seek their own goals. Akatsuki, using the cover of the wars and the greed of various villages, have finally captured all but 3 remaining Jinchuriki ni Yujito, Kurabi, and Uzumaki Naruto. Meanwhile, Madara Tobi and Uchiha Sasuke, having finished their alliance with Odo completely, now make their way to the ancient Uchiha stronghold to gather strength before confronting Uchiha Itachi. Its current leader, Tenzo, has betrayed unity and only Tu has managed to escape and hide her trail as she assumes a position of authority under Nara Shikamaru, within the Konoha forces fighting within Nami no Kuni. Orochimaru, the leader of Odo and architect of the Odo-Konoha War, has been slain by the self-sacrifice of Jiraiya. At the same time, however, the treacherous Madarashi Anko, believed dead by Konoha, and aided by a newly reformed Sound 4, has launched a surprise attack against Konoha and attempted the assassination of the Godame Hokage Kakashi, and her former lover, leaving chaos and uncertainty in her wake. The great medic Tsunade, who has slowly descended into darkness attempting to save her now-dead lover Jiraiya from fatal chakra poisoning, must now decide the fate of the traitor Uchiha Sakura, wife to Uchiha Sasuke, with whom she had struck a pact. Kiri has entered Nami no Kuni and entered a mutually beneficial alliance with the present Konoha forces to repel the Kumo forces who have pushed them to the brink of full retreat. All parties, however, are completely unaware that behind enemy lines the most dangerous group of all are about to explode back onto the scene, and in so doing they will herald the beginning of the end for everything. Chapter 38, Pearl Ridge. January 7. Uzumaki Naruto was not a light sleeper, even with the urgent pressures that plagued his life, but lately it had become something of a habit. Not out of necessity, but simply because he had temporary allies, red strangers, and because there was something nagging at the back of his mind. Waking up slowly, he made no immediate move to get up, but instead cracked his eyes just enough to peek out at Ino, who was sleeping just a few inches away. He took a moment to appreciate the peacefulness that filled her features, especially the faint smile, and then slowly rolled over to face the second blonde sleeping on his other side. Ni Yujito, defector from Kumo, lay curled up like a cat just out of his reach, but she was not asleep like every morning since she had defected. Yujito was staring at him the instant he rolled over. The first time it happened, he'd been startled, but now he took it in stride, though it did disturb him. Naruto knew that this awareness had nothing to do with normal ninja paranoia. Yujito was tuned to him specifically. Naruto had no proof, but he was willing to bet that she woke up the instant his breathing changed. Not that he was about to say anything to her about that habit. She was a dangerous woman and her life had been horrible from what she had told him, and now he was responsible for her. Offering her a smile, which earned him one in return, Naruto rolled onto his back, stretching with a muffled groan. Getting up slowly, so that he didn't startle the Kiri ninja Chojo, something he stumbled a little way from camp to take care of morning business, and once done with that he created a few Kage Bunshin who scattered into the surrounding shrubbery on a scouting mission. Satisfied, he returned to the camp and settled in next to the smoldering fire pit, trying to jump-start his thought process. His mind briefly touched on Hanabi. It had been a long time since he had seen her, and he worried about her. Still, Hanabi was a good ninja, and she was, if not by blood then spirit, his sister, and no Uzumaki would be silly enough to let something like death beat them. Shaking it off, he fumbled through his hip pouch and produced a carton of dango, not his first choice in food, but it would do, and it reminded him of Anko. Munching quietly on the treat, reflecting on his memories of her, he didn't register the female Kiri ninja sitting down beside him until she asked for a stick of dango. Eh? Naruto managed, blinking as he focused on the woman, trying to remember her name. It escaped him and he mentally decided it wasn't too important to him anyway. When she repeated her request, he shrugged, handing over a stick. Thanks. The Kiri woman said, taking a bite before smiling at him. I see why you like these so much. Meh, they're okay. Naruto countered, finishing his stick and tossing it on the fire. I'd rather have ramen, sweet, delicious, ramen. Pork ramen would be great, or miso. Okay, she offered, scooting away from him as he continued to talk about ramen. Stop scaring the poor woman, Ino said archly, followed by playfully smacking the back of his head as she settled in on his other side, stealing the last remaining stick of dango from the container he was holding. Ino-chan. Naruto returned brightly, kissing her cheek quickly before ducking back to avoid a half-hearted slap. Good morning. Yeah, Ino groused, shooting him a dark glare. Naruto actually found it cute, which explained why he went out of his way to annoy her in the mornings. Do you have to be so cheery this early? I can't help it. Naruto chirped brightly, springing to his feet for better mobility. Seeing your beautiful face just brightens my day. Ino's hand shot forward out of instinct, sending her stick of dango at his face. Naruto ducked to the left, hand snatching the makeshift projectile out of the air as he did before finishing the dango left on it with a grin. Seeing her darkening glare, he smothered his grin and walked away, thinking Ero-sennin would be annoyed at the response that line got. Ino was not a fan of him quoting Ika Ika to her. She didn't mind he had written one or two, or that he had done research, though she had growled the word out, but she drew the line at him using quotes from the series on her. Naruto, for his part, appreciated her good taste and the fact that she was being a little bit rougher with him. It was hard to really define the change they had gone through, at least relationship-wise, but it worked for them. Though he doubted others would term it healthy or sane, but then again neither of them were sane in the strictest of terms, so maybe that was how it was supposed to be. Spotting Lee, Naruto moved to join the other ninja in gazing at the forest that surrounded them. So, what's up? Thinking, Lee answered subdued. My genin, 10-10, my friends. We have not encountered any enemy since Yujito joined us, and it has given me too much time free to think about the others. Ah, Naruto managed, unsure how to respond. He understood, but Naruto didn't really think about things like that. Occasionally his mind would turn to them, but soon enough he would drift on to other thoughts. I'm sure they're fine. Thanks. No problem. Naruto offered, grinning at his friend. Seriously, you shouldn't worry so much. I know that I'd lose what little sanity I have left if I worried about things I couldn't change. Yash, I do not believe that should be a concern. Lee said, chuckling. The voices in my head agree. Naruto retorted, sharing in the man's amusement. But what do they know? Lee opened his mouth, perhaps to continue the cheerful bickering, when further conversation was curtailed by a deep rumble filling the air. A second later the ground began to tremble violently, followed by an unbelievable amount of pressure, making Naruto feel as if his lungs were about to burst. Lee lost his fight to remain standing, collapsing to his hands and knees, and glancing around. Naruto saw that the Kiri Kunoichi was in a similar position. The swordsman and Ino were struggling but still upright, while Yujito appeared outwardly unaffected by the catastrophic roar coming from earth and sky. Naruto clenched his jaw muscles as the pressure and shaking surrounded them completely, building until his head felt like it was about to split open. Then the pressure abated, leaving behind the trembling ground. Lee was on his hands and knees, and across the way the Kiri Kunoichi seemed to be vomiting. Finally, the tremor stopped and Naruto reached down, hauling Lee back to his feet while wondering what in the hell that had been. Ino was the first to speak, and her tone was shocked. What the hell was that? I told you that while this route was quick, it would be guarded by a Kumo outpost. Yujito answered, looking unapologetic. Turning to address Naruto, her gaze shifted toward worry. That was a Ranton technique, most likely the Rantan Oji Rankiryu. And that does what exactly? Naruto asked, moving to join the others while Ino knelt to check on the still crouching Kiri Kunoichi. Rantan is a bloodline limit and the Rantan Oji Rankiryu is its ultimate technique. Basically the Rantan Oji Rankiryu is a two-step process. First, the user produces a massive thunder cloud that is able to absorb chakra and grow. Second, he then channels that chakra into the earth and releases it. Depending on how much chakra was absorbed, the damage can be anything from annoyance to utter devastation, but that also depends on the control of the ninja using it. That's insane. Ino said as she helped the Kiri Kunoichi to her feet, casting a worried glance at Naruto. I mean, how do we even beat something like that? It takes a lot of chakra to perform, they'd need Kage-level chakra for immediate repeat use. Yujito added, glancing at Ino with a frown, so I doubt whoever used it will be able to manage another one for a while. So why did they use such a technique in the first place? Lee asked with an uneven voice, moving to help steady Ino's patient. Konoha is making a push, Naruto said, eyes widening. The whole reason they were on this route was because it would let them bypass the Konoha Kumo front lines and come in from behind, but now they were facing exactly what they were trying to avoid in the first place. We shouldn't be surprised, the Kiri Kunoichi announced unsteadily, glancing at her tense-looking companion. I mean, we knew Kiri was looking to form an alliance with Konoha. His aim-chan is correct. Lee agreed enthusiastically, which seemed to make the woman grin faintly. A combined effort of our two youthfully energetic villages would be overwhelming. Which raises the question, Ino said grimly, attaching Raijin Ken to the loop at her waist. What do we do? Well, it's not our decision, Chojuro offered edgily, but I've went too long without seeing something bleed. We're going to help, Naruto said, almost immediately noticing Ino's jaw clenching in annoyance. Mentally he winced, he was going to be hearing about this later tonight. Going back into combat now is dangerous, Ino countered, fixing her gaze on Naruto. Some of us are only now really beginning to recover from our chakra exhaustion. We are not only servants to the great tree of Konoha, but part of its sheltering branches and leaves. Lee said, sounding affronted. I'm with Yamanaka. We need to avoid combat if possible. His aim added, glancing at her fellow Kiri ninja anxiously, but I understand what Lee is saying too. So if we help, I'm not going to object. Naruto was going to say something else, but a dozen unfamiliar memories suddenly filled his mind. They were mostly disjointed, and he shook his head as if trying to jiggle the pieces back into place. Then all at once the memories snapped into place, and he took a quick breath before looking around at the others who were all staring at him expectantly. It's falling apart, Naruto said quickly, making vague gesturing as he did. I'm not sure what the exact plan was, but the Konoha and Kiri side is falling apart now. I think the commanders for our side were taken out by that Rantan thing just now. We don't have a choice then, Ino muttered, offering him a wry grin. So what's the plan? Naruto said, glancing at the others who were all staring at him expectantly. I'm usually just a tactics guy, you know, when I'm not killing things. But I'd say we need to get our people the hell out of there. You heard him. Ino snapped in a smart military fashion, her tone full of authority. Stem the loss of our people and organize a retreat. Tell everyone you can that I want them on Channel 9, Naruto offered as the others nodded at Ino's words. Seeing their look, he shrugged. We want this organized, right? This way nobody falls back till I give the word. A second later they were rushing through the forest toward battle, and the entire way, Naruto pondered why everyone had accepted his authority so easily. Hai no Kuni, Central Region. Spring was not far around the corner, the air was already warming and the early morning frost disappeared quicker with each passing day. Hai no Kuni would soon be free of the clutches of winter, as would the rest of the world in another month. It was a time of new growth and new beginnings, when seeds would sprout and grow into their true forms, giving birth to the future. At least, that was the hope. Sometimes it didn't work out like that, sometimes a seed would sprout too early and die before its time. Uchiha Madara was determined that such a fate would not befall the seed he was currently tending and preparing. He had spent too many years, multiple decades, and a century, just to cultivate the land for this single seed to even form, and he would not jeopardize all that hard work by allowing Uchiha Sasuke to sprout too early. But there was a problem. Sasuke's mind and body were in turmoil over the boy's wife Sakura. Sasuke hid it well, but Madara could see it with every step and every breath. The boy was fighting an internal debate about what he should do. That was why the Uchiha patriarch was taking the confused child to the original Uchiha clan base instead of seeking a confrontation with Itachi as Madara had first intended after they sent Karen and Suigetsu on their way with the useless. Madara had made sure of that body for Orochimaru. If Sasuke faced Itachi, now there would be no chance for victory over his brother, or for Madara to claim a new host body. Sasuke would die, most likely by the flames of Itachi's Amaterasu, which would reduce the body to ash instantly, leaving Madara facing eternity in this pathetic shell. Madara could not jeopardize his future nor his plans recklessly. Thankfully he could still rely on pain and his refusal to betray an ally. Thinking about allies made Zetsu spring to mind. The former Kusa ninja was overdue to check in with Madara. What is Pain's goal? Sasuke asked, breaking the silence that they were traveling under. Why did you meet another Uchiha? His goal is to bring peace. Madara answered, wondering what had prompted the brat to start asking those questions. It's inevitable, the Uchiha patriarch mused. The boy was not Itachi, but Sasuke was a genius, and those were somewhat obvious questions. Still, Sasuke had been so focused on his revenge and lately Sakura that it was a surprise he would even care to ask about a situation involving a third party he had never met. You haven't answered my question, Sasuke stated, a frown marring his features. Why do you need another Uchiha? Because, foolish little brother, Pain seeks peace by stripping the world bare of humanity and starting over. Itachi answered in his hollow tone as he suddenly emerged from empty air. Madara wishes, instead, to sacrifice one of us to hypnotize the world into complete obedience to his will, but only after we've helped him usurp Akatsuki from Pain. Madara froze instantly, as did Sasuke, staring at Itachi. Had he miscalculated Pain's willingness to betray an ally? Or was it simply that Pain no longer considered him an ally, which would free the self-proclaimed god from any moral complications about sending Itachi to solve his problem? Madara might have worried about how Sasuke would react to what Itachi had just revealed, but the other boy was so blinded by his desire for vengeance that there was no chance of him believing those words. Itachi. Sasuke snarled. Sasuke. Itachi acknowledged blandly, with little more than an inclining of his head. This it seemed was too much for the younger boy, and Sasuke launched into a wild charge at his impassive brother, flinging shuriken and kunai as he did. Itachi reacted like the veteran he was, and the Umbu ninja, too, he still carried under his cloak, sang into the air, deflecting the hail of weapons. Sasuke was within striking distance a half-second later, hand crackling as it shot forward with a chidori toward Itachi. Sasuke missed the thrust, or more accurately it was avoided when Itachi managed to spin to the dead angle of the attack and his sword whipped around at Sasuke's neck. The younger Uchiha ducked, spun into a leg sweep that was neatly avoided by Itachi, and then brought his chidori-powered hand up and around just in time to catch a descending Itachi in the stomach. Sasuke had just enough time to start smirking before Itachi dissolved into a flock of crows that took flight. Without warning, Sasuke was yanked off his feet and spun around before being hurled through the air at a nearby tree. Flipping around in preparation for his landing, Sasuke began a series of rapid hand seals, yet no sooner had his feet touched the ground than Itachi's ninja to plunge through his shoulder and pinned him against the trunk of a tree with such force that he slumped dazed from where his head impacted the trunk. You are my brother, Itachi intoned calmly, gazing at his now dazed brother, and for my sake I will spare your life again. You're more powerful than the last time, Itachi, Madara said, drawing the man's attention back to him. He had meant to sneak Sasuke out of the battlefield when the fight started, but decided against it as a new plan formed in his mind. Seeing Itachi stare and the lack of Sharingan, Madara grinned, pleased that the other had learned his lessons well last time. So, what brings you to see me? Orders. Itachi answered, shifting his stance to face Madara completely. The leader decided that both your life and Zetsu's are forfeit for turning against Akatsuki. Funny, considering I founded the organization. Madara quipped, affecting an unconcerned facade. Still, how do you plan on killing me? Manjikyu Sharingan techniques are useless against me, and I have a century and a half of experience over you. You are only a shadow of yourself, restricted and confined to what you see and know. All things have a weakness, every technique some risk or restriction. The nature of the universe imposes such balance even upon gods. Itachi answered, closing his eyes as if he were tired. You who were considered the Uchiha god now scramble about like a rat, clinging to life, unwilling to accept that your time has passed and your power has broken. My, Itachi-kun. Madara teased, amused and curious as to what Itachi had planned. Not that it mattered. The first instant he could, Madara was going to take over Sasuke's body with him unconscious. It would be easy to not only enter the mind but subdue the brat. You certainly seem competent in this mysterious balance you've discovered. Why don't you show me? Itachi didn't respond, at least not in words. Instead his chakra exploded into being. Red chakra that swirled and danced around him before slowly congealing into the incomplete skeletal form of a gigantic figure, followed by cardiac skeletal and smooth muscle flowing and oozing over the figure to give it the appearance of a full-formed man. The chakra flickered as it slid over the gigantic figure, forming heavy armor and a massive shield. Susanoo. Madara whispered, impressed at the size and complexity of the creature. This was the first time he had ever seen such a detailed version. But the strain on Itachi, who was acting as the medium for the spirit, had to be outrageous. Madara could remember the only time he had used the technique. It had been as if every cell in his body was being consumed by the flames of Amaterasu, but still for Madara this would pose no real threat. I'm impressed, Itachi, but as I've already said, Mangekyo Sharingan techniques are useless against me. Do you believe myself so limited? Itachi asked blandly, as a third hand sprouted from Susanoo's right forearm, producing a jar of sake from which a massive sword of flickering energy sprouted upward into the larger right hand. Susanoo, now armed, flicked the weapon to the side and then thrust it toward the stationary Madara. Madara for his part had to admit that this was new, but he wasn't worried. With his ability no technique could touch him. He had already fixated on Sasuke's chakra signature and at the faintest touch of the sword against his chest, began to activate his transportation ability. He wanted to laugh at Itachi and his foolish attempt, but that urge passed as the sword plunged painfully through his torso, and Madara realized too late that he couldn't escape the draw of the weapon. This is my ultimate attack for a reason. Itachi said, his lips twitching into a faint smirk. The Totsuka no Tsurugi is a sword unlike any other weapon of this world. It has no physical form, and anything that it pierces is unable to escape its ability. The ultimate counter to the Kusanagi that Orochimaru possess, and the downfall of a broken god. Impossible. Madara hissed, as he felt the very core of his being assaulted by some unseen pull. I'm immortal. You can't kill me. I never intended to kill you, Madara. Itachi responded, stepping closer. Totsuka no Tsurugi is the sword of sealing. You will be sealed away for all eternity in a state of utter bliss. He. Madara managed, the pull becoming too much for him to struggle against, his body beginning to dissolve and flow along the blade toward the sake jar. His mind remained, however, at least for the moment, and he could appreciate the situation as well as the carefully orchestrated plan that Itachi had enacted on him. As the last of his body began flowing up the blade and without warning he disappeared into darkness, Madara continued to laugh. Nami no Kuni, Region 5. If there was one thing Towa hated, it was poor planning, especially when it concerned combat. Pearl Ridge was a series of interconnected hills where petrified trees ran along the crest that stretched about 2 miles west to east and served as a more direct route from Region 5 to the Genioka Valley, the heart of Region 6. From the apex of this area ran 2 ridges, one to the northeast and the other northwest, creating a valley at the base of the apex, and thus it was here that Kumo had placed its hill fort. The fortifications had been designed to expertly take advantage of the contours of the hills and the terrain of the valley, making it almost impossible for the Konoha-Kiri alliance to gain a foothold in the valley, let alone manage to reach the hill itself. From its control of the high ground, Kumo was effectively untouchable, making this whole assault suicidal, but one that they could not withdraw from. The Konoha-Kiri alliance needed to secure it from the enemy, since the loss of Pearl Ridge would rob Kumo of the route and open up the entire central area of Region 6 to attack and penetration. Cutting down another Kumo ninja, Tawa spun away and cast a worried glance at the others of his team. Beku and Inaho were still there, but Shimon lay unmoving in a pile of snow-stained red. Jaw clenching, the Umbu swore silently at the loss of his man and wondered at their continued bad luck. He wasn't sure how many of the 10 teams were still around, but he knew that few of the Kiri or Konoha teams had reached the base of the hill. Still, at least they had made it this far, though as he ducked beneath the flimsy protection of the fortification he had just liberated to catch his breath, Tawa made a silent vow to find out who fucked up when they were gathering intelligence for this mission. It was one thing to underestimate the enemy's numbers, that almost couldn't be helped, but it was entirely another thing to miss the fact that there were Ranton users stationed here. Tawa sort of blamed himself as well. He should have suspected something was wrong when he saw those thunder clouds once Kumo realized they were under siege. He had studied the Ranton technique in Umbu, he knew what it was capable of, and he knew that thunder clouds were part of their hidden ultimate technique. But Tawa had kept silent because clouds had failed to register as a threat, and in the end that had cost Yajirobe and the other commanding ninja of the Konoha group their lives. Instinctively his eyes darted to the large smoldering crater where the command group had been positioned, and grimaced, taking a cold comfort in the fact that the resulting shockwave had damaged a lot of the fortifications that lined the valley. It was also cold comfort that the only casualties from that particular attack were the command staff who had been specifically targeted, but with the loss it would prove more devastating than if it had been targeted at the whole of the Allied forces in general. Registering a sudden increase in heat surrounding him, Tawa darted from his position as a bolt of lightning struck his previous location, followed by the sharp crack of superheated air. Skidding to a halt, Tawa channeled chakra to the tanto he was holding and swept it outward, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of red chakra. The Kumo ninja that had ventured down was dead a second later, but before the body even hit the ground, Tawa was on the move again. A scream from behind set his teeth on edge, but he didn't turn since he could do nothing about the man dying behind him. Cutting down another Kumo ninja that had opted to get closer for hand-to-hand, Tawa tuned his radio to his team's personal frequency check-in. "Inaho here," came the static-filled response. "We lost Beku." "Damn it," Tawa muttered, ducking behind another wall. "What's your status?" "Wounded, but I'm not dead yet." "What about the others?" "Don't know, lost visual on the other teams." Tawa answered, gritting his teeth as the air cracked with thunder nearby. A second later he was greeted with the sight of 2 Kumo ninja landing in front of his position. Tawa clenched his fist around the bladeless tanto and prepared for the coming assault, but was saved at the last minute by a green blur. The Kumo ninja on the left had just started a hand seal when a jump spinning kick connected with the side of his head, sending him rocketing away. Landing, Tawa's savior crouched low and then shot toward the other Kumo ninja, just as they were beginning to pivot to face the new attacker. The sound of breaking ribs was audible as the green blur slammed a furious combo of punches into the enemy, followed by an upward elbow to the chin that launched the man into the air. Tawa stared as his rescuer paused to flash him a bright smile, revealing them to be Rock Lee, Tokubetsu Jonin, student of Meido Gai and heir to one of the most powerful hidden styles of taijutsu that Konoha had, who also happened to be one of a few notable Konoha ninja that had went missing during the Battle of Lake Tenjin. "Yash, are you okay?" Lee asked, kneeling for a moment before the sound of thunder filled the air. A second later, Lee was gone and a lightning bolt struck his previous location. Eyes wide, Tawa moved from his shelter and watched in mute amazement as Lee rushed his attacker, dodging lightning bolts as he went. "Inaho, stand by for new orders," Tawa said, grinning despite the aches and pain he was feeling. Mimura hit the ground with a flare of pain and a spray of earth, exhaling sharply as he released his Keton Gakkaku no Jutsu, sending a massive ball of flames at his current enemy. Scrambling to his feet, the Konoha Jonin had just enough time to register that the Kumo ninja had escaped the attack before Mimura was forced to dodge a wave of crackling lightning racing toward him. Sadly, his reflexes were not entirely up to the task, and a few bolts of the lightning wave grazed him, numbing his arm and leg. Stumbling as he fought to keep his vertical base, Mimura hastily produced a kunai, eyeing the Kumo ninja. The other man was taller, bulkier, and at least 10 years younger than him. Spinning the kunai around to hold a point down, Mimura braced for the final clash between them and wondered if his experience would get him out of this situation. The Kumo ninja grinned and then, pulling his own bladed weapon, charged headlong at Mimura. Mimura braced for the exchange as best he could with only one good arm, when he registered a blur of purple and black slamming into the ground before him, revealing Yamanaka Ino. Simultaneously to Mimura recognizing the figure, the ground exploded from the sword that had struck it, forcing the Kumo ninja to break off his charge and stumble out of the path. Gaping, Mimura watched as the young kunoichi lunged, a crackling blade of lightning plunging for the enemy's chest while pulling her other sword free from the earth in the process. The Kumo ninja dodged the lunge, grinning cockily, a split second before the other arm blurred forward with a speed that escaped the eye. Ino spun as her sword completed its swing, pivoted, and swung it back with just as much velocity as before. The Kumo ninja blinked, moved as if to attack, before sliding apart in 3 different directions as gouts of blood and gore stained snow and rained down on the woman. Mimura stared in stunned disbelief at the display, and when she turned, her face blank of emotion, Mimura understood. Yamanaka Ino was Umbu. Just as quickly as he had realized that fact, he forced himself to forget it. Umbu were supposed to be the unknown protectors of Konoha. Yamanaka-san, Mimura greeted as she reached him, hanging the now empty hilt on the loop at her waist. I take it you're not alone? No. Ino said, hand glowing green as she touched his bleeding arm. Where's the rest of your team? Scattered. Mimura spat, using the brief respite to take stock of the situation. He couldn't spot Haze or Kotetsu, he had even lost track of Kuda. He could see flashes of ninjutsu from the other Konoha team just further ahead and on the left flank, but they were too far away to see in person. This whole thing fell apart too quickly, and my radio was damaged. So we've gathered. Ino responded, her tone flat as she withdrew her hand. We'll have to find them before the pull-out. I stopped the bleeding, but it's going to be numb for a while. We're pulling back? Mimura asked, startled both by the fact that he had been bleeding and the fact that younger ninja rarely, if ever, admitted the need to pull back from a fight. Orders. Ino answered, stepping back before she hefted the hilt, causing a blade of lightning to crackle to life. We're stemming the loss of life. Roger. Mimura agreed, not pressing for more details. Chojuro and his aim threaded their way through the valley fortifications as best they could. Well, his aim did at least. Chojuro was making it a point to tear into anything that got in his way, reminding her of the fact that while he might come across as a nervous young boy, he was a cold-blooded killer just like any other member of Kiri's 7 swordsmen. Also, just like any other member, Chojuro got worse the longer he went without killing something. Water whip redirecting the arm of a Kumo ninja that had been in the process of launching a kunai, his aim decided to let the boy go nuts. His bloodlust was slowing her down, and this whole operation needed to be done fast and quick. Tugging on the water whip, she jerked the Kumo ninja forward, then twisted, hurling them aside as she released the technique so that they would fly free and she could escape. Have fun. His aim shouted over her shoulder at Chojuro, who was gleefully fighting a Kumo Jonin, and took off on her own. Without Chojuro, she covered ground quicker, heading for the group she judged to be the lead team for the Kiri group. Nearing her goal, she unexpectedly came under fire from 2 directions, several kunai crackling with lightning from the right and a lunging Kumo ninja brandishing a twisted sword of lighting from the left. Hizme countered quickly by jackknifing her body so that she hit the ground while creating a Mizu Bunshin to take her place. The Mizu Bunshin absorbed the crackling kunai, exploding into a spray of water as Hizme rolled in backwards into a crouch. Hand stretching out, she gathered the stray water around her hand into a whip of water, and snapped it out just in time to deflect the arm of the Kumo ninja that had been charging her. Jumping back, she snapped her whip of water rapidly, holding the man at bay, desperately trying to find an opening. Focused as she was, his aim almost didn't register the second Kumo ninja, but her reaction time made up for the lapse in attention. Dodging the lightning wolf that had been hurtling toward her, the Kiri Kunoichi swished her wrist and released her hold on the water whip, causing the tightly bound water to separate it into a fine spray of mist, which was when she formed 3 rapid hand seals and activated a ninjutsu that condensed the spray into somewhat larger drops of water and sent them flying through the air in a widespread, not unlike shrapnel being released from an explosion. Panting, his aim looked around only to find her second attacker too close for her to counter, and she wondered how he had gotten into that position. Thankfully, she was saved from immediate death when a water whip curled around his neck from behind and jerked him off his feet, snapping his neck in the process. Blinking in surprise, she took in her rescuer and felt relief at seeing the man responsible for bringing her into Kiri after she had defected from AIM. "Tsurugi," Hizme said, moving to join the man while she had the chance, noting that his beard looked bushier and the way the scar over his eye seemed to stand out. "Hizme." Tsurugi returned, glancing around trying to identify some unseen danger. "I knew a storm couldn't kill you. Got washed up behind enemy lines, with Chojuro." His aim explained, quickly met up with some Konoha ninja who were in the same boat. "Which is why we're even here at the moment. A defecting Kumo Jonin told us about this route." "Okay," Tsurugi said distractedly before he shoved her aside and released a Suiton Mizwapa, nailing an approaching Kumo ninja with a jet of water from his mouth. "We're organizing a retreat," Hizme said, creating her own whip of water in preparation for defending herself. "We can't pull back," Tsurugi said curtly, gazing at their surroundings warily. "If we take Pearl Ridge, we'll not only have a dominant hilltop position and a strategic transportation route into Region 6, but we'll be able to cut off Kumo supplies and reinforcements to the central area of the region. Pulling out now will jeopardize the chances of retaking the region." "You better explain that to Uzumaki then," his aim said, shaking her head. "I'm just relaying his orders." Niyujito was more than aware of the various emotions swirling in her chest: love, hate, fear, hope, and despair. All of them were caused in some way by the man standing at her side, arms crossed as he studied the battle for the hill fort. She loved Naruto, she hated him because he was unashamedly in love with another woman, she hoped for a brighter future because of his friendship, and she despaired because he would never be hers. "I know what's his name," Suguri said, "but I can't see how to take this damn thing." Naruto said sourly, glancing at her. "Any ideas, Yujito-chan?" "Maybe," Yujito answered, masking the joy she felt at hearing him call her that. Kami, was she pathetic? Taking one last glance at the hill fort, she smiled grimly and then crouched, sketching out the pattern she now knew they had to be using. "This is actually a fairly standard hill fort, at least for Iwa. Kumo has only recently adopted the layout. The earthen walls and ditches not only follow the contours of the hill itself, but intersect something like a maze. Notice that the defensive walls gradually get taller the higher you get on the hill. The effect is that from the base it's taken as a trick of perspective." Looking up, she smiled at him while tapping a finger on a blank space in the layout she had sketched in the dirt. "See this? It's a false gate, leads into a specially designed slope that'll just loop you around, probably to another hill. The main gate to the fort at the top of the hill is hidden behind a false rampart located to the east of it. It'll be watched like a hawk." "Talk about complicated," Naruto muttered, offering her a faint smile before turning his attention back to the layout. "So what else?" "The fort itself isn't a pushover. They'll have flattened the summit and surrounded it with a circular stone-lined inner wall, about 12 feet thick, and a stone-lined ditch, probably about 30 feet wide and 5 feet deep. More stone-lined walls will make up the way to the central building, and that'll be where most of the leaders of the base are. They'll probably have a cloud pond, as they call it, which is an artificially created pond used to provide them water." "Wonderful, so I can't use a toad to just pop in?" Naruto groused. "Anything else?" "The Ranton user," Yujito said, frowning as she looked at the hill again. "He'll be based at the summit since it provides the best location for their techniques." Hey, how come I've never encountered one of these Ranten users before? Naruto suddenly asked, face scowling in thought. Ranten users are extremely rare, the clan was mostly wiped out during the Third Shinobi War. Yujito answered, which means even if you do get that far, you'll have to face the Ranten user and the members of the Jinkurai clan, they'll have as backup. Joy. Naruto, this is a pointless battle. Yujito suddenly offered, then at his look continued, we don't need to take this hill. I know what they said, but Naruto, it's not going to help the overall war. It'd be better to pull back and fortify a location we control so that they can't use this path as a way to get behind our lines. I want to agree. Naruto admitted, shaking his head, but I can't just pull out now, everyone blindly put me in command and I've got to be sure. Naruto-kun, you took command, it's as simple as that. Yujito countered, shaking her head, realizing the doubt creeping into his mind and reaching out, touching his cheek tentatively, unsure if the contact was allowed. When he didn't knock her hand aside or pull away, she had to stop, her heart from exploding in her chest from delight. I can't speak for the others, but whatever you decide and wherever you go, I will follow without question. So you're in charge and you need to decide what the plan is going to be. Thanks. Naruto said and stood, closing his eyes and scowling in thought. Yujito remained crouched there, watching him intently, amazed by him and his willingness not to ask her for the most obvious solution. If she simply pulled on the chakra of the Nibi, she could take out the hill with one blast. But he wasn't willing to let her do that, not willing to use her like some weapon that had no feelings or thoughts of her own. Still, it hurt her to see him struggle so, and she sighed, standing, as well, Naruto-kun. I can take out the hilltop, pull the men back, and I'll do it. No. Naruto said almost immediately, head snapping around to stare at her fiercely. Yujito-chan, I'd only ask you for that if I had no other choice. Oh? Yeah, Naruto answered, smirking, besides, I think I got the answer to the situation. Which is? Yujito asked, curious and touched at the fact that he would ask her, instead of use her. Something Ero-sanin told me once, the fog of battle can blind even the best shinobi. Naruto explained as if that answered her question, but he turned away and touching the earpiece started speaking softly to the teams attacking the hill fort. Yujito raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms and wondered what insanity he was about to unleash. Hai no Kuni, Central Region. It was the sensation of sweat trickling down the sides of his face and pooling on his upper lip that brought him back to consciousness. To make matters worse, his body was positioned uncomfortably. The tiniest shift sent a lance of pain radiating outward from his shoulder and through his chest and neck. His eyes snapped open then, searching for the cause, and found a ninja, buried up to the hilt in his shoulder. Sasuke grimaced, considering the situation and trying to remember why exactly he had a ninja, pinning him against what felt like a tree. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and let it out before trying to reclaim the memories that were currently escaping him. They came slowly, like thick oil oozing through a tube traveling with Madara, Itachi appearing out of nowhere and his own stupid, rage-induced headlong charge at his elder brother. Opening his eyes once more, Sasuke growled low and with his free hand grasped the hilt of the sword and yanked it out, sending a fresh wave of pain through him. Dropping the weapon, panting from the pain, Sasuke reached back up and used the only medical technique he had ever copied to stop the flow of blood and heal the wound. Redundant, considering the numerous medical procedures that Kabuto, Sakura, and Orochimaru had performed to ensure that his body would be insanely resilient, but Sasuke didn't want to waste the time for the experiments to handle the damage. His stomach rolled and Sasuke breathed through it, determined not to throw up. After several deep breaths, he started taking inventory of his current condition: high fever, a headache, muscle aches, nausea, and chills. The word poison flashed through his mind and instinctively his hand darted to the discarded ninja to which had belonged to Itachi, and Sasuke felt a wave of humiliation roll over him. It was common for Umbu swords to be poisoned, and since this was Itachi's ninjutsu, Sasuke could guess at the two most likely poisons. The first would be cyanogenic glycoside commonly found in the seeds of apples and other fruits, while the other would be from the horse chestnut plant. The first took large amounts to actually be deadly, while the other caused nausea, muscles twitches and sometimes paralysis. Using the ninjutsu for support, Sasuke regained a vertical base and began trying to get his bearings. He noted belatedly that Madara was missing, but that didn't overly surprise Sasuke considering the man had been facing Itachi alone and in an obviously weakened condition. Still, as Sasuke took stock of his surroundings, he was mildly alarmed to note the way his limbs were trembling and his labored breathing, signaling his body was still struggling against the poison in his system. He needed to figure out what he was going to do. Well, he needed to track down Itachi obviously, and he definitely needed to learn from this encounter. Sasuke hadn't paused to think, his emotions had simply overwhelmed common sense and the plans he had laid out for his eventual encounter with Itachi. If that happened again, Sasuke had no delusions that it would lead to anything other than an immediate death. Of course, that raised the question of why exactly Itachi had spared him this time. Could Madara have put up enough of a fight that Itachi had simply been too weak to risk finishing Sasuke? Or was there some deeper reason, something beyond the cryptic, "because you wish to be stronger than me," Itachi had intoned shortly after slaughtering their clan? His mind was wandering, and he knew that getting distracted was not good. Sasuke needed to find someplace safe to recover and get his thoughts in order. The Uchiha hideout seemed as good a place as any, Sasuke decided, starting in the direction he remembered it being. At least until he registered the presence of 4 ninja, ones that had not been there a second ago. Stopping abruptly, he focused on the intruders and nearly swore out loud. Black clothing, armor and animal masks declared the 4 Umbu. Just what he needed. "Uchiha Sasuke, you are an A-rank missing ninja from Konoha," the man wearing a bear mask intoned. As the others fanned out slightly, "You are hereby ordered to stand down and surrender, do not move. Do not take any hostile action, otherwise we will be forced to use lethal force." Sasuke launched into a counter-attack faster than anyone could react by hurling Itachi's ninjutsu at the man, forcing the Umbu to move to the side. Sasuke shot forward and whipped a round kick across the man's face, shattering his mask even as he sent bear sailing away. Sasuke didn't waste a second as he exploded onto the balls of his feet, hurtling toward the second nearest Umbu. Bird reacted fast, blocking a side kick, but was unprepared for when Sasuke slipped his counter punch and spun around, slamming an elbow into his neck and then a punch to the spine that sent Bird sailing through the air. A second later the ground lurched under his feet and the world began to spin. This time it had nothing to do with his body fighting the poison still in his system. Sasuke knew this technique, Doton Ritsudo Tensho. It would cause the ground surrounding him to spiral inwards, burying him alive. At least that was the intent, but Sasuke took advantage of the weakness it had in an open area by leaping into the air with the grace of a jungle cat. Airborne, Sasuke flung his hand forward, activating the Sanaijushu, ejecting snakes from around his arm, sending them hurtling to the attacking Umbu wearing a cat mask. Cat dodged the first 2, but was snared around the throat and waist by the others. Using his own body as a counterweight, Sasuke caused his body to jackknife, pulling the Umbu into the air and then sent him sailing into a tree. Releasing the snakes, Sasuke spun his body around at the last moment and hit the ground where the Umbu had been. Panting, he felt his limbs trembling from the exertion and from its efforts at fighting the poison. Sasuke lost his balance a moment later as the earth trembled and then shifted as large slabs of earth began to shift upward, creating what appeared to be giant jaws of a mouth attempting to swallow him. Sharingan spinning to life, he leaped to the side and pushing off at an angle hit the second slab and pushed off again, climbing higher and higher, trying to escape the technique, while dodging the various falling debris. Sasuke realized almost immediately that he wasn't going to actually escape, not unless he took out the person controlling the technique, not that he could see them, which meant he was going to have to do something drastic. Coming to an abrupt halt, he took a deep breath and gathered his chakra before concentrating it to his hand, which began to crackle and chirp as lightning formed. A second later he released the pent-up lightning and it exploded outward, creating a lightning storm that shattered the earthen prison. As the lightning twisted and molded together, creating massive pillars that arched out and struck at random points, Sasuke used the debris to carry him to the safety of a nearby tree. As the lightning storm began to fizzle away, Sasuke spotted an Umbu scurrying away from the area and smirked. Shaping the leftover lightning chakra surrounding his hand, he made a jabbing motion and sent a spear of lightning through their upper back and into the ground before them. Releasing the Chidori Iso, allowing the body to fall lifelessly to the ground, Sasuke turned his attention to the remaining Umbu. He spotted Cat almost immediately. The man was holding himself up by leaning against a tree. The now maskless Umbu was glaring up at Sasuke from the top of an area of upchurned earth that should have been Sasuke's prison. Sasuke grimaced for a moment but then ignored the pain racing through his body but realized, belatedly, that he had lost track of the maskless Umbu. Not the best thing to have happen. Not that he needed to worry, his eyes didn't have to see the man to register the jump kick hurtling at him from behind. Stupid, since as soon as the man left his feet he'd committed all his momentum to one direction. Dropping forward, Sasuke used the branch he was on to swing down, around and then back up as the maskless Umbu sailed harmlessly through the air before landing on the branch across from Sasuke. A second maskless Umbu made a surprise appearance by dropping from the branches overhead in an attempt at catching Sasuke by surprise, but the Uchiha managed a hop step to avoid the attack and then pivoted, slamming the heel of his foot into its chest, causing it to disappear in a cloud of smoke. Kage Bunshin banished, Sasuke turned back to the original who had taken advantage of Sasuke's momentary distraction and was seconds away from plunging a ninja into Sasuke. Sharingan swirling, Sasuke calmly deflected the attack and stepping backwards, dropped to the ground with the man in pursuit. The maskless Umbu seemed to be gritting his teeth as he attacked relentlessly with vicious slashes, punches, and kicks. Sasuke on the other hand blocked and dodged each of them, calmly looking for an opening. Suddenly the maskless Umbu made a false slash that turned into a thrust and Sasuke struck. He deflected the swing-turn stab to the right with his left hand and spinning wrenched the ninja from the man's grasp, driving a right elbow into the man's shoulders, sending him stumbling forward. A second later Sasuke finished the spin and drove his newly acquired sword into the man's spine while channeling lightning along its length. Charring flesh filled the air. Sasuke pulled the blade clear of the body and kicked the body aside before whipping around to start at the only remaining Umbu. Cat was finishing the dog hand seal and exhaled sharply, launching several spheres of wind that came hurtling toward him. Sasuke's Sharingan swirled rapidly as it recorded the ninjutsu, cataloging it as a wind-based technique. Not a chakra type he could use very well, but still it might prove handy someday, and Sasuke didn't mind. Anything to kill Itachi after all. Flipping the ninja around into a reverse grip, Sasuke used his hands to form the tiger hand seal, converting a large portion of his chakra to fire, compressing it as he did. A second later he exhaled sharply, releasing a massive dragon-shaped fireball that roared into the world, feeding off the wind spheres before it struck its target, incinerating the last Umbu and several trees nearby, covering the smell of charred flesh with smoked timber. Sasuke's world slid in and out of focus before he collapsed to his knees, Sharingan fading and gasping for air as a cold chill swept over him. He'd used up a lot of chakra and his body was strained from fighting off the poison. He might be free and alive, but at the moment he was greatly weakened, and if any other Umbu showed up it wouldn't be too hard for them to overcome him. This was not the position he needed to be in at the moment. Using his freshly baptized ninjutsu, Sasuke got back to his feet and set off in the direction of the Uchiha stronghold. He could hold up there and wait for his body to finish fighting off the poison, and after that he could figure out what to do about Itachi. Chapter 39 Pearl Ridge Redux. Nami no Kuni, Pearl Ridge, Kumo-controlled hilltop fortress. The trees of the small forest creaked in the winter twilight as a zero-thick mist coiled and spread, veiling the lightly forested valley. Flittering from tree to tree, taking roundabout paths, using the cover of the thick fog, Naruto moved toward the lower fortifications of the hill. The Konoha Kiri teams had already pulled back, while the Kiri created mist hopefully convinced the Kumo forces that they were retreating, which they were at least temporarily, though it had been a fight to get the Kiri forces to agree. Even the Konoha groups had been less than thrilled, and honestly Naruto wasn't thrilled with the plan he had came up with either. Still, the fact remained that they needed to take this hill. Therefore, no matter how much he was against this idea, or how much he thought people had their priorities skewered, he would see it through. Besides, part of him reasoned that after all those who had given their lives on this battlefield, retreating would be a slap in the face to their memories and sacrifice. Finally, after what felt like forever of stumbling and groping through the gray void that the fog had created, Naruto reached the first barricade. Slipping over it, he discovered the ground littered with dead samurai and weapons. Kumo had begun pulling their forces higher up the path, leaving the fog-shrouded path to the night. Crouching low, Naruto hurried along the upward winding path, passing a mournful group of 4 corpses, and offered a silent apology for each one as he slipped past the dead men, and as he reached a dead Kumo ninja, he hesitated before offering another before continuing on his path. As he ascended, Naruto got the distinct impression that he was an invader of an entirely different sort. This was hallowed land, owned by dead men. He hurried on a little apprehensive that the dead might rise against him, since as a Jinchuriki weird crap happened frequently around them. A second later, he came across what he was hoping to find, namely a group of wounded men stumbling along, trusting to his disguise of borrowed samurai armor, mud and a bloody bandage around his throat. He moved to join them. These men did not even notice him loom out of the fog, joining their procession, too busy trying to keep their own self-made bandages in place. The man just ahead of Naruto was laughing hysterically as he moved along, arms slung around his neighbor's shoulders, the stump where his left leg had been leaking blood even through the bandage. Another further ahead had his head wrapped in a thick bandage and singing in high and quavering voice made up of merriment and agony. Those nearest to the man limped and staggered to the tune. The one immediately to Naruto's left was ashen and stalked along, his lips curled in hard lines and teeth clenched, hands bloody from where he pressed both against his stomach as if trying to hold the content inside, eyes burning as they stared into the unknown of death. A little further along, the singing man and the stalker collapsed, thinning the group of shambling wounded. A little after that, those that remained came across medics who had set up a way station, and an underlying difference between the villages that he had been unaware of struck Naruto. In Konoha, medics were almost standard to each team, and if that couldn't be done, then the instant the fighting had stopped, Konoha medics swarmed out of their safety going to the dying that needed them. Yet in Kumo they set up way stations and waited for the injured to make it back to them. As the medics approached each wounded ninja, some holding clipboards while others started treatment, Naruto noted there were other more hidden ninja present. They stood in strategic spots, so they would go unnoticed, and were observing everyone quite intently. Sensor specialist, Naruto decided with a mental grimace, as a medic with a clipboard ambled up to him. Name? Ayaoi. Naruto managed with a badly garbled voice, then at the medic's look reached up to touch the bandage. Kunai nicked me, I cauterized it. Not the best option, the medic said with a frown as he jotted something down, but it works. We've got a lot of worse off here, so you can keep going, but make sure you check in at the field hospital. Naruto grunted in acknowledgement and then shuffled on, forcing his eyes not to look at any of the semi-hidden ninja, even as the medic moved on to the next person. He did not quite dare breathe a sigh of relief as he managed to pass the hidden checkpoint, but he pressed on with his mission. Unfortunately, this was hampered by the fact that when he reached the other side of the makeshift aid station, a teen covered with muck and blood with an arm hanging limply at his sides, shuffled away from his own clipboard medic to join Naruto. They walked in silence for a while, the teen lost in his own world and Naruto expecting an ambush at any moment. It was not until they were almost to the secret entrance the teen finally spoke. Was a pretty good fight, wasn't it? What? Naruto asked, only just remembering to keep his voice gravel-like. Was pretty good fight, wasn't it? The other repeated, smiling weakly, it was my first real fight since I graduated the academy, but I thought it went well. Genin? Naruto grunted, not having to fake his surprise. Yeah. The younger teen said, his tone leaving Naruto little doubt that the kid had lost his whole team in the fighting. Huh, Naruto said, allowing the conversation lapse. I wonder why they pulled back. The genin continued after a moment, eyes drifting to the thick fog bank below. I heard someone say they were going to use the fog to sneak attack us, but we have the high ground right. And even if they do, our men are stationed down there and we've got Geor-sama up above, ready to use his Ranton techniques if we need him to. Geor-sama? Yeah, he's awesome. The genin added before he began to ramble on about the other ninja, and Naruto made it a point to use every trick Ero-Sennin had ever taught him to control the conversation. He had done the same to that kunoichi and Taki, but this time there was more at stake, so Naruto made damn sure not to miss a single thing. The bulk of his plan was sketchy, at least as far as his role in it, so he needed all the information he could get, and it was sounding like he would need to make it a point to take out this Darui. Still, that did leave Naruto with the problem killing his current companion. He had taken plenty of lives and would take many more, but he could not seem to shake the discomfort. Was it right to kill the wounded, and thus defenseless people, just because they were present? That would be something Orochimaru would do. Naruto could not see any of the Hokages doing it. Suddenly he had a sour taste in his mouth. As they entered the hidden path leading inside the fort, Naruto made a snap decision. I'm sorry. The genin started to respond, but Naruto struck with all the speed of a fox on a rabbit. His left arm fired a sharp elbow to the man's cheek, and then pivoting Naruto delivered a scooping palm heel with his right hand into the teen's jaw, knocking him out and sending him flipping in the air, before landing on his stomach. Naruto took a moment to check the tunnel to ensure that nobody was coming before discarding his disguise, and then dragged the unconscious genin to the side. After that, Naruto adopted a quick henge to ensure that he could reach his target location unnoticed, and turning he continued at a brisk pace. Emerging from the tunnel, he paused, glancing around at the peaceful enemy base, and realized that they honestly thought they were untouchable. He grinned in a very predatory fashion. Eyeing the guards on the walls, whose attention was focused on the distant but potential threat below them, Naruto moved as inconspicuously as he could, making it appear that the was moving toward either the main command building or the field hospital. At least until he reached the center of the compound, when he came to an abrupt stop, trying to decide on which method he wanted to use to accomplish this part of his plan. Using the Kyuubi would be the easiest route to his goal, but handling that much power would be overkill, at least for this. So instead he settled on the Jinrai no Jutsu AD rank technique that Yujito had taught him years ago during his training trip, though since he was a wind user it was both difficult to learn and used more chakra than normal. Still, it remained one of his favorite methods for garnering attention, and that was exactly what he wanted. Allowing his disguise to crumble, he focused the needed chakra into his hands, and then brought them together with every ounce of authority and force he could muster, filling the compound with an almost ear-splitting clap of thunder. Seeing that he had all eyes upon him, he adopted a heroic pose, hands on his hips and chin held high as he addressed his startled audience. Behold, it is I, Konoha's #1 prankster, hero, and the next Hokage. At this, he flashed them an impossibly wide grin. Uzumaki Naruto. Are you sure this is going to work? Ino glanced at the blue-haired young man currently crouching at her side, forearms resting on either thigh, heedless of the large sword he carried slung across his back. It still surprised Ino that such a reserved-looking young man such as Chojuro could actually be one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, though she had seen firsthand just how bloodthirsty he could be. Perhaps it was the fact that she had fought 2 other members of that group, both now dead in no small part to her efforts, and neither of them had been that young. Thankfully, Chojuro had shown no more interest in her than he had anyone else that wielded a sword. She just prayed that he wouldn't have a sudden change of heart and try to avenge his fallen comrades during the looming battle. It'll work, Ino assured him at last, slipping the hilt of Raijin Ken from the loop at her waist, attention returning to the battle that lay ahead. Ino's team, along with the rest of the platoon Naruto had left her in command of, held the dubious honor of a frontal assault, especially since their role existed as more distraction than an actually assault. The real attack of the Konoha-Kiri alliance would be attacking from within and from above the Kumo-controlled fort. The Konoha forces involved had been only slight more comfortable with Naruto's plans than the Kiri forces. Ino had flat out refused to join either group. Ready? Chojuro asked, shifting his weight while pulling his own blade from across his back as they reached the edge of the fog. As ready as I'm ever going to be, I suppose, Ino said, studying the fortifications. She could see through the thickening fog. They had not tripped any alarms so far, which was good on several fronts, not the least of which would be the element of surprise. Chojuro-san spread the word that once we start this assault, we keep pushing forward. If someone falls behind, or gets wrapped up in a heavy fight, everyone else keeps going. If we falter for a second, they can easily force us into retreat. Understood. Chojuro said, relaying her message through the radio. Can you still see Yujito and her squad? Ino asked a nearby Hyuga, whose name escaped her at the moment. No, she's out of my range. Alright, then get ready. Ino grumbled, wishing that Naruto had not allowed the other woman to take her own squad and leave. Yujito had convinced him that she could find some hidden path and that would lead to the fort, an escape route of course, but Ino doubted they would find it, or at least that they would find it in time to be useful. Dismissing thoughts of Yujito and the whole situation from her head, Ino focused on the only thing that mattered. Naruto had said that Yujito had maybe 10 minutes before he was in place to start the assault. So if the other woman was out of sight, then those 10 minutes were just about up. And right on cue came the sound of distant thunder. Hold on, Naruto, I'll be there soon. Ino whispered softly as fingers absently twitching against the hilt of both her blades. She took some comfort in the fact that Naruto was both insanely powerful and had Lee as backup. Either one on their own could be considered a force of nature. Together they should prove more than enough to handle the inside of the base. Shall we? Chojuro asked, with a feral grin. Move. Ino ordered, and with a surge, her group began their assault, exploding from the concealing mist and into battle with startled Kumo forces. If one were curious as to how ninja reacted to people seemingly appearing from thin air right in their midst, especially a heavily secured fort, you only needed to observe the hilltop fort of Pearl Ridge. The Kumo ninja had naturally been surprised when the blonde shinobi appeared from nowhere and announced his presence with an E-ranked lightning ninjutsu. They had even started to move to surround the fool. That was, of course, before they heard his name, at which point they all started backtracking with sudden speed. Which, to be fair, was not an unreasonable reaction considering that Uzumaki Naruto was not only in their bingo books as an S-rank threat but also something of a living boogeyman for them. Kumo Command had tried to suppress the stories, but they still spread, and everyone knew his habit of collecting Kumo forehead protectors and the horrific things he would do to his victims. Only a truly insane, or powerful, individual would even approach the infamous Konoha Shinobi now standing in the middle of their fort. Darui unfortunately counted as one of the latter, and the sad fact was he could not decide what to make of the young man standing in the middle of the compound, hands on hips and looking unreasonably confident. He looked almost nothing like how the stories described him. Naruto wore orange and black clothes, had wild blonde hair, 3 distinct whiskers on each cheek, and a Konoha forehead protector displayed proudly on his forehead. He wanted to decry this figure as an imposter, but he knew from the official records of the bingo book that this guy matched the description of Uzumaki Naruto. This meant that everyone had made the right decision to back off and let Darui confront the blonde, because the average shinobi should never willingly attack an S-rank opponent even when they were outnumbered. Registering movement in the corner of his eye, Darui had to hold back his sigh as he realized that Atsui had decided to join him in this confrontation. Why did he have to be partnered with such a hot-headed fool and not his more level-headed sister Samui? Still, he would make do with what he had. Leave him to us, you lot. Keep your attention on the focused outside. Atsui announced, drawing attention to the fact that their defenses had been distracted by Naruto's sudden appearance. Uzumaki Naruto, I suppose it was inevitable that we would meet each other. Darui said, breaking the tense silence, wondering why the Konoha shinobi continued to stand there so passively. I don't know why you would decide to appear before us now, but we have an obligation to strike you down. Hee, I just wanted to say hi. Naruto offered brightly, before turning slightly serious. Oi, you're Darui, aren't you? I'm flattered, Darui offered, wondering vaguely how the infamous Konoha shinobi had known enough to identify him. You're pretty brave to enter an enemy stronghold just to say hello, but then you are an S-ranked enemy. Hey, that reminds me. Naruto shouted, fist smashing into his other hand excitedly. Do I got a cool nickname yet? I asked Karui-chan, but she said no. Karui? Atsui snapped tersely. What have you done to her? Eh? Naruto said, giving him a strange look. I didn't do anything to her, she tried to shove her sword through my kidney. but I reasoned with her. Sorry, Darui said, heaving a sigh as he shot the hot-headed man a warning look. But the fact remains we have an obligation to deal with you with extreme prejudice. I know this is a tad dull, but would you mind just surrendering? Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Naruto said, before raising a finger. But before we get into the pointless violence, I want to introduce you to a friend of mine. Like we would let you do that? Atsui shouted, erupting into an unexpected charge until a dark green blur dropped from the sky and directly into his path, cutting the charge short. Atsui jumped back as the blur revealed itself, a dark-haired young man with a bowl cut, abnormally large eyebrows, and dressed in a solid green bodysuit with flak vest, orange leg warmers, and bandaged hands. YOSH. Surrender now, for you face the youthful flames of Rock Lee. Lee announced, fist held upright, his entire form trembling with intensity that was almost visible. You think you're hot stuff? You're nothing, I'll show you hot. Came the equally intense response from Atsui, who proceeded to charge at Lee before unleashing an overhand chop. Lee blocked the attack with a kick to the arm with such force that it redirected the weapon skyward and left the hot-headed Kumo ninja vulnerable to attack, which came in the form of a spinning side kick that sent Atsui flying back. Darui, for his part, had simply watched with a flat look that did nothing to hide his annoyance. This sort of thing was exactly why he hated working with Atsui. I didn't think it'd work out like that, Naruto admitted, sounding slightly unsure as the two ninja engaged in a ferocious fight. It's a bit dull, but it can't be helped, Darui said heavily, before turning his attention back to Naruto, oddly feeling a little conflicted about fighting the other ninja now. Are you prepared for the pointless violence now? I was born ready, Naruto shouted, and Darui leapt back with a cry of surprise as several dozen orange and black clones into action from seemingly nowhere. Hands coming together, he created a quick hand seal before his body crackled to life with a burst of black lightning, which Darui quickly directed toward the various Kage Bunshin, allowing it to take the rough shape of a black panther. The Raiten Kuropansa made quick work of the various Kage Bunshin, darting from one to the next, incinerating each of them, before Darui directed it toward the last spot he had seen the real Naruto standing and found the Konoha ninja unleashing his own ninjutsu. Futon Kazuryuden no Jutsu. Darui frowned as he saw the dragon made of wind take shape and charge the rampaging panther head-on. The two techniques clashed violently before canceling each other out violently. Skidding to a stop from the backlash of the exploding techniques, Darui grimaced, wondering at just how much compressed air Naruto had to have placed into that technique. It was the first time Darui had ever heard of anything that could outright stop his Raiten Kuropansa. Still, something to consider later, he had to deal with Naruto. Realizing that he had temporarily lost track of his opponent, Darui uncharacteristically swore, but soon enough he learned the location of Naruto. The sound of rushing wind pulled his attention skyward, and Darui discovered Naruto descending from overhead while driving a large sphere of chakra ahead of him. Darui lunged to the side, desperately escaping the impact zone just as the large Rasengan slammed into the ground, creating an impressive crater and fling Naruto clear of the impact zone. Darui started to form the hand seal for his Ranton Raiza Sakasu but broke it off and instead drew his large folding sword as Naruto crossed the distance with unbelievable speed and lashed out with a pair of trench knives. Their blades clashed with a flurry of sparks, before forcing their respective wielders apart from the impact. Using his sword to stop his sled, Darui shot forward once more, trying to seize the offensive. Lightning chakra flowing into his sword, Darui slashed at his opponent, only for it to violently clash against a trench knife an off-balanced Naruto had used in a hasty block. Without hesitation, Darui spun around, using his superior height and weight to make another slash, only for Naruto to block yet again, but the force of the impact drove Naruto back several steps. Darui did not take comfort in that fact, since Naruto had wind nature chakra, which was the ultimate counter against his own lightning nature. Meaning his fight against the other ninja needed to be at long range and involve ninjutsu that Darui could utilize with short hand seals. First, though, he would need to get some breathing room between them before he could do that. Shifting his pacing, Darui launched into a flurry of powerful slashes and stabs. Naruto quickly gave up on blocking each blow, instead preferring to dodge and duck between each slice, blocking only when he had no other option. Finally, after what seemed like hours but had to be only a few minutes, Darui managed to overpower his opponent and sent Naruto flying across the compound. As the Konoha ninja hit the ground and rolled to a stop, Darui sheathed his blade and formed the hand seal for another Raitun Kurapantsa, unleashing yet another Black Lightning Panther. Having regained his feet, Naruto reacted, leaping away from the panther and hurling both of his trench knives, which seemed to ripple with wind, before shredding their way through the construct of black lightning. But by the time Naruto's feet touched the ground, Darui had completed the hand seals for the Rantun Raiza Sakasu and unleashed it. A bright halo of energy formed around his hands and then burst into a multitude of beams that scattered outward before arcing toward the unprepared enemy. Naruto registered the attack, as expected for someone with his skills, and hastily created a horde of Kage Bunshin, using them to dodge and avoid each beam of light that came near him. As each Kage Bunshin ceased to exist, leaving behind a cloud of smoke, Darui struggled to adjust the remaining beams and zero in on the original. At least it was until Naruto suddenly made a running jump that carried him high into the air, and Darui converged all of the beams on his opponent. Clearly sensing the attack, Naruto used his legs to flip around to face the incoming beams while forming two rapid hand seals before extending his open palms before him. Futon Byobu. The energy beam struck the barrier of wind, filling the darkening sky with a flare of bright light and an ear-splitting crack of thunder, yet as remarkable as the defense was, it had not been absolute. At the last moment, realizing that he could not redirect all of his beams, Darui had focused on a single beam, veering away from Naruto before curving it back around to catch Naruto from behind. The impact drove the blonde high into the air, before it burst, engulfing the shinobi in a flare of exploding chakra. At least that was what appeared to happen, because instead of a charred corpse hitting the ground, Darui was treated to the sight of nothing. As in, there was no body, or even a log to signify a last-minute Kawarimi no Jutsu, only the casual cloud of dust that battles always seem to kick up. Yet even as Darui tried to puzzle out what exactly had occurred, his attention was diverted to the fact that he could hear the sounds of battle echoing from all around him, and belated, he realized just how odd it was for a fellow Kumo ninja not to try to help during the fight against Naruto. Pivoting sharply, his eyes darted to the walls of the fort, discovering that each and every Kumo ninja was already engaged with a Konoha or Kiri ninja, and it sounded like even the forces located in the fortified trenches out there were engaged in battle as well. How the hell had this happened? It shouldn't have been possible. And then a horrible, sinking sensation filled him as the image of Rock Lee dropping from the sky from seemingly nowhere hit him like a sack of bricks. Slowly, almost afraid of what he would find, Darui turned his gaze skyward and discovered a dark silhouette of a large bird circling overhead. I also used a toad. Turning in the direction of the voice, Darui discovered Naruto emerging from a ripple of air, revealing that he had been hidden behind a Meisai Gakur no Jutsu. Everyone not riding a Tori up there, I had them climb into Gamajun. Naruto explained, holding a hand up to reveal a small toad that waved at Darui, before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Then after I snuck in, I created an advanced level Kage Bunshin to draw your attention while I summoned him from a hiding spot and helped everyone climb out. I see. Darui said, frowning, stunned to realize at just how thoroughly the enemy had run rings around him. I know this is probably a stupid question, but why are you telling me this? Because it's awesome. Naruto chirped brightly, stretching his arms. Be that as it may, your forces are still outmatched, and the ninja outside will be cut down long before they can reach the inside of this base to aid you. Ah, yeah, Naruto sighed, grinning sheepishly as he rubbed the back of his head. Ino-chan and Yujito-chan pointed that out too. But then Mr. Grouchy the Hunter Nin told me something really cool. Then, as if those words had been some unspoken signal, it started raining. Rock Lee did not swear, due more to the fact that Guy had explained how unyouthful swearing was, and not to a lack of words. Not that Lee protested or lectured others who found the need to swear. He had done that only once to Ten and his teammate had verbally torn him apart. But there were times, especially during battles such as the one he was currently engaged in, that Lee experienced a nearly overpowering urge to unleash a fury of swear words that would leave even the most crude of shinobi flabbergasted. His opponent, a Kumo ninja named Atsui, was proving both highly youthful, a serious threat, and downright frustrating. Dodging the gouts of flames that followed in the wake of a powerful slash, Lee darted forward once more to attempt and engage the blonde swordsman. He quickly diverted his path as Atsui made a backslash at his feet, and the wall of flames that served as his barrier surged back to their formidable height. Sliding to a halt, Lee glared both at the swordsman and the wall of flames, even as sweat trickled down into his eyes due to the oppressive heat of the unrelenting waves. "Yash, are you not afraid of harming your comrades?" Lee asked at last, trying to gain some time while he figured out how to bypass the barrier. Honestly though, Lee held little fear for others to join the fight. He could already hear the growing clamor of combat along the upper walls. "Is it too hot for you?" Atsui countered cockily, adopting a balanced combat stance, the tip of his blade held even with Lee's forehead. "Yash, my flames of youth burn bright enough to protect me," Lee exclaimed, before frowning at his opponent. "But surely you care something for your comrades?" "Of course I care," Atsui snapped, sounding affronted. Then he grinned. "The fact is, everyone knows to give me a wide berth when I start heating things up." Realizing that no further conversation would be coming, Lee dodged to the left a split second before Atsui made a sharp downward chop, unleashing a jet of flames that rushed outward. Pivoting from his dodge, Lee dodged yet another torrent of flames before darting into the relative safety of a nearby alcove. Normally such a move would not prove safe during combat, but Atsui seemed intent on staying exactly where he was, since apparently he had realized early on that hand-to-hand with Lee would be fatal. So far, the only thing Lee could brag about was the fact that he had managed to avoid taking any serious burns or injuries, and that did not sit well with Lee. Every unneeded second Lee took to combat his enemy was one less second he had to help his allies, and a very pretty Kiri Kunoichi in particular, but those flames were proving a hazard. The only solid idea Lee had come to would be to drop his ankle weights and attempt a direct charge on those flames, but he could hear Tenten saying just how stupid that idea was, which was why he had yet to attempt it. "Hey, wait a minute. Where did all these other ninja come from?" Atsui started, finally noticing the other battles happening around him. Eyes widening, Lee realized that he had taken too long and his opponent had realized what exactly was going on. Dropping his weights quickly, Lee broke cover and charged the distracted Atsui, knowing that if he did not keep the swordsman from abandoning this battle, that he could turn the tide against the Konoha Kiri forces. Closing the gap with blinding speed, Lee unleashed a wordless cry of youthfulness, plunging headlong into the dancing flames of the barrier. He emerged on the other a second later, and delivered a devastating flying kick to a stunned Atsui, sending the swordsman flying. Atsui passed through his own flame barrier and hit the ground with a heavy thud before rolling into a heap. Lee had continued in his wake and jumped higher so that he was descending toward the stricken Kumo ninja with a powerful punch. Atsui managed to roll away at the last moment, and Lee struck the ground with his blow, creating a modest impact crater and a radiating series of cracks. Atsui scrambled to his feet and just barely managed to block an incoming kick with the flat side of his sword, but the impact sent him skidding away. Atsui tried to recover as he came to a stop, but before he could, Lee was attacking yet again. Before long, it became clear that Atsui could do little to block or dodge the blazingly fast blows from Lee, and growing desperate from the brutal onslaught, the blonde swordsman made a blind lunge for Lee, who instinctively darted out of the way. This proved a mistake as Atsui immediately resumed the offensive, launching a series of vertical arcs of flames before retreating partway up the stairs leading to battlements before stopping. Lee sprung out the path of the flaming arcs easily enough, before coming to a stop, staring up at his battered and winded opponent. It would be easy to get up there, but it would also be dangerous as either path made him an easy target for Atsui, but on the other hand Atsui could not move and any attack he used Lee could easily dodge. "You thought you were such hot stuff, but it's all over now," Atsui bragged, sword moving to a ready position. "I have the high ground." "Yash, you are surely a bright flame of youth," Lee responded brightly, muscles coiling in preparation for his coming lunge. But I also burn brightly with the flames of youth. Do not think this fight has been settled already. You want flames? Let me show you just how hot I can burn. Atsui shot back heatedly, the dull red of his fire chakra exploding to searing white. Take this Kumo Ryutsum no Goryu. Lee's eyes widened as Atsui made a series of furious slashes, unleashing numerous semicircular chakra blades made of flickering white flames that hurtled toward him. Using all of his newfound speed, Lee dodged back and then pivoting raced up a nearby wall, before back-flipping over several more to avoid the attack. It would not have been possible, of course, if Lee had not seen Ino use G10AG, since both were similar attacks, though Ino's lacked the flaming chakra. It was not perfect, of course. One flaming blade came dangerously close to him, and Lee unconsciously reacted with a backhand, batting it away like a softball. This had the unfortunate result of igniting the binding Lee wore on his hand and forearm. Frantically ripping the bindings from his hands and tossing them aside revealed a badly burned hand. But despite the pain of flexing it, Lee discovered that it was still usable. Try that again, hotshot. Atsui shouted, unleashing another wave of Kumo Ryutsum no Goryu. Lee frantically darted through the incoming circular blades of flaming chakra with all the speed he could muster, preparing to begin opening the heavenly gates. He would need to find somewhere secure for the time it would take to start, but he saw nothing immediately available. Thankfully, however, no sooner had Lee managed to avoid the last of the deadly attack than it began to rain. Rain? Atsui asked, dumbfounded, before snorting and readying his blade. It'll have to rain a lot harder than this to stop my next technique, Kumo Ryu Ikari no Homasubi. Lee did not even bother moving. What? Atsui shouted in realization that his attack had failed completely. You are a truly youthful opponent. Lee announced sadly in midair from a flying leap, drawing the swordsman's stare of disbelief. A second alter he spun into a Konoha Senpu, his heel slamming into the face of the Kumo Jonin. Atsui rocketed away from the impact and slammed into a nearby wall hard enough to smash through it. Landing from his attack, Lee stared at the whole and unmoving opponent. The rain is called Hijitsu Kirasame and it cancels the chakra in everything it touches. The darkening sky was flashing with ninjutsu and the surrounding forest echoed with the muffled sound of combat, making the already dangerous hunt for a hidden path all that more dangerous. A lot of the increased danger came from the searchers being distracted from the surrounding traps with the knowledge of the battle, while even more came from the fact that Niyujuto was growing increasingly desperate. Every second she spent trying to find the damn path was another second Naruto fought alone, another second that he faced death alone. Frustration spiking high, her chakra surged and shattered the branch she was pushing off, rocketing Yujito perilously forward at a breakneck speed. It was pure luck that Yujito noticed the tripwire and managed to tuck her legs to avoid setting off the trap, but rather than slow down she continued at an even faster pace. At least she did until her earpiece crackled to life with an unfamiliar voice, "Ni-san, slow down." For a moment, Yujito considered ignoring the voice but dismissed that impulse and landed on a branch, which groaned under her impact. Turning slightly, she glared at the man who was speeding after her, an older goateed Konoha ninja. Yujito fought the urge to frown at the man, struggling to recall his name, Mimura she believed, then her attention shifted to the rest of her squad as they took up positions in the surrounding branches. Yujito could already imagine what the man was about to say. She imagined that the others would be of the same opinion, not that Yujito could blame them. Still, it stung to know that they would soon reveal their doubt about her capabilities and blame her for leading them away from helping their comrades. Yujito was not entirely sure what she could say about that, other than she knew they had to find the hidden path. To be honest, she was lucky they had followed her so far, and had probably only done so because her entire squad were Konoha ninja and thus held Naruto in high regard. "Ni-san, I know you are anxious to help our comrades and that you wish to prove yourself," Mimura said softly, casting a wary eye at the flashing sky. "However, rushing blindly ahead will help no one." "Then what do you suggest?" Yujito asked a bit more heatedly than she meant to, mostly because this was not the reaction she had expected. Mimura did not seem to notice the tone of her voice or her surprise. I know it is because you are a former Kumonin, and not used to working with us, but please remember that Konoha has some of the best trackers in the world. Mimura explained. I saw no Inuzuka or Aburame with us. Yujito said, trying to figure out how the man could be so understanding. For that matter, he was giving her the benefit of the doubt, and she knew the others in the squad did not share the sentiment. They are our most famous, but not our sole trackers. Mimura said, before addressing the branch immediately overhead. Hohito-san. Yes? A serious-looking young man with featureless pearl-colored eyes said as he dropped to the branch they were standing on. What do you need, Captain Ni, Mimura-san? I need you to scout around, far as you can. We're looking for where the traps are the thickest at. Yujito explained, trying to keep the self-loathing at having forgotten about the Hyuga out of her voice. Understood. Hohito said, his eyes flaring to life with the Byakugan for a moment before the bulging veins around his eyes faded. I believe I found it. 20 degrees to the right, 50 feet ahead, there appears to be a rough footpath with numerous traps overhead in the trees. That would be it. Yujito said, frowning as she considered the situation. She needed to calm down and use what she knew about both Konoha and Kumo. The two villages differed in their mindsets, as did all shinobi villages, but there were some universal overlap. It could be a false trail, of course, one that led them into a larger trap, but she did not think that would be the case here. Because Konoha and Kumo shared one trait, they prized their bloodlines, but they also differed in that Kumo was only willing to let certain members venture this far from the safety of the village. Therefore, the Ranten user that was at Pearl Ridge could only be Darui, and he never went anywhere without his former genin teammate Yurue, who was a premier trapmaster and currently ran a skilled ambush team. Ni-san? Mimura asked, drawing her back to the immediate surroundings. Sorry, I was thinking about who set this up. Yujito said, before tapping her radio set to address the leaders of the teams. I want 5 feet between each team. There will be a lot of traps, and they'll be tricky. Team Yurue specializes in traps and ambushes, so be extra cautious. Hohito-san, take point. Mimura said a minute later, and with confirmation of the orders, they all set off again. It did not take them long to reach the traps, though bypassing them was another story, since each trap connected to another trap with 3 feet between each set of traps. The only odd thing, however, was that they were not the most complicated of traps, nor the most dangerous. There were just a lot of them. It dragged the 13 ninja to a much slower and uneven pace, forcing Yujito to stifle the urge to unleash a spectral blast and obliterate everything in her way. Should we drop to the path below? Mimura asked as they bypassed the latest series of traps. No. Yujito answered, shaking her head before the move on to the next. These are standard Yurue-style traps, low risk and double-layered to create the illusion that the ground is both faster and easier. But that is exactly where the real danger lays. You are that sure we are dealing with the Yurue? Mimura asked softly. Yes. The only way I could be convinced otherwise was if Hohito-san had spotted an area completely clear of traps. Yujito said. Excuse me, Hohito said, abruptly cutting across the conversation. But there are people ahead. How many? Yujito asked, turning her full attention to the Hyuga. 3. Hohito said. They seem to be waiting for something. Description? Mimura asked intently. Standard Kumo flak vests, headbands, no swords. Hohito said, frowning slightly. From their chakra signatures, they're at least powerful Chunin, possibly weaker Jonin. Yujito scowled at that, but she had a sinking suspicion as to who exactly stood barring their path. Does one of them have purple hair down the shoulders, 2 loop earrings per ear and a labret piercing? Yes. Ni-san, do you know these men? Mimura asked, giving her a shrewd look. Yeah, that's Yurue and his team. Yujito said. But why would they be out here now, and not only that, why would they just be standing there? Considering the path, they are most likely disabling the traps that lay ahead while the main units try to hold the line for a retreat. Mimura said thoughtfully. Uzumaki-sama's plan has pushed the Kumo bastards into retreat. Most likely, Yujito agreed, and part of her was happy with that thought. The fighting would soon be over, and she could see Naruto again, and she could not wait to see his smile as the realization of this victory hit him. Then she realized what this meant, and her happiness faded to a more practical outlook. We have to stop the retreat. We can't risk it, Mimura countered, shaking his head. Even if we took out these scouts, the others would scatter before we could get closer. We can use that, Hohito said abruptly, and seeing their attention expanded his idea. A single team attacks Team Urue, while the rest of spread out and place ourselves in a wide arc further along the path. Then when the Kumo teams scatter into the forest, we can ambush them. You'll need to break down into two-man squads to maximize your field coverage. So I'll handle Urue's team alone, Yujito said, then at their question looks, shrugged. Kumo still doesn't know I've defected, so I have the element of surprise on my side in this fight. Besides, I'm way stronger than any of them, so it won't take long for me to finish up here. Very well, Mimura said, inclining his head slightly. Give us a 5-minute head start, and then move. Right, Yujito confirmed before reaching up to activate her radio and began relaying her orders to the squad. With barely a rustle, the 12 other ninja broke down into their smaller units as they moved off into the surrounding forest in wide arcs. After a minute, she set off at a moderate pace, debating on how exactly she should handle this situation. A spectral blast would be overkill, as would any form of combat involving the Nibi, but it would also be the quickest. She did not have much in the way of ninjutsu, however, not that she honestly needed much beyond the academy basics thanks to her Onijutsu Shikyo Tak-chi. However, as she had discovered with her battle against Haiden, Yujito had been relying on that ability far too much. Remembering the semi-immortal Akatsuki member that she had faced before coming to Nami no Kuni, the former Kumo ninja touched the necklace currently hidden beneath her uniform. Jashin, I hope you look favorably on me, Yujito whispered awkwardly, not entirely comfortable with her newfound religion, despite the fact she had experienced the power behind that faith firsthand. The only reason she had adopted it as her own, though, was that it spoke to something deep inside her, like a part of her was waking up after a long sleep. Shaking it off, she let her hand fall away from the hidden pendant she wore and instead traveled to her hip pouch and withdrew a scroll. Drawing closer to the waiting team, she bit her thumb and smeared the blood across the seal on the scroll while applying chakra, releasing a cloud of smoke and leaving her holding a large red, triple-blade scythe with a cable attached to the end. Spinning the rather unique and somewhat cumbersome weapon she held at her side and trailing close to the ground, Yujito picked up her pace and exploded from the tree branches, heading directly toward the startled team below. Narui was the first to react, but it was not one of surprise or disbelief. Instead he sent several shuriken and kunai flying at her. Yujito deflected the weapons easily and countered by hurling her scythe toward her attacker, only unlike the slower Haiden, this time it flew with far greater speed and power. The enemy scattered, one flashing through the hand signs to create a Doton Doria Hiki. The scythe struck the earthen barrier hard enough to rend it in half, but it had served the purpose of stopping the weapon. Snarling, Yujito used the cable to yank the weapon back to her hand as she landed. Unfortunately, no sooner had her feet touched the ground than a sudden pit seemingly opened up, beginning to draw everything toward it. Eyes widening, Yujito retreated as best she could from the Doton Orijigoku no Jutsu, leaping over the loose debris and the trees that were soon uprooted and swept toward the bottomless pit. Spinning her scythe to build momentum, Yujito jumped as high and far as she could before launching it at a so far untouched tree. The largest blade found purchase, and with a surge of chakra, Yujito pulled herself clear from the attack and landed on the tree. Safe for the moment, she turned her attention to her surroundings, attempting to locate her prey, irritated at the situation. Clearly, Urue and his team had noticed her approach earlier and had set up their traps accordingly, which meant she would need to be careful. That last attack could have ended with at least a broken leg. A second later she spotted her priority target. Urue was the better strategist and Kaiwi the most durable, but Narui as by far the most persistent and hardest to pin down. Muscles coiling, Yujito pounced and Narui registered her approach a second too late, He attempted to move naturally, only for her scythe to whistle through his path, forcing him back. Unfortunately, by the time the tall Kumo ninja avoided the attack and shifted directions, Yujito had reached him. He brought his hand up instinctively to block her, and she grabbed his wrist with her free hand. Narui was dead before he even had time to register his mistake, and Yujito was on the move before his corpse had even started to fall. She did not get far, however, as no sooner had she found Kaiwi, she was suddenly besieged by a pack of wolves made from mud, clearly from the Doton Daido Inuka, which was one of Kaiwi's favored techniques. It did not prove much a deterrence against Yujito, since she simply began to swing her triple-bladed scythe, destroying the seemingly endless wave of mud wolves. As her blade tore through the last of the wolves, Yujito shot forward as her bloodlust swept over her, heading directly for a startled Kaiwi. The large man retreated, forming hand seals as he went, and a moment later several Tsuchi Bunshin formed and charged her. They spun and jumped, attempting to rain a storm of taijutsu attacks down upon her, but Yujito barely paid the cannon fodder attention. Her scythe slashed and spun, systematically cutting each one down or blocking as needed. As she obliterated the last of the Tsuchi Bunshin, Yujito turned her attention to Kaiwi, who had apparently given up trying to lure her into a trap and was instead standing there, kunai in each hand and ready to make his last stand. At least that was the way it appeared, but Yujito was not about to blindly charge the man, since she knew better. And then, clearly realizing that she was not coming any closer, Kaiwi charged her before throwing a kunai. Rather than waste time blocking it, Yujito tilted her head to the side, allowing it pass by harmlessly, preparing to cut down the reckless man. Then 4 steps away, Kaiwi broke off his charge and dodged away from her, just as her hearing picked up the distinctive sound of hissing explosive notes. Eyes widening, Yujito turned her attention to her location, discovering that not only were there 4 explosive notes arranged around her on the ground, but there were several more covering the surrounding trees. A surge of the Nibi's chakra allowed Yujito jump clear of the exploding trap just in time, and the resulting shockwave only pushed her further away, and the pain of being pelted with the shattered debris didn't even register. Using the weight of her scythe, Yujito altered her trajectory in midair and managed to plant a chakra-infused foot on a branch and pushed off at an angle, rocketing to the trunk of another tree. Landing on its surface, she started to race along the trunk. Regaining her feet, she raced up the side of the nearest tree, scythe trailing behind her as she did, and then abruptly she back-flipped into a dive as the tree exploded from a bolt of lightning. Pressing her arms tight against her scythe rigidly pressed against the side of her thigh, Yujito became perfectly taut. At least until suddenly changed her positioning so that when she hit the ground, she was tucking chin to chest, letting her body roll with the momentum of the bone-jarring impact. A second later she was upright and jumping back to help bleed off the rest of the momentum from her near-suicidal dive. Finally skidding to a bumpy halt, Yujito narrowed her now Nibi-enhanced eyes, deciding that this was taking too damn long, and since she was already drawing on some of the Nibi's chakra, she saw no reason to stop now. Catching motion in the corner of her eye, Yujito dodged to the side, avoiding a barrage of lightning-infused shuriken that pelted the area she had just been occupying. Clear of the dozen of deadly projectiles and sliding along the ground in a low crouch, scythe held out at her side and her other hand trailing the ground, Yujito charged at her attacker, only to see Yurue form the dragon hand seal before pressing his hands against the ground, unleashing the right Tanjibashi. A second later a wave of lightning exploded up from beneath her, but unfortunately Yurue could not react to the speed she was currently moving at, and so his technique missed her. Before he could even start to fully grasp the situation, she was there, clawed hand plunged through his torso. Yanking her arm free, Yujito let the body topple aside, and turned her attention to her surroundings. In the distance, she could hear the continued sound of battle, making it clear that while the fort had fell, the Kumo ninja had yet to surrender, and that was not counting those that were fleeing and had encountered her own squad. Frowning, she hefted her scythe, resting across her shoulders, debating on if she should try to find Narui or leave him and go to aid her Naruto and her new comrades. Releasing her grasp of Nibi's chakra, Yujito sighed heavily, trying to let her bloodlust ebb, before ultimately deciding that she had wasted enough time on this. The longer she took, the more likely it became that something bad would happen to Naruto, and she needed to be there for him. Still, with one last look at her latest kill, Yujito grinned slightly, praised Jashin indeed. Then remembering Naruto, and the battle still raging, departed for the next battlefield. The end.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.